Live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly one-third of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly one-third of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly one-third of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly one-third of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly one-third of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly one-third of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed.
Good morning. At this time, the March 2025 meeting of the CSU Board of Trustees is called to order. Ms. Corral, please call the roll.
Trustee Adamson.
Present.
Trustee Arambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar. Trustee Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fagan. Trustee Furstenberg.
Here.
Trustee Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Here.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Here.
Trustee Guajardo.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez.
Here.
Trustee McGrory.
Here.
Trustee Molina Mancio. Trustee Nejabat. Governor Newsom, Trustee Rodriguez,
Here.
Speaker Rivas, Trustee Steinhauser,
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond, Trustee Vargas, Trustee Melikar.
Here.
Chair Clark, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. It is now time for public comment. In our continuing effort to provide accessibility and flexibility for the public, we will begin by taking all public comment for committees and plenary at the beginning of our open session. The board welcomes public comment and appreciates all speakers who have taken the time to attend the meeting both in person and virtually to address the board. And I want to emphasize that the board's role during these sessions is to carefully listen to and consider each and every comment. It is not to respond or interact with members of the public, but it would be a mistake to interpret our silence as a lack of engagement. Quite to the contrary, as chair of the board, I can assure you that not only are you heard, but your opinions, your perspectives, and insights inform our deliberations, our discussions, and our work both inside and outside this chamber. As has been the case in previous meetings, university presidents are seated around the dais so they can better see and hear our public speakers as they address some of the CSU's most critically important matters. When public comment is concluded, the presidents will return to their usual seats. In the spirit of fairness to all those who wish to speak, and to allow the committees and the board to hear from as many speakers as possible within the time available, please note that ceding, pooling, or yielding remaining time to other speakers will not be permitted. I also ask that all speakers keep their remarks concise. Each speaker will have 1 minute for their comments. It is within this framework that we seek to honor and create space for diverse viewpoints where all members of our community may freely share their perspectives. We understand and appreciate that some comments may elicit opposing perspective or express disagreement with system or university leadership. At the CSU, we uphold the constitutional protections of our community to the maximum extent possible and view the right to free expression as an integral component of the open discourse that is an essential hallmark of higher education. However, we ask that all who attend our board meetings conduct themselves in a respectful manner that does not disrupt nor infringe upon the free speech or safety of others and allows for the orderly conduct of this meeting. Please bear in mind that all meetings of the board, including public comment, are live streamed and archived publicly online, and thus it's equally important that we all remain mindful of our conduct. Our goal during this and every board meeting is to have a peaceful and respectful session that allows for the board to hear from as many speakers as possible. With that, would you please begin public comment?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Good morning, everyone. If you are in person to provide public comment, please step to the microphones on either side of the auditorium when you hear your name. If you're on Zoom, once you hear your name, please accept the unmute request to begin your comments. Please remember that each speaker will have 1 minute to share their comments. If in person, a red light will show at the podium when 1 minute has passed. If virtual, a timer will be present on your screen. A reminder will be given at the 1 minute mark to please conclude your remarks before we proceed to the next speaker to allow for as many people as possible to provide their comments. Our first speakers are Ali Twenty, Scott Moreno, and Spencer Owen.
Good morning. My name is Ali Tweeney. I'm the political director of Teamsters Local 2010, representing 23,000 strong Teamsters across the state of California. Teamsters, stand up so you can be recognized. Thank you. You may have a seat. Teamsters Local 2010 represent 23,000 strong across the state of California and 1.4 million across the nation. There is hundreds and hundreds of skilled trade workers across all of your campuses that doing work day in and day out to continue maintaining and keeping this organization work. Our work makes the Cal State system work. Our workers work on a daily basis to ensure that this institution continue to be the best of the best. I'm standing before you. I'm one of the third generation in my household of being a Teamsters. We urge you, no layoffs, no programs cuts, and this should continue to be one of the great institutions. Thank you.
Start now? Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Scott Moreno. I am a member of Teamsters Local 2010. I was a facility project supervisor at CSUDH. Over my 11 years, I believe I proved to be a valuable employee, conquering duties outside of my position description. Successfully completed an 18-month project for planning, design, and construction. 7 years managing the preventive maintenance work orders for work control. 10 years performing all responsibilities of maintaining the campus fire life and safety systems for EHS. January 6th, I was laid off due to 10 years of unfunded liabilities and decline in student enrollment. Neither of these should affect the number of Teamster members who protect the health and safety of the faculty, staff, and students at CSUDH. I ask you to reach into the ample reserves and stop the layoffs and make whole the Teamster employees affected. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for putting down your phones and listening to us. My name is Spencer Owen. I worked at CSUN for 10 years this year, and I'm a proud Teamster and the Skilled Trades Recording Secretary of Teamsters Local 2010. I never imagined anyone working for CSUN having to worry about layoffs. My brothers and sisters depend on their monthly paycheck. I'm seeing all of you sitting there knowing that you always have your jobs. Put yourself in our position, please. Take a pay cut and help us keep our jobs. Our skilled trades workers are an important asset to your higher education system. Our outstanding skills keep your buildings safe for the students to succeed in getting their education. Why are you trying to sabotage yourselves by laying off your workers? Stop layoffs now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Jorge Martinez, Dennis Sotomayor, and Ernesto Torres.
At Cal State Los Angeles as a lead plumber and steward. The CSU system is facing a big problem with being short-staffed, which is making it harder to get work done safely and effectively, which is affecting the overall morale and staff. With fewer people doing the same amount of work, many are feeling stressed and overworked. Employees are having to take on extra tasks, which is making people frustrated and feel unappreciated. This is a problem that not only affects employees, but also has a ripple effect on the entire campus community. It's important to fix these staffing shortages right away and boost morale by giving better support and communication. I am respectfully demanding that we stop the layoffs and fill the much needed positions across all campuses in California. Thank you for hearing me.
Good morning. My name is Ernesto Torres, Vice President of Teamsters 2010 and Project Supervisor at Cal State San Bernardino. I come to you this morning to speak from the heart, to tell this board that our work does matter, that the layoffs of our members at Dominguez Hills are not just numbers on a budget sheet. They add more of a burden onto the already overworked trades workers, put a strain on the services we provide to students, and make the campuses less safe and less appealing to potential students. How do we justify raising tuition while cutting the services that support our students? How do we continue to be labeled essential, yet treated otherwise? Time and again, we have answered the call. In every emergency, in every natural disaster, we have been there. And most importantly, we continue to stand in honor and integrity, showing the CSU system and take pride in our work. Our work makes the Cal system work. I urge the board to show compassion to seek a better solution and bring our members back. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Jeffrey Phelps, Gilbert Duarte, and Cesar Mejia Gomez.
Plumbing supervisor at Cal State Dominguez Hills. Let's get straight to the point. The problem is declining enrollment, period. If you keep cutting us, it's going to keep declining. We keep the campus attractive and functioning. If you stay on this course, enrollment will continue to decline and you will never be able to balance your budget. At this point, we have already lost almost 16% of our workforce. Enough is enough. Many dedicated members of our team have made substantial personal sacrifices in pay, choosing to work for Cal State Dominguez under the belief that it offers security and better benefits. However, the recent layoffs of colleagues with 11 years of service shatter that sense of security for all of us. I urge all of you to halt all the layoffs across all CSU campuses. The consequences of continued staffing reductions are dire, leading to an unappealing campus environment and further enrollment decline. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Gilbert with Teamsters Local 2010, and I work as a building engineer for Cal State Dominguez Hills. I'm here today to discuss the repercussions my department faces or will face due to the ongoing financial crisis the CSU system is experiencing. This budget reduction has led to an 11% reduction in our workforce and has increased our workload. This will only continue to worsen as additional square footage from new construction is being added. This has created a hiring freeze that prevents even the replacement of a retiree position. This can directly affect the timely completion of equipment maintenances. Prolonged operation of our equipment with no maintenance will lead to high-cost emergency repairs that could impact all the way down to the student because of possible class shutdowns. Faculty and staff had something taken away that had been at one point guaranteed: job security. We learned that even long-term employees were at risk due to having the lowest seniority. Permanent should mean permanent. If the state can't hold up their end, desire will be lost by possible future skilled trade workers, while current employees of the CSU may lead to diminished morale if it has not already.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cesar Mejia, and I am the lead carpenter at Cal State Dominguez Hills. I have been proudly serving this university for 14 years, and I am a member of Teamsters 2010. This morning, I would like to deliver a big message with just few words. The condition of our campus, our classrooms, our restrooms, our general areas is almost as same important as education our students receive. One of the biggest challenges that we face is declining student enrollment. But let's take a moment to put ourselves in the shoes of our student parents. For them, the appearance of our campus they choose for their children matters. If they see neglect, what they think about the rest of it, what happened on our campus. Maintaining our campus or our buildings requires people, skilled, dedicated workers, but more staff we lose due to the layoffs, the harder it comes to keep our campus in good conditions and the students deserve. If we invest on our people, we invest on our university. Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Dan Rutenberg, Alexander Ruiz, and Nicolas Gallegos.
I'm a painter supervisor at Cal State Dominguez Hills and member of the Teamsters 2010. 38 years ago, when I started working in a paint shop, that was 5 painters back then, and we don't have that many buildings. Nowadays, we got double the buildings, and we are only 2 painters. I'm right here to ask you to see if you guys can get out one of the painters that got laid off in January, and we need more painters, more electricians, more plumbers. I mean, the campus is getting bigger than back then. And I beg you, please, if you can get more trades in Dominguez Hills, and every campus, not only in Dominguez Hills, and stop the late us, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be James Vandersis. Our next speakers will be Kelsey Chaidez, Riley Tubbs, and Rebecca Robles. Next, we have Richard Foote, John DeRosa, and Anna Christensen.
Hello, my name is Richard Foote, and I'm an electrician at Cal State University Dominguez Hills. Presently, I'm assisting in the lock shop due to the retirement of the locksmith Jerry Finch, a position that was not filled before the layoffs. I was asked to help in the lock shop due to having electrical mechanical skills that could benefit the demand request from the campus, personnel, and students. The lock shop is an intricate part of our campus for the security and well-being. Being assigned to the lock shop has left the electric shop down one man. This is 1/4 of the manpower. This puts an even harder strain on my fellow employees in the electrical shop. I urge you to stop the layoffs of workers of all Cal State University campuses to avoid additional consequences of the continuing staffing restrictions and maintenance funding. Thank you.
My name's John DeRosa. I'm a locksmith. I'm here to support the union 2010. Same thing, layoff. We need to stop it. We got 4,800 doors we've got to attend to. Lots of locks. We're just too busy. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. Oh, is my mic on then? Okay, Anna Christensen, an alumna and also former faculty member at Cal State Long Beach. I was there over 40 years ago when the university attempted to build and cover the entire National Register site of Pavugna with housing and other structures. I was also there in 2019 when the university dumped soil there from a construction site elsewhere on campus. Both these occasions were not resolved in a good way. The university system had to be sued. In the first case, the project was dropped. In the second case, recently, an agreement was reached, a settlement agreement. And I'm here today to say, keep your word. Honor the settlement, appoint a caretaker for this sacred site on which there are graves. Later on today in your committee, you're going to discuss the Native American Graves and Repatriation Act. You're going to discuss repatriation. You're not going to discuss graves. Graves are on Pavugna. A grave was discovered there, and students spent 5 years protecting that grave. So keep your word, honor the contract, appoint a caretaker. Don't keep stalling. That's what's happened. And communicate with tribal people. They've been here for you. They're here for you, and you need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Luis Vargas and Camilo Vargas. Our next speakers will be Emiria Salzman, Henry Bills, and Jess Stymack. Please accept the unmute request and begin your comment.
Good morning. My name is Emiria Salzman. I am currently the head coach of the women's soccer team at Sonoma State. I am also an SSU alumni, All-American, and Hall of Famer. I have been saddened by the lack of leadership by both SSU and the CSU. Even 30 days after California legislators requested a revised plan for our future, the plan still has not been delivered. The legislators have made it abundantly clear that they will help fund Sonoma State. However, they will not put a dollar into this renovation until Chancellor Garcia agrees to do the same. I trust that you have read the Rasher report stating that athletics actually makes the university money. Who here has the courage to stand up and address these discrepancies? Who here has the power to change this narrative and force financial information to be shared openly instead of behind this veil of secrecy that is hurting so many? Please fight for SSU, for higher education, and for the future of the CSU system. Thank you.
Henry, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
I'm completely outraged at the ridiculous decision to eliminate intercollegiate athletics at Sonoma State University. The SSU administration allowed this deficit to accumulate, and the CSU Board of Trustees failed in their responsibility to intervene sooner. Now we have a temp president with no history with SSU or Sonoma County. As a temp, she won't still be there to endure the consequences of her radical decisions. SSU student athletes are the face of the university. They proudly and faithfully represent SSU every time they take the field or court. They get regular press coverage in newspapers, social media, radio, and television. All our sports teams are rallying points for the entire university and the community. Youth spectators regularly attend SSU games with their friends and families. Most SSU teams host youth camps and clinics, which help develop players and promote the university. Even with minimal university support, SSU teams regularly play in the postseason playoffs and have even won 3 national championships. Competitive sports are a part of American life. Every other CSU and UC have intercollegiate athletic. Why is Sonoma State being discriminated against? If a class or even a whole major are eliminated, those who are directly affected will be disappointed. If the whole athletic department is eliminated, it affects the entire campus, the entire county, and the entire CSU system. Eliminating athletics will alienate alumni, donors, and the local community. It could be the beginning of the end for SSU. Thank you.
Jess, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for having me. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Good morning, Board of Trustees. My name is Jess DeMack, the assistant golf coach for the men and women at Sonoma State. I am pleading with you all to please reinvest in Sonoma State and our students. The campus needs a new foundation of leadership. If you eliminate athletics, you will not only be losing 5% of your enrollment, but you will also be losing your only successful recruiters on campus in us coaches and players. Let athletics be the driving force behind the comeback of Sonoma State. If Cal Poly Humboldt is worth $400 million, then you cannot put a price tag on Sonoma State University. Please, please, please reconsider and reinvest in Sonoma State, in the university, in the community, and the alumni will not let you down. Thank you very much for your time and have a good week.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Victoria Michelle, Destiny Va, and David Adler.
Good morning and happy Greek Independence Day to all who celebrate. I'm speaking on behalf of my 11-year-old who recently mused that if Trump was the one trying to destroy Sonoma State's liberal arts identity, both the BOT and the California governor would be having none of that and would be trying to stop him. If Trump unilaterally shut down programs serving marginalized students, first-gen and athletes of color, and those tackling critical issues like climate change, gender justice, and ethics at a Hispanic-serving institution, all of which he dislikes, ignored governance, faculty rights, and the will of constituents under the guise of fiscal austerity, you would resist. So why do you tolerate the same authoritarian, reputation-damaging overreach from the chancellor? If you wouldn't let Trump gut public education unchecked and run the People's University like it's corporate America, you must resist this too. Educational integrity must be protected no matter who threatens it, even if the threat comes from within. Californians have lost all confidence and trust in this chancellor's leadership, and I'm wondering why you do not hold her to account for it. Thank you.
David, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is David Adler, a former Sonoma State baseball player, alumni. I just wanted to ask the Board of Trustees why we suspended the search for a permanent president during a time when we need someone who wants to step up and lead SSU into the future. And if you believe all these cuts are good for SSU, can someone let us know why? Because no one believes it. This will not only affect SSU, but Sonoma County as well. There are coaches and professors that have dedicated their entire lives to Sonoma State. We have to do better for them and the students. Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Marcus Zemer, Stacy Snyder, and Taylor Hodges. Marcus, go ahead. Stacy?
Hello. Hello.
Go
Marcus
ahead, Marcus.
Here. Hi, my name is Marcus Zemer. I'm a Sonoma State alum and have been the soccer coach at Sonoma State for 36 years. And how did admin show their appreciation? I got fired by email. Sonoma State was a thriving university, but a series of bad decisions by former SSU President Sakaki and a lack of oversight by this very group. The Chancellor, the Board of Trustees, the Legislature, and the Governor has left us with 4 presidents in 3 years and a huge budget deficit. There are a handful of universities in the CSU that are having budget issues. If the Chancellor's solution is to cut whole athletic departments, and we all know that the interim president Couturier was brought in to carry out Chancellor Garcia's wishes, then who's cutting athletics next? San Francisco State, Chico, Dominguez Hills? If the governor and the legislator want a CSU system with half the teams, half the programs not having athletic programs, half the universities, then let me know and I'll stop fighting. But I can't imagine that's the case. I don't think that those in power, other than Chancellor Garcia, want to cut athletics. So support Sonoma State and help us get back on our feet. Everybody knows you don't grow by cutting. Save Seawolf Athletics. Let's go.
Stacy?
Hi, my name is Stacy Snyder. My daughter is a junior at Cal Poly in SLO. Right now, we would never recommend anyone send their daughter to Cal Poly SLO. She was the victim of a sexual assault by another student in March of 2023, her freshman year. We still have no resolution through the Title IX process. It has ruined her college experience, and we don't want this to happen to another student. You shouldn't either. CSU's program needs to do 2 things immediately. It needs to better educate the men on campus, and it needs to fix the very broken Title IX process. The training needs to be more than a one-time video. It needs to happen regularly through coaches, clubs, fraternities. And none of the education matters, unfortunately, if there isn't an effective process to deal with it. The staff there is unresponsive. It can take 2 weeks or more to respond to an email. When they do respond, they're cold, defensive, borderline rude, as if they're bothered by having to do their job. In the business world, these people would be fired. What is most egregious about this whole thing is that I know you've heard it before. You've paid for studies. You've gotten, directives by Governor Newsom's office, and you still haven't done anything. And this is a really tragic situation, and you're ruining people's lives in a time when it should be an educational growth opportunity. And that's not what's happening. You need to do better, faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Taylor Hodges, Valentine Verhuntz, and Emily Morandi.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Can they hear me? Hello?
Go ahead, Taylor.
Okay. Hi, my name is Taylor Hodges, and I'm a part of the women's soccer team, a student athlete, and a communications major here at Sonoma State. Athletics brought me to this campus, and it's what keeps me here. It's not just a game. Athletics have given me a second family, an identity, a support system, everlasting lifelong memories, and will continue to shape my path moving forward. I came to the school 2 years ago to find myself as a person, a student athlete, and a human being. This program took a chance on me when other schools wouldn't, and now I'm forced to change the path of both my athletic and academic career due to the poor decisions of the people who are supposed to be leading us. Student athletes matter. The way these cuts were brought to our attention were with malice, no remorse, and sent all of athletics into a panic. The Save SSU Athletics initiative is now stronger than ever because that's how impactful this program is. You cannot just cut athletics because athletics is more than just student athletes. It's bigger than you will ever know. SSU needs to have more respect for athletes as a whole, athletics as a whole. We've been asked year after year to do more with little, and yet we're met with secrecy and unanswered questions. Save SSU Athletics. Thank you.
Valentine?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you again for having us. My name is Valentine Burns. I've served as the head men's and women's golf coach at Sonoma State for the last 22 years. My job has always been to share and learn from those that I work alongside, including my students. In the next couple of days, the Board of Trustees and the Chancellors, you can come back to all of us with an answer that will change and shape the trajectory of our university, our community, and more importantly, our students. Over the past 10 years, there's been a sharp decline in our enrollment, primarily through the fact of our university have not done their jobs in recruiting students, our customers, or our students, to our campus. I look at this and I wonder why this isn't, and I wonder why, and it's clear to me that the lack of oversight and instability at our leadership here on campus, but across the CSU system in Sacramento have led us down this path that we can no longer find a way out unless we make these severe cuts. However, I'm here today to tell you that we do have a way out. You have a passionate group of people who are willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that Sonoma State is headed in the right direction. Our athletes, our coaches, our staff are willing and ready to fight to bring Sonoma State back and beyond to be the pinnacle of the CSUs. This can easily be achieved if our chancellor and our board and the trustees are willing to work alongside all of us. The legislators have offered their support. We as coaches have offered our support. We will be willing to continue to offer our support, but we need the CSU be willing to do the same.
Thank you. Emily?
Hi, my name is Emily Morandi. I am also a part of the women's soccer team here at Sonoma State. And as we've been previously saying, athletics is what brought me here. And it is a huge part of my identity and just why I'm in school, to be completely honest. I just transferred here this past fall, meaning I've only really been in Sonoma County for 7 months. So getting that email at the beginning of spring semester was just a shock. I'm having to transfer. This will be my 4th school. When looking at transferring, I may have to go to school for even longer due to credits not transferring right. So obviously, this is just a big financial burden. It's a huge, just another move for me. And Sonoma has felt like a community since the moment I've got here. And I really do believe that student athletes are not something to just be looked over. We contribute to so much revenue, energy, and just the environment on campus. And I believe that we do have the means to fix this and rebuild Sonoma State for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Heidi Ziemer, Jared Chasey, and Maya Gutierrez Zamudio. Jared, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jared Chasey, and I'm the Deputy Athletic Director at Sonoma State. I am speaking today about the recent announcement to cut several sport programs across the CSU system, specifically the elimination of all 12 intercollegiate athletics programs at Sonoma State, as well as the cuts to 3 sports at San Francisco State. It is incredibly disheartening that the CSU system is targeting these athletic programs as a strategy to address university-wide budget deficits, as opposed to finding ways the system can operate more efficiently to reduce costs. We should be doing everything we can to enhance the collegiate experience to recruit and retain students in the CSU, not cutting one of the long-standing traditions that are at the core of higher education in this country. Finally, as leaders of this state university system, you should be doing everything you can to ensure that these talented student athletes stay in California. The NCAA Division I schools and the CSU have made may need to limit roster spots in near future due to regulatory changes. Cutting Division II participation opportunities in the system will just mean more talented high school and junior college athletes going out of state for their college education, some of whom may develop into Olympic and professional athletes. These cuts to intercollegiate athletics are extremely short-sighted, and I encourage you to step in, reverse the decisions at these two campuses, and identify different cost-saving measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Maya Zamudio, and I'm on the Sonoma State women's soccer team. I came to Sonoma State because of the athletics, but prior to being at SSU, I was unsure I even wanted to go to a four-year. I'm now currently in my second year here, and I would have never imagined the community that athletics has brought me. Being on the soccer team has brought me a family that I never knew I would have being away at college. Student athletes and even students alike are in a limbo now, trying to see where we might be able to transfer because we have been robbed of the ability to continue to pursue our education with the department cuts and to play sports at a level we worked so hard to get to. I ask you to please reconsider cutting athletics at SSU, and I question the transparency of the process that led to these cuts. SSU is strong, and we will not back down until our needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Janet Zamudio, Kirk Anderson, Ayana Kirasamy, and Jacob Garzes. Janet, go ahead.
Hello. Good morning to all. My name is Janet Zamudio. I'm the mom to Maya, who just spoke. She's a student athlete at Sonoma in her second year. And I just want to share with the committee today how appalled I was as a parent to learn about these cuts through a text from Maya on her second day of this current semester. There was no heads up. And being the bill payer for my daughter, since we don't qualify for financial aid, to not have been given more notice to even support my daughter was just appalling to me. Staff at Sonoma State didn't know that this was coming. They couldn't prepare to help their students. You heard some of them speak today. It's just appalling how this has been happening, and that these cuts have completely gutted a local gem providing higher education opportunities to students in California. I question Chancellor Garcia's direction to the interim President Couture. I question Couture's lack of planning with communications. I want to acknowledge that there's a clear revenue and expense issue, but please ask questions, committee. Dig into the plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob?
Hi, my name is Jacob Garces. I'm the head baseball coach at Sonoma State. I believe that college athletics promotes a sense of community and pride in college campuses. Small college campuses often utilize athletics to improve the student life experience, to bring joy, enthusiasm, and a sense of belonging to the campus community. As human beings, we all naturally desire to be a part of something larger than ourselves, which is why when students decide on a college to attend, they want to see themselves as part of a community where there's a sense of belonging. There's no nomination without Seawolf Athletics. For those that have the privilege to participate in college athletics, they are put in an environment that helps build future leaders, improving cognitive function, mental health, and time management, as well as problem-solving skills. SSU's athletics is important to this campus community and this local community as a whole. I've been a part of two small colleges that have put 2,000 people in the stands for most basketball games and raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for athletics and millions in long-term projects because the communities work together with the university to help ensure that this happened. And they utilize the athletic department and its strengths. Small college athletics is not an expense burden, rather an investment in people and in the communities. It's not about getting this right. It's not about who is right. It's about getting this right. We work together to hopefully continue to enhance the college experience here at Sonoma State.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Rebecca Robles and Caroline Colesworthy.
Coming to talk to you about
Pavungna. Pavungna is a sacred site. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. It's located on the campus of Cal State Long Beach. It was a 500-acre village. All that's left is 22 acres. There have been 2 lawsuits where the Native Americans and the community have stopped building on the site. In 1993, there was a religious freedom and ACLU lawsuit that protected the site from being built on. In 2019, the university dumped 6,400 cubic yards of construction soil on the site. Our community, our tribal Guareño Band Mission Indians, Ahashman Nation, Balardis, and California Cultural Resource Preservation Alliance filed a lawsuit. The lawsuit was to prevent building on the site. There was a settlement agreement. The settlement agreement said that the land would go from into a conservation easement and into a land trust. We're asking the university to keep its word. The lawsuit specified that the land trust would be established within 2 years. It's been 4 years now. Keep your word. Allow us to protect our creation site and our sacred site. Thank you.
My name is Caroline Colesworthy. I'm a board member at Harbor Christian Church, the Fund for Reparations, now the Orange County Museum of Indigenous Culture and Natural History. I'm a real estate broker, local business owner, mom, and daughter of an alumni of Cal State Long Beach. I come to speak in favor of immediate and permanent Indigenous land conservation easement of the land called Pavugna at Cal State Long Beach. My ancestors came from England, but Southern California is the only homeland I've ever known. Loss of connection to land is a gaping wound that we all carry, many by displacement and some by the human trafficking of the African Holocaust. Our nation is grappling with the unthinkable violence and lies of the Native American Holocaust. Let CSU Long Beach be the leader in this healing and reconnecting. This is a sacred opportunity for the state system to lead the nation. It's empty and unsafe when institutional policy don't follow academic rigor. Indigenous land conservation easement will attract scholars with full hearts who will leave the future and will be a healing for each of us here, the Ahachiman and Tongva people, Indigenous people globally, and the land itself. The struggle to reclaim relationship with the land is and always has been nurtured at Pavugna through prayer and ceremony for all people. Join us there.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Henry Hansel, Josh Sterling, and Jan Thorpe. Our next speakers will be Anne Marie O'Brien, Vincent Laconi, and Wendy D'Souza. Anne Marie, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Anne Marie O'Brien, and I'm an associate professor of nursing at Sonoma State University, the proud daughter of 2 first-gen Sonoma State graduates and spouse of a first-gen Sac State graduate. The CSU system doesn't just change lives, it built my family's future. Today, I urge the board to fully recognize Sonoma State's unique role in the CSU and the state. I'm also asking you to formally recognize our Faculty Senate's ad hoc committee as the primary faculty voice in shaping and implementing the turnaround plan. Sonoma State stands alone as the only liberal arts designated institution in our system. Recently, Humboldt received over $400 million to reinvent itself. Why not empower us similarly? Imagine a system-wide honors college focused on liberal and performing arts, rooted here at Sonoma State. Our Green Music Center, our renowned theater, and our vibrant arts programs uniquely position us for this. Great universities inspire students to dream big. Sonoma State can and should become California's destination campus where innovation meets creativity. Please also leverage our faculty's wisdom to build a stronger, brighter future for Sonoma State. Thank you.
Thank you. Vincent?
Hello, my name is Vincent Lancioni. I'm a baseball student athlete at Sonoma State and a communications major. I grew up in Sonoma County. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa, and this is just a wonderful community. And it's honestly really wonderful to kind of show it off to my teammates and people at Sonoma State, because most of them are not from here. But it's truly devastating what's going on and removing athletics. I mean, athletics has always been a motivation to me for my academic career, and it's taught me so much for my building of character, time management, and understanding responsibilities, and it'll carry on for the rest of my life. But removing Sonoma State, negative things have to happen for budget cuts, but removing athletics is going to ruin the campus and the university. But I mean, you guys got to figure something out to not let that happen, because the people here are really wonderful, and the opportunities we should continue to get. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Edward Grassel, Blake Janowitz, Jacob Courtney, and Alyssa Davis.
Good morning. My name is Bear Grassel. I was a freshman at Sonoma State in 1987. I have been the volleyball coach for 23 years. Over a year ago, when we were having conversations about enrollment declining, I begged anybody who would listen to leverage our dorms that currently sit well over half empty to be turned into some mechanism to find more students. We aren't getting any money from them currently, so I don't understand why we can't be giving them to students of lower income, to give them an opportunity to go to school. FAFSA money that they might have could be used for their tuition. We could get people on campus. And the response from, people all the way up to the dean of students was, still, kids don't want to go to our dorms. They're not nice enough. And I just thought that was so short-sighted that we're not even trying to save this. So I think there's so many opportunities, and our efforts are obviously working because there's so many people behind this push to save the programs. So what can we do to turn this around and be a little bit more forward-thinking rather than saying no at all opportunities because we want to turn Sonoma State into a parking lot? I could go on longer. Do I get more?
Thank you. Blake, go ahead.
You guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Sweet, thanks. So yeah, hi, my name is Blake Janowitz, and I'm a baseball student athlete, electrical and computer engineering grad student at Sonoma State University. I started playing for the Seals in fall 2019, and a lot of SSU athletes say that they didn't find Sonoma, but Sonoma found them. I'm from Southern California, and my high school coach played for and coached with the former SSU baseball head coach. I had no idea where or what Sonoma State was, but athletics brought me to Sonoma State, and it's what kept me here for 6 years, and many other student athletes as well. Baseball to me is not just a game, not just a time filler. It's part of my identity, my support system, and my path forward. Student athletes contribute millions in revenue, energy, and purpose to our campus. Athletics is not expendable. Athletics builds and is a part of Roanoke Park community, identity, and school spirit, and much more. I believe that we can fix this and rebuild for the future. I wish for the campus administration to take personal ownership in the Sonoma State cuts and not just push blame to the governor for his cuts or future students who do not want to attend Sonoma State. Please be transparent in when athletics and other programs were decided to be cut, the exact date, not just the second day of school when it was discussed and decided in an administrative meeting. When was the exact date so it can shed light on if the university just wanted to take our tuition or not. Sonoma State and the CSU claims to build leaders in diversity and display them as, quote, faces of SSU, yet they are cutting those faces. Please review third-party releases of the finances of Sonoma State athletics and their contribution to the university. I'm curious to see if a high school senior wants to choose a university with athletics or without. Listen to the Roanoke Park community, the mayor of Roanoke Park, and our desire to keep the Seabulls playing and impacting our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Alyssa. I'm a student at Cal State Long Beach. In my time at Long Beach, I have realized that the administration does not care for the students and our needs. Our mental health services are insufficient and shameful. Appointment availability is inconsistent, and we have less than half of the counselors we need for the size of our campus. Our cultural centers are underfunded, and they are not ADA accessible. Many of the resources at these centers are paid for by students because of this lack of funding. When students have spoken up about the injustices on our campuses, You have ignored them, and now you are trying to silence them with the new time, place, and manner policy. Chancellor Garcia and the board have previously stated that the CSU values student, faculty, and community input, yet still the CSU does not feel like a safe place for students like me. These meetings are not enough. You cannot force students to stay quiet. We demand a seat at the table. We will not let you silence us. Shame on the CSU.
Our next speakers will be Matt Hines, Carla Castillo, Lisette Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Matt Hines, MA Sport Management, University of San Francisco, BA Economics, the Sonoma State University. I'm here to comment on my professional peer, Dr. Daniel A. Rasham's valuation of the SSU Athletics Department, which I stand by completely. For those of the board unfamiliar with this valuation, you may find this in your email after this meeting. For the valuation, athletics brings hundreds of athletes to SSU who would not attend otherwise. Shutting down athletics will cause those athletes to transfer, which would further hurt the enrollment and tuition revenues. The loss is an estimated $2.2 to $4 million, not the $5 million that the university is claiming as savings. And this will not be replaced. By getting rid of athletics, you're shutting down the product that paying customers, student athletes, are coming for. Additionally, as the budget comes out of student affairs, administration cannot pull athletics without a student vote. Not only would cutting athletics ultimately hurt the university financially, it is in direct conflict of the CSU's mission statement. The bullets that I'd like to remind the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor of: to provide opportunities for individuals to develop intellectually, personally, and professionally, to encourage and provide access to an excellent education to all who are prepared and wish to participate in collegiate study, and to provide public services that enrich the university and its communities. I don't fault the Board of Trustees for undervaluing athletics. Trust me, I had to study very hard at the University of Sonoma State University economics to do this properly. It's a very understaffed field. But in light of new evidence, I urge you all to please reconsider your stance on this. Thank you.
Carla, go ahead.
Here we go. All right. Hello, my name is Carla Castillo, and I'm a licensed marriage family therapist and tenure counselor faculty at San Francisco State University within the Counseling and Psychological Services. I'm also the CFA Counselor Committee co-chair and get to work with and hear from counselors across the state. My favorite part of the job is meeting with students and helping them attend to their mental health needs so they could succeed and meet their academic goals. In sessions, I hear students who struggle with debilitating stress, anxiety, depression, especially as they navigate society post-pandemic or as they navigate a tense and oppressive political climate in this country, where their identities are under attack, or they see a genocide happening in front of their eyes and are forced to keep silent, or they worry about ICE and how it will affect their life trajectory or the lives of their family. Student mental health and CAPS are needed now more than ever, and we need your support. Fund more counselors so that each CSU campus can meet the ratio of one full-time equivalent counselor faculty for every 1,500 students. We ask for fair compensation and tenure-track positions to attract and keep counselors in the CSU to do the important work they do. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Emma Rout and Akila Ananth.
Good morning. My name is Emma Rout. I'm a community member living near Cal State Long Beach and San Pedro and a historian, and I am here to urge the Cal State system to honor its legally binding agreement and place Pavungna into a permanent conservation easement immediately. It's my understanding that after the RFP went out, the university was in communication with the Friends Group and with the Tongva Conservancy for more than a year and subsequently rejected their application, which I find to be disgraceful. It also appears to me a sign of the shifting of goalposts that we often see when Indigenous people get a seat at the table, where, you know, first there's a deadline, then it's, oh, we don't have funding. And there's one reason after another, and it seems to signal a reluctance to hand over stewardship to people who should have been given it, say, a long time ago. This is long overdue, and it's also worth pointing out that the site we're now describing as Pavungna is a fraction of the original sacred site and settlement, and it is really beyond, it is beyond overdue to have the original stewards of this land be the ones in charge of it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Joshua Glasgow, Brian Coyne, Gennaro Tapia, Brian Chang, Janae Schwan. Brian, please go ahead. Brian Chang, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Brian, and I'm currently on men's soccer at Sonoma State. I transferred from UC Davis to SSU to play college soccer, and now the reason I transferred is being taken away with zero transparency. As a student athlete who also works part-time with children and at schools in the Sonoma County, I feel like my identity and hard work to play collegiate sports has been completely disregarded. I'm now faced with having to inform these children and their families that I may have no more future at Sonoma, and am looking to transfer somewhere that will value its community and academic and athletic excellence. The recent Rasher report explains how athletics brings athletes to Sonoma who wouldn't attend SSU otherwise, which accounts for a significant amount of the school's financial gain. I am one among many of those athletes. The study reveals there is no evidence that cutting the athletics program would save the school money, but the bigger loss will be to the community, identity, and future of Sonoma State. Thank you.
Janae, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Janae Schwan. I'm a current player on the Sonoma State women's soccer team and also a plaintiff in the current lawsuit that is taking place. This is my first semester at Sonoma. I transferred here from another CSU. However, I was born and raised in Santa Rosa, and I know how important athletics are to Sonoma State and the surrounding community. I'm speaking today because I believe what happened at Sonoma State is wrong. Athletics is what brought me to attend my local university and is what will keep me here. Soccer is not just a game, it's my identity, support system, and path forward. If athletics does not get saved, I'll have to transfer again, which will be my third college in 3 years. This decision will affect how I move forward, either giving up the sport I've played my whole life or staying in school longer to make sure I'm getting all the classes needed for my major. Student athletes bring energy, life, and purpose to Sonoma State's campus. I believe that this decision is something that we can get fixed and we can rebuild for the future generations at Sonoma State. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Rich Shayowitz, Maya Courtney, Carson Warfield, and Ariana Bedos.
Hello, my name is Rich Shayowitz. I've been at Sonoma State for 29 years as a student athlete, instructor, faculty member, and basketball coach. The value Sonoma State athletics brings to the campus and the community is priceless. Athletics increases school spirit, unity, enhances visibility and reputation of the university. We're walking billboards in airports, restaurants, as we're competing all over the state. Athletic programs attract students who are drawn to the school's athletic reputation. Athletic events create a vibrant and exciting atmosphere on our campus, fostering a sense of belonging and community. In the community, athletic events draws large crowds, creating opportunity for local businesses and residents to interact with the university community. Athletic events bring tourists and visitors to the area, boosting the local businesses and creating jobs. Athletics programs foster relationships between the university and the surrounding community. The recent advertisement for Sonoma State is using the term vibrant campus. The only way this campus is vibrant is through athletics and all the university it brings. The decision was rushed. It needs to be overturned. Please pause this decision and let's work together to find a productive solution so we can all rise our boats. Save Seawolf Athletics.
Ariana, please go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi. Hello. My name is Ariana Bedos, and I'm a student athlete on the women's soccer team here at Sonoma State. Playing and excelling at soccer is what brought me to the campus. To be frank, I only was aware of the athletics program when I committed. Soccer is what gives me purpose in this life, and thanks to my coaches, Amiria Salzman and Crystal Luna, I was able to continue pursuing this purpose at the intercollegiate level and hopefully beyond. When the cuts were announced, I was utterly distraught. This soccer program has been my life for the past 2 years. I've devoted and sacrificed so much to uphold the Sonoma State women's soccer program's high standards consisting of passion, drive, discipline, and past history. All of which build discipline, all of which build character, ethics, and integrity. none of which the administration upheld when making such a reckless decision with no consultation of associated students or faculty and staff. My heart truly goes out to all the other student athletes facing a very similar situation, but especially coaches and staff members who have adjusted their livelihoods based upon Sonoma State athletics. We are community and family. We are not disposable. I believe that we can fix this and rebuild for the future of this rich athletic department. Stop the cuts, save Seabolt athletics. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Josh Sterling.
All right. Hi, my name is Josh Sterling. I'm a proud SSU alumni, former student athlete, former coach, a father of a freshman athlete, now continuing our family legacy at Sonoma State University. My wife played there. She's an alumni and a former student athlete, and we have teams that we participated in that are in the Hall of Fame. We committed 4 years of our family, again, to education athletics at SSU. That promise was not kept by SSU administration. So yes, this is very personal, but it's also about responsibility. As a wealth strategist, I work with fiduciaries every day. I work with fiduciary as myself and understand the true meaning of being a trustee. A trustee provides oversight, asks hard questions, and protects the long-term health of the institutions they represent. The situation at SSU didn't happen overnight. Years of revolving leadership, inconsistent direction, unclear, accountable decisions have led us where we are today. And now in the middle of all this crazy dysfunction, athletics is being eliminated without transparency, without collaboration, and without a solid financial plan. This course was set by the interim president with no lasting connection to our community and then influenced by a chancellor that has a clear track record of not liking athletics at the higher education level. And let's be clear, athletics is not about money. It's about community, identity, student life. Without it, the SSU experience for the athletes and the non-athletes alike become less desirable, less vibrant, and less competitive when trying to recruit students. Not a way to increase enrollment. The board shares in this oversight and failure. But today, you have an opportunity to make a difference. Step in, require a real responsible plan, and keep athletics at SSU. Legislators are ready to help with money. We have donors lined up, and families like me are ready to help. But now it's time for you to dive into the ample reserves and stand up for what you know needs to be done. Immediate reversal of the decision. Stop the pain. Athletics is not the problem. We're going to be part of the solution. Go Seawolves.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Abby Healy, Maya Valerie, and Mark Nelson.
Hi, my name is Abby Healy. I'm 19. I celebrated my birthday in the weekend I moved to Sonoma State with my family, and they took me to a new restaurant in my new town. Choosing Sonoma State was a tough choice. I had other options where I could play soccer. Honestly, between Ameria and the ability to study philosophy with applied ethics pre-law, I was hooked. I was really excited about my choice. My road to SSU wasn't easy. I had to meet people in housing and admissions, register. I had to talk with people on the team and coaches. I took a class via SSU open enrollment over winter break. I had to ask the admissions review committee for help. Even with a 4.0, I didn't have the B4 credit to fulfill the requirement. Any of these people could have told me, but after all that work, all that dreaming, my birthday, Sunday, and by Tuesday or Wednesday, I got an email saying it was all over. My major was canceled and my sport was canceled. I talked to a lot of people at SSU, a lot of people that work for President Cutter, a lot of people who could have helped me. But now I don't know if I'll get to play again. I have to find a new home while trying to maintain my mental health, my grades, my fitness, and this all has been really traumatic. I feel like you took away my dream, wasted my time. The people who work for you are good people, the people who deserve respect. But at the same time, so do I. Remember what you cut is people like me, not numbers on a spreadsheet, people who wanted to be a part of this community.
Thank you. Mark, go ahead.
SDSU wants to house 4,450 students in a new $1 billion dorm complex on a dead-end street in a high fire hazard and habitat conservation area. As a participant in the National Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study, SDSU is fully aware of the high and unpredictable risk appetite of 18 to 20-year-olds who are subject to peer pressure to undertake high-risk activities. 95% of all wildfires are human-caused. The miles-long interconnected canyon system surrounding the students is a fire risk to thousands of other West Campus residents, including the president of SDSU's house. Those residents will be blocked from evacuation by the dorms that are being added to the same two-lane exit road. The Montezuma fire has demonstrated the problem very clearly. SDSU needs to be told by the CSU that students don't belong adjacent to the high-hazard interconnected canyon system with very limited evacuation options and have them choose a different site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Emma Albino, Andre Bishop Hall, Jordan Fleck, Aaron Pickett, and Noah Everly.
Hello, my name is Emma Albino. I'm a student athlete on the women's soccer team at Sonoma State. Athletics has brought me to this campus, and I was given a promise. This is a huge part of my life and has given me a purpose to continue my education. This has been my dream since I was a little girl, and now it is being stripped away from me. It would be my senior season next year with only 23 units left to graduate. It has left me struggling to find a place that I can play and continue my education. Athletics are a huge part of the universities, and without them, there will be a huge decline in enrollment. Please reconsider.
Thank you. Noah, go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Noah Everly. I played basketball on the men's basketball team at Sonoma State. I'm class of 2018. I actually met my wife at Sonoma State University. She was on the women's basketball team. Sonoma State athletics means so much more than just people on a court, people on a field. The university as a whole does so much for Sonoma County. Some of the best business leaders, some of the best entrepreneurs in Sonoma County or former athletes. I was talking to the director of operations of a local hotel in Mariner Park, and he was telling me that this decision is going to absolutely tear apart their business plan. They have teams from out of the area, parents from out of the area coming to stay at their hotel. You have to reconsider this. There's so much at stake. There's so many families at stake. Coach Bear is right when he's talking about utilize the dorm. You gave those dorms away to the homeless during COVID. Students that are in need, students that need a new baseball coach. He just moved his whole family out here to take a job. You knew you were going to make this decision to hiring him. Why would you do that? Coach Shaywitz was an incredible coach to me. Helped me even meet my wife, which is awesome. He's been there for 29 years. You're gonna put this guy with no job. He's done so much for the school, so much for the university. Why are we making a decision like this? Please reconsider. Think about the ramifications for not just the university, but Sonoma County in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Jackson Gion, Brandon Gilbert, and Alexis Hayes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackson Guion. I was a student athlete on the men's basketball team at Sonoma State from 2016 to 2018. Coming out of junior college, Sonoma State was my only option to continue playing the game that I love at the next level. This university allowed me to chase a dream and have a purpose in this world as a young man, which should not be taken for granted. I was fortunate enough to be on the 2016-2017 team that earned an at-large bid to the NCAA tournament, which is an experience my teammates and coaches will remember and cherish for the rest of our lives. The way that the entire university and town community rallied around us that season should be reason enough to continue the athletic department. I would have never considered Sonoma State as a place to go to school had it not been for basketball. But the lifelong friends I made, the lessons I learned, and the teams that I was a part of make me who I am today. I can confidently say that my experience as a student athlete at Sonoma State has a lot to do with the fact that I'm currently an assistant coach at Santa Clara University, with the hope that I can return the favor that Coach Fiscaldo and Coach Shaywitz gave me as a young man. There's nothing like being part of something bigger than yourself. Please keep the dream alive for the next California kid whose purpose would otherwise get washed away in this world of infinite distractions. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brandon Gilbert, and I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak. And please forgive me if I tear up or even cry during this plea for mercy. After my first 60 days on campus at CSU, I realized that there were two things that I was just not great at. One of them was basketball, but more importantly, I was a terrible student. You see, I grew up in Oakland, California. I graduated from Oakland High, and then I picked a junior college that cared more about me putting the ball in the basket than if I actually knew what a footnote was and if I could use it correctly. By midterms in 2001, I had failed 3 exams. I was called into my department chair's office for what I could only assume was going to be a conversation about how I just wasn't good enough. But that's not what Dr. Andrew Merrifield said. He wanted to simply know that if I was willing to fight as hard as I could to not only catch my peers, but surpass them. And he wanted to know if I actually wanted to earn the scholarship that Coach Pat Fiscaldo and Rich Shaywitz blessed me with. My answer was a resounding yes. At that point, it was all of you, the board of trustees, the chancellors, the administrators, the faculties, the countless staff at Sonoma State that took over and aided in my maturation. It was you all that kept the library open. It was you all that created a 24-hour lab. It was you all that gave free tutoring, so I was allowed to meet the best tutor on that campus, a woman who has a BS in microbiology from Sonoma State. And thankfully, my wife. Please look to your left and your right, to the very people that created all of these opportunities for an individual like me, and allow the students at Sonoma State and all the CSUs throughout the rest of the state the same opportunity you granted me 20 years ago, the opportunity to become a complete person and become Sonoma strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexis, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alexis Hayes, a 2016 SSU alumni and a member of the women's golf team. It's clear that these budget cuts are incredibly misinformed. We need transparency as to why and how these cuts were warranted and approved. It has come to light that athletics is a profit-generating program at Sonoma State and will cost you money if you cut them. It will not save the university money. The student athletes' tuition, room and board, the press and media coverage in the community, they are all school spirit boosting, community shaping, and are a significant support to the university as a whole. This is not a budget crisis. This is a clear mismanagement of your job duties, a lack of stability and leadership in your offices and our government that guides you. The futures of these young adults, their families, and the livelihoods of the staff members are in your hands. My heart goes out to everyone affected, their lives uprooted, their goals roadblocked, and their passions rejected. Please reconsider and reinvest to these essential programs. Athletics is not the issue, it is the solution. Please do better for these students, faculty, and everybody affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Bobby Cornett, Mateo Bullis, and Doug Luden. Bobby, go ahead and unmute. Doug, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning. I am Doug Luden, father of a Sonoma State softball student athlete. The revolving door of Sonoma State leadership over the past 10 years has done a disservice to the university, the community, and its students. This lack of vision and commitment continues with President Couture's decision to cut athletics and other majors without any plan in place. This is a perfect example of the type of irresponsible choices that have placed the university in this crisis. As the Rasher report details, athletics generates revenue for SSU. As a university almost $24 million in debt, why would you cut a department that generates $2 to $4 million per year? Athletics is the heart and soul of any university, and it's also the best marketing and recruiting tool. The CSU Board of Trustees need to take responsibility and action as you have overseen and approved the leadership of Sonoma State for the past 10 years. You have the ability to use less than 1% of the reserves to immediately remove the current debt and allow a new president, one with vision and passion, to restore Sonoma State back to a thriving university. Chancellor Garcia and President Couture's plan, or lack of plan, is an irreversible decision that will affect thousands of lives. I beg you, CSU Board of Trustees, to take action now to save Seawolf Athletics before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby? Our next speakers will be John Kinnear, Braden Sells, and Andrea Terry. John, please go ahead. Andrea?
Good morning. My name is Andrea Terry. I am a double alumna of the CSU, and I'm currently an assistant professor at Sacramento State. I come with a message for the chancellor. At an alumni event last week, you stated that, quote, you love all 23 of your children. I have to ask then, why does it feel like you consistently hide from the faculty, staff, and students who make up this system? I've been to 2 separate events that you've been to in the Sacramento area, but there has been no series of town halls for the faculty to engage with you. In my 9 years of employment in the CSU system, both as a lecturer and on the tenure track, I've seen a number of Board of Trustees members come to our campuses, and I've also seen previous chancellors visit the CSUs. You, Chancellor Garcia, have chosen not to. You also haven't met with the president of our faculty union yet. I just have to ask, if you love us, why are you hiding from us, and why don't you engage with us?
Our next speakers will be Joyce Perry, Derek Feliciano, and Devette Bullis. Joyce, please go ahead.
Hey, my name is Joyce Perry. I am the Cultural Resource Director for the Wenaneo Band of Mission Indians, Hahashima Nation, under the leadership of T.S. Ballardis. I'm here today to talk about the settlement agreement that Cal State Long Beach and our tribe agreed upon in 2021 in the protection of our sacred site of. We have some questions for you. Need your help, trustees. When is the land trust going to be chosen to establish a management and conservation easement for Pavona? What timeline can the tribe and the public expect to see this process? What new requirements are they adding to the revised RFP? And when are they going to issue it? What particulars about the original RFP parameters were insignificant, and what details can it provide? The university has an opportunity right now to demonstrate leadership and take pride in the fact that they are one of few, perhaps the only university that has a sacred native site on campus. Keep your commitment. Honor the legal binding agreement. Thank you.
Devette, please go ahead. Our next speakers will be Myrnie Asti, Nick Klarman, and Andy Mitchell. Myrnie, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Myrnie Asti. I'm faculty of the Dual Language Department of Teacher Education at San Diego State, and an alumna of the Master's Degree Program in Counseling. I'm also a member of CFA, which is who brought this to my attention. I'm here to talk about our international students and the policy for housing during breaks. They're being asked to leave the premises during breaks with the assumption that they can go home and spend time with their family.
Andy, please go ahead.
There have been many developments in the U.S. government policy. U.S. government policies regarding students who are not currently U.S. citizens. This presents many challenges for our international students. I'm concerned about their housing during spring break because if they leave the country, they risk not being able to get back. For students whose parents live outside the United States, this creates a dilemma. The United States government has been changing its policies regarding documentation and mobility for international students. There have been instances whereby students who have traveled home have had problems re-entering the United States, and in some cases, they've been incarcerated unjustifiably. Sorry, I just get like this. These policies have been evolving so that it becomes frightening to plan moving out of the dorms during breaks. So we would like to see a change in the policy that would allow international students to stay in the dorms over the breaks, spring break, and possibly even the summer. I appreciate your taking this under consideration. I'm sorry I'm such a wimp. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Andy Mitchell and Joan Kinnear.
Morning. My name is Andy Mitchell, and I'm a proud 2016 graduate of Sonoma State University, where I played on the men's basketball team. That experience was the foundation for everything that's followed for me, working at one of the top financial firms in the world, graduating a top business school program, and now advising Fortune 500 companies at a leading consulting firm. In my line of work, we help struggling businesses make tough decisions, but never without understanding all the options, conducting proper due diligence, and ensuring decisions align with long-term values. What's happening at Sonoma State does not reflect that standard. This isn't just a budget cut, it's a decision that impacts lives. You're taking away opportunities that student athletes have dedicated their entire lives to pursuing. You're removing a source of identity, purpose, and energy that enriches the entire campus. And by doing so, you'll only continue to accelerate the declining enrollment issues the university is already facing. Cutting athletics without a plan isn't leadership, it's surrender. It's a failure of process and principle. There's real support, legislators, donors, sports leaders, and alumni alike that are ready to act. Now we need CSU leadership to match that urgency. Pause, bring people to the table, and give these programs and students a fighting chance. Thank you.
Thank you. John, please go ahead. John, go ahead. Our next speakers will be Alexandria Lohr, Tacoa Castillo, Ryan Hensel, and John Solons. Alexandria, go ahead.
Hello, I am Alexandria Lohr, a graduate student in Sacramento State's Master's in Counseling program. I have the privilege of working at one of Sac State's Cultural Academic Resource Centers, CARC for short, specifically the Asian Pacific Islander and Desi American Center. I would like to thank President Wood for addressing student concerns with his 100 Days of Listening, responding to the diversity and needs of students. It is under his leadership that we have expanded physical spaces and staff for over 10 CARCs. This helps to attract future Hornets to campus and increased the enrollment and graduation of Sac State students. I hope that everything continues to grow in a positive light during these difficult times. I know many of you have visited our beautiful campus and have met with our students. I would like to invite you, the CSU trustees, to visit Sac State's Cultural Academic Resource Centers. Thank you for this time. Stingers up.
Thank you. Tacoa? John?
Sorry, I wasn't ready. Thank you for this time.
My name is John Sollins. I'm a full professor of philosophy at Sonoma State University. And in my 21 years in this institution, I've never seen anything as shameful as listening to our own students and athletes begging for mercy from us. What are we doing? We are here to provide an excellent education for our students. One of the departments being cut entirely through this forced austerity measures is the philosophy department at Sonoma State University. Given my specialty in AI and robotic ethics, it was truly odd to be fired one week and then receive news of the CSU's AI initiative the next. How is SSU going to navigate the ethical minefield that AI brings with it without subject matter experts in the field such as myself? Additionally, philosophy is a key subject that AI engineers need to learn. Goldman Sachs CIO Marco Argenti recommends that engineers also study philosophy. The question isn't, can you code anymore? It's, can you ask the right questions of AI in order to make the best code? The philosophy department teaches you how to ask the right question. It provides subject matter experts in critical thinking and logic, core GE areas, and it provides professional ethics for business, data science, health, and other professions. The AI revolution does not replace philosophy. Philosophy is the one thing that AI can't replace. This is not the time to cut philosophy at SSU. Do the students in Northern California not deserve to have access to these vital jobs that are
conclude your comment.
Emerging in the economy? Our students need a chance to learn these skills and get the jobs. Don't cut philosophy at SSU. Instead, you should be increasing its budget to properly prepare California's workforce and give an excellent education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Heidi Ziemer and John Kinnear. We're going to try you again.
Hi, this is Heidi Ziemer. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Heidi Ziemer, and everyone has spoken so eloquently. And all I want to say is sort of sum things up a bit. I am a Cal State Long Beach alum. I went on to get a master's and a PhD in Texas, become a faculty member and a department chair at a university in Texas. And I have sat at those committee meetings where difficult budget decisions are made. And the way this has been made is been just shambolic. And I immediately reached out to a faculty member friend of mine who is an expert in sports, and his literal words immediately within days of these cuts was, this decision by SSU is baffling because the Division II schools are a net positive gain in terms of finances. Then second, your coaches are some of your best recruiters. And then he said, third, that doesn't even get at the spirit and the camaraderie that sports bring. So I would ask that this decision is reconsidered. You look at all of the reports, you look at the finances, because I believe this is an absolute disaster of a choice. And if you look at the data, you will come to a different decision. Thank you.
Thank you. John, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Fantastic. And the camera works as well. Hello, my name is John Kinnear. I am a Sonoma State alumni and former soccer player. I'd like to use my minute to discuss athletics at Sonoma and ask kindly, please keep athletics. In my story, I chose to leave Cal Poly San Luis Obispo to attend Sonoma State. Why? Athletics. I worked very hard in my classes to get a great education at Sonoma. Main reason why? Athletics. I visit my school at least twice a year, show my family, my heritage, my culture. I meet my former coaches. I spend a lot of money at the bookstore. I'm one of those walking billboards. And why? Athletics. I donate money to Sonoma State every year. Why? Athletics. I know this list is about me and my experience, but I'm certain I'm not alone. There are many like me donating, giving back, spending our money, and just proud to be walking billboards for Sonoma. I know you've seen the reports, things have been said. The way that this has been done, the lack of foresight, the folks are trying to save $100 they're going to lose $100 trying to save 10. It's terrible. Lose athletics, and you lose those like me from the past, but also those in the present and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Mason Hanshaw, Lucas English, and Theodore Hayes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mason Hanshaw. I'm a member of the baseball team as well as an economics major at SSU. And my entire identity at Sonoma State has just been eliminated. And the fact that little reasoning or justification for that has been provided is extremely alarming. Not being able to continue sports at SSU goes against the entire recruiting process that's taken place here over the last few years. It applies to all the other student athletes that were given that promise as well. And it's completely rash and unjust. I urge you to look closely at the independent reports done by sports economist Daniel Rasher, as well as the Joseph Safari law firm, showing how SSU athletics generates enough revenue to be a net positive at the university, all in more concrete numbers than have been provided by SSU or you, the CSU as well. Please understand what athletics means to this community. Addressing the university's premier issue of declining enrollment does not include eliminating its culture and eliminating athletics. Please reconsider this. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Sean Hanshaw, Ugochi Anudokem, and Scarlett Almero. Sean, please go ahead. Ugochi, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Ugochi Anudokem. I attended Sonoma State from 2017 to 2020 and played on the women's basketball team during that time. I'm speaking today not just as a former athlete, but as a first-generation American, a graduate student, and now a business owner. Aside from my experience as a teammate, a captain in a student, college athletics and the staff supporting it have taught me life lessons that can't be duplicated in the classroom. All of us on the call can agree that athletics is an equalizer, bringing people together that may not have the ability to attend the school ordinarily. By removing all these athletics, you're quite literally changing trajectories of lives, not just for the current students, but all the students and staff behind them. As an accountant, I can appreciate the ability to read an income statement and see that the department is in red, but I do believe that there are several items on the balance sheet that are being ignored. One of your most valuable assets, the students and the related staff you're losing, the intangibles, the culture that athletics bring to the school, the diversity that will be leaving the school and will not return, the liability that is being created due to the distrust between some of the community and the school, effects that may not be measurable in the immediate future. Two of the missions of the system are to advance and extend knowledge and to provide opportunities for individuals. By cutting athletics, you're not fulfilling this mission to the surrounding community, and therefore you're not done. Thank you.
Thank you. Scarlett, please go ahead.
Good morning, trustee chair, trustee members, and members of the general public. Scarlett Almero, 60-year Orange County resident, 33-year Anaheim homeowner. Proud member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation, originally from Great Lakes, removed to Kansas, and then we are now in Oklahoma. We were removed in 1838 by the U.S. government. 70 to 80% of natives are live in urban areas. As folks that worship may choose a church, mosque, or synagogue, a Native American will choose an outdoor place of nature to worship, where their ancestors have lived. I live far from my ancestral lands, so choosing a site like Pavunga exists so that we can gather there to worship. Thanks for your reparations to the Native tribes, stated in your January 29, 2025 minutes, quoting, dedications to fostering deeper connections with Native communities and creating more inclusive spaces across all campuses. Pavunga would be one of those. Please take action on this. Your words matter, your actions matter more. As a proud Native American, I appreciate your attention to this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Elaine Bernal, Sean Hanshaw, and Bobby Cornett.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Elaine Villanueva Bernal. I have been a lecturer at Cal State Long Beach for over 19 years and the parent of a current student in the CSU. These rising tuition costs aren't abstract, they're hitting my family and our community hard. Both my child and I witnessed a direct impact. Students dropping classes, working full-time jobs on top of their course load, and faculty like myself stretched thin. The current increases are already a burden, and the scheduled ones are deeply concerning. My youngest child wants to attend this institution, but these increases threaten to make that impossible. We are pricing out dedicated students and overburdening faculty. This isn't sustainable. You are not just balancing a budget, you are deciding who has access to a future. You are deciding if my children, their peers, if my students will have the opportunity to thrive. This is not just a financial decision, this is a moral one. Reconsider these increases before you irrevocably damage the lives of those we are tasked to serve.
Thank you. Sean, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a parent of an athlete at Sonoma State, and speaking to the athletic cuts, the past couple months have made it pretty clear that CSU and SSU administration are out of touch or just flat out, disregard what college sports represent. I attended the legislative meeting last month in person and listened to President Cottrell make statements about the campus moving forward. And one of them that stood out to me was the quote that it's not like we're not going to have sports. We'll have club and intramurals. If you're going to compare NCAA Division II sports to intramurals, you probably should not be making decisions about athletics. NCAA sports are one of the most valuable assets to the college. These athletes work their entire life year-round to be able to compete at a Division II level. It's hard, and the hard is what makes it great. These athletes committed to SSU, and you need to commit to them. They cannot simply pivot to another school like students can with academics. That's not how NCAA works. CSU needs to reverse this decision, use your reserve funding while the CSU and SSU find better solutions for a budget and create a new marketing plan to increase enrollment. Do not make these athletes suffer because the system is failing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Megan Kaminaka and Cypress Navarro. Akshio. Cypress, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, so aloha, my name is Cypress Navarro too. I'm a student athlete and first generation college student at Sonoma State University. I'm part of the men's soccer team. I just kind of want to give my personal experience with this whole situation. Leaving Hawaii to come here was one of the biggest decisions of my life. I left my home, my family, and everything familiar to me. But I found a new family here at SSU. My coaches and teammates have become my support system, shaping me into the person I am today. Beyond that, SSU has given me something even more personal, the chance to reconnect with the family in the Bay Area. I grew up far from them, but being here has allowed me to finally build those relationships. Now, just as I'm starting to truly feel at home, that stability is being ripped away. This isn't just about cutting sports. It's about cutting opportunities, relationships, and futures. Athletics is more than the game. Without it, some of us will be forced to transfer, change majors, or take on more financial burden just to stay in school. Student athletes bring millions in revenue, energy, and pride to this campus. We are not expendable. We create community, identity, and school spirit, things that makes SSU so special. We believe in this university, and we know there's a way forward, but we need leadership to announce that athletics will remain, commit to a full, transparent review with community input, and lead with vision, not fear. This isn't just about money, it's about people, it's about doing what's right. We're here, we're watching, and we won't stop fighting for the place and the people we love. Mahalo.
Thank you. Chair Clark, this concludes public comment.
Thank you, and thank you all the speakers who provided comment today. On behalf of my colleagues, I assure you that we hear you, we appreciate your passion, and we absolutely respect your perspectives. We are now, it's 11 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute break and return promptly at 10 after 11. Thank you.
University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 20...
Come back to order, please. Well, it's time for my chair's report. Typically, it would have been 2 months since I last enjoyed my colleagues' company at our regular January board meeting, but for the benefit of all who are with us and those viewing online, I'd like to call attention and express my gratitude for our February meeting. 3 years ago, at a difficult time in our system's history, our board enlisted trustee and chair emerita Roberta Achtenberg and expert analyst Jane Wellman to help us strengthen our governance structure and to ensure that each of us has the tools we need to succeed in our work. At that time, then Chair Wendell Fong revised the idea of a board retreat, creating a space for us to learn and converse in a more informal but focused setting so that we may be more effective and more unified. I hope I speak for all of us when I said last month's retreat fulfilled its purpose and then some. Over 2 days, with the benefit and input of our presidents, subject matter experts, and from small group discussion, our board gained a deeper understanding of 4 topics that will demand our attention for the foreseeable future: artificial intelligence, strategic planning, the changing landscape of philanthropy, and federal relations. It also provided an opportunity to underscore the importance of making effective and strategic use of the board's time and optimizing our meeting structure. To this end, I've asked the Office of Board of Trustees to review options to further focus our board meetings to maximize our time while being mindful of resources, incorporating concurrent committee meetings as appropriate. This is also responsive to several board colleagues who expressed interest in exploring a revised meeting structure. We will review options and recommendations for implementation with our July board meeting agenda. My appreciation goes to Trustee Emerita Achtenberg, the Retreat Planning Committee, ably led by Cal State Long Beach President Jane Connolly, to Vice President Greg Sachs for his expert coordination, and especially to Trustee Leslie Gilbert Lurie for assembling an impressive panel that helped us better understand the complexity of institutional advancement. Please give them a round of applause. There's no doubt these discussions will lead to more thoughtful and effective policy, and I really thank you. I'm also pleased to share the company of many of you at what has become one of the CSU's signature events, the 2025 National Social Mobility Symposium hosted by Cal State San Marcos in February. Trustee Fong served as the event MC. Chancellor Garcia honored us with a moving keynote address. Many of our trustees and presidents joined in panel discussions, and our 23 universities were well represented in the program. My sincere thanks and congratulations to the entire San Marcos team, but especially to President Ellen Neufeld, who first envisioned this gathering almost a decade ago to elevate conversations surrounding social mobility. This now national convening brought together more than 425 attendees from 160 organizations representing education, government agencies, and nonprofit businesses, philanthropic partners, all focused on ensuring fulfilling roles and ensuring success to all students. I also want to note the event attracted student protesters who used the convening to draw attention to their cause. This presented another opportunity for our universities to affirm freedom of speech and the right to peaceful assembly, and to demonstrate the CSU will continue to respect and uphold the constitutional protections of students and stakeholders, provided the protest does not disrupt or infringe upon free speech or safety of others. The symposium indeed continued. Reflecting back on some of the highlights, I believe Chancellor Garcia said it best in her keynote, quote, "Social mobility is the CSU's greatest strength, our immense source of pride, and our reason for being," close quote. In fact, just last month, all 23 of our universities appeared in the new California Mobility Index with the top nine all from the CSU, recognized for helping graduates achieve higher social economic levels. But please, let's remember that social mobility isn't centered on color, nationality, persuasion, zip code, or any of the ways we tend to define ourselves. And it doesn't mean higher earnings. College graduates, our CSU graduates, enjoy better health, happier lives, in addition to greater economic stability. They vote more, they donate more to worthy causes, and they take leadership roles in our communities. Social mobility is about improving and empowering human opportunity and outcomes. To me, there's no greater mission than that. And in line with this mission, I'd like to provide two brief updates. First, and this is close to my heart and my home, Riverside County. As we learned in the November board meeting, in partnership with the Riverside County Office of Education and California's Cradle to Career Data Exchange, the CSU is offering direct admission to 10 participating CSU campuses to eligible students at every public high school in Riverside County, without the students even having to apply. Now, that's okay, you can applaud to that. Now, check out each of these 10 universities on a road trip. It would take a Riverside family 8,890 miles and 109 hours of drive time. Not everybody has that kind of time or money. So instead, our outreach teams took the universities to Riverside County, hosting two extremely popular Discover CSU college fairs. The county office graciously funded buses to take the students to the events, and I hear the venues reach maximum capacity. All totaled, more than 13,000 Riverside County students are now making their way through the admissions process, and nearly 1,700 have already committed to CSU. Led by our strategic enrollment team, this innovative pilot program has been a group effort, and we owe gratitude to Executive Director Catalina Cifuentes and her team at College Career Readiness, and to the team at Riverside County Office of Education under Superintendent Dr. Edwin Gomez, who I must note is a Cal State San Bernardino grad himself. Thank you guys, and well done. So, also on the topic of social mobility, thanks to the behind-the-scenes work of our Chancellor's Office, the CSU recently scored a major win in protecting affordability for our students. Shortfalls in state revenue have created a gap between funding our students had been promised through the state's middle class scholarship program and the funding available. The CSU was compelled to either bridge this gap of nearly $80 million or let the burden fall to our students. Through focused advocacy in partnership with the University of California, our Chancellor's team was able to secure a commitment from the state to fill the gap with unused Cal grant funds. As a result, this spring, more than 238,000 CSU students will receive their full scholarship awards, typically averaging about $3,300 each to continue their studies. Congratulations, team. This is a fantastic outcome that will have a far-reaching impact for our students. And on that, you really should applaud.
Yeah.
So we also, and these are difficult times, but we got good news. We have to celebrate under the umbrella of research, scholarship, and creative activities. As we've learned in Assistant Vice Chancellor Ganesh Raman's presentation in January, led by our world-class faculty, our university has secured more than $800 million in grants to engage undergraduate students in cutting-edge research that addresses our state and nation's most pressing challenges in the areas of public health, engineering, education, and much more. And for those efforts, more than half of the CSU's institutions received a new Carnegie designation known as Research Colleges and Universities, or RCU. 21 of the 23 CSU universities have now been recognized by the Carnegie classification framework. In addition to our 12 RCU institutions, we have 8 included in the R2 category and 1, San Diego State, receiving R1 status. Congratulations. We look forward to working with many of our young scholars during the 39th annual CSU Student Research Competition hosted next month by Cal Poly Humboldt. It's always an action-packed event, and our student researchers submitting written papers and making oral presentations before juries of professional experts. There'll be more than 200 undergraduate students, graduate students, and recent alumni from all academic disciplines participating, all vying for the top prize of $500 and certainly a solid career foothold. Best of luck to them. We have our own award winner in our midst. While in Washington, D.C. last month, Chancellor Garcia was named the 2025 recipient of the extremely prestigious TIAA Institute Theodore M. Hesburgh Award, recognizing her outstanding leadership of the CSU as well as her broader impact on higher education society. This adds to a long list of accolades our Chancellor has received since assuming her role. Chancellor, congratulations on this and all your remarkable honors. They are a testament Chancellor, you have a regular thing of interrupting my speeches, and for good reason. I appreciate you. On that note, Chancellor, I know you will speak in detail in a few minutes about our federal and state advocacy efforts, including last week's annual CSU Advocacy Day, which was highly successful by any measure. So I will simply add that my fellow trustees and I look forward to following up with a trip to Sacramento of our own in April to continue our full court press of advocacy for adequate resources for our students and mission. And I have every confidence that with the skill and diligence of our federal relations advocacy and state relations teams, the passion of our campus advocacy teams and our partners and allies, the CSU's powerful voice will continue to rise in our state and nation. And helping us to illustrate the CSU's story of opportunity and impact, I'm pleased to introduce our first campus highlight for this convening from the pioneers of Cal State East Bay. Please roll the video.
The Marshall Scholarship Award is named for one of the greatest war heroes that the U.S. has ever known and helped us win World War II. And in General Marshall's honor, we send students every year to the United Kingdom to study and represent the best of America. It includes former Supreme Court justices, the former director of the CIA, and now we have Carrington Hendricks.
So at Oxford, I want to evaluate global mental health policy, evaluate and help their mental health and make it more accessible, and hoping to bring those skills and policies back to the United States. Where we are as a nation in terms of mental health awareness is low. My younger brother had a really, really hard time in middle and high school to a point where he had to transfer schools and suffered greatly in terms of depression and anxiety, and still has a hard time today. I have 3 fairy godmothers, which helped lead to my success: Dr. Kashinath, Shauna, and Dr. Battle.
While she was in my class, she was continuing to work on something she started her research on, looking at stress and how stress is measured in terms of mental health for students of color. And I just thought it was an interesting study. And so I said, yes, I will be your mentor.
Each of her attempts to do something is linked very deeply to her passion for mental health.
And it's becoming more and more understood that it needs to be, treated, and we need access, to treatment. And Carrington, recognizing on her campus that this was an issue,
ended up doing a lot of outreach events to destigmatize mental health.
To get rid of any notion that there's something wrong with you if you are seeking mental health.
And now I'm working with her in her last class ever in the program before she graduates. So I could see the growth over time, and that was really cool.
You're the second student in the whole history of the CSU to have the Marshall. Wow. Wow.
As I'm, entering this new phase of my life, I just ask how to stay confident. Even right now, I feel a little doubtful of my ability, or my question is how to kind of overcome that or stay true to yourself.
So you stay in touch with the 3 of us. We've all seen, just because of the different positions, you have a president, you have a director of an agency, and you have someone who has a small business. And so we've seen different challenges.
That was amazing. It's such a rare and special opportunity to not only have all these wonderful women who have supported me throughout my educational career. They're more than mentors. I feel like we're almost friends and family. And I'll never forget this experience. This was truly once in a lifetime. It was the best surprise ever. I'm just so grateful.
Wow. Incredible. My deep appreciation goes to the team at East Bay for that inspiring and supporting exceptional scholars who are taking on some of our toughest challenges in these communities. And our very best goes to Ms. Hendricks and her studies at Oxford and beyond. You've made us proud, and we really can't wait to see what you do next. Well, that concludes my report. I'll now turn it over to the Chair of the Academic Senate, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Buenos dias, ohayo gozaimasu, and good morning, everyone. With respect, I begin by acknowledging I speak to you on the land of the Tongva Gabrieleño and the Ahachemin Juaneño nations who have lived and continue to live here. I recognize the Tongva and the Ahachemin nations and their spiritual connection to the ocean and the land as the first stewards and traditional caretakers of this area we now call Long Beach. As I share this report, I thank them for their strength, perseverance, and resistance. Since my last report in January, the ASCSU has been exceptionally active, and I will do my best to highlight the key developments. We met once during an interim session and again in plenary 2 weeks ago, and held our first conference since 2017. We continue to strengthen our presence in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. Last week, I had the privilege of sharing faculty perspectives and advocating for the CSU alongside Chancellor Garcia, Trustee Rodriguez, several university presidents, Alumni Council President-elect Harrell, and CSSA President Isera. At the same time, an ASCSU delegation led by legislative specialists Steffel, Pitts, DeShazo, Fiscal and Government Affairs Chair Isaacson, and Vice Chair Swenson visited Sacramento for 2 days. During this time, the ASCSU collectively visited more than 20 legislators and multiple staffers. The executive committee will return to Sacramento next week as they legislate with advocate with legislators for ICUS and for the CSU. For the first time, a full ASCSU delegation will travel to Washington, D.C. to advocate for our federal priorities at the beginning of April, while I join the Chancellor's delegation. At our March plenary, the ASCSU in special session, chaired by Tracy Dawn Hamilton, selected 2 nominees for our faculty trustee to be submitted to the governor, and we look forward to his decision. Today, Vice Chair Swenson and I will join DVC Evans and for the return of the ASCSU constitutional amendment as an action item. I'd like to give a special shout out to the at-large executive committee members, Julia Correa Rodriguez and Nola Butler Bird, who alongside Reem Osman in the ASCSU office orchestrated and resurrected the ASCSU conference, an event that revitalized our focus and our purpose. Thank you. Thanks also to DVC's Perez, Evans, and all the staff who supported us behind the scenes to make that happen. Now, moving on to resolutions, the resolutions packet, which covers our state and federal advocacy priorities, the CSU budget, ASCSU values, transfer curriculum, and the meeting schedule for upcoming academic year, and more. In total, the ASCSU passed 9 resolutions and reviewed 12 first read items. And here are 5 key highlights. AS 3747 is the 2025 state legislative advocacy positions of the ASCSU, which define our provisional state legislative advocacy positions, and with the new information is current as of March 19th. AS 3733, our federal advocacy priorities of the ASCSU, outlines a strategy to support student success, academic freedom, and equity in higher education. This includes prioritizing increased financial aid, improved federal education programs, equitable research funding for CSU institutions, and protecting academic freedom while opposing restrictions on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. The ASCSU will collaborate with California's congressional delegation to advance these priorities at the federal level, ensuring CSU faculty and students have a strong voice in national higher education policy. We look forward to enacting these strategies when visiting DC in the coming weeks. AS 3746. This is a call for system-wide response to the CSU fiscal and budget crisis. It calls on the CSU Chancellor's Office and the Board of Trustees to develop a comprehensive, multi-year budget strategy focused on student success, academic integrity, affordability, and access. This resolution demands immediate financial relief for struggling campuses, greater faculty participation in budget decisions, and improved fiscal transparency. It also calls for prioritizing long-term educational quality over short-term savings, and emphasizes a coordinated effort to secure increased state funding that it accurately reflects the true cost of higher education in California. AS 3740 from our Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee affirms our commitment to a CSU culture of dignity, belonging, and safety, and affirms our commitment to cultivating and maintaining a culture of dignity, belonging, and safety for all. AS 37, and finally AS 3728, from a joint resolution from our academic preparation and educational programs and our fiscal and government affairs on resource needs to effectively support the articulation system stimulating interinstitutional student transfer, or ASSIST, in supporting student success. This advocates for the CSU Chancellor's Office to provide necessary support for campuses to update assist data, which is essential for the success of undergraduate student transfers. In addition to these resolutions, I also want to highlight the exemplary collaboration between ASCSU Academic Affairs Standing Committee, which is led by Chair Norbert Schurer, and DVC Prez. They've brought in steering committee members from across the system and our faculty trustee Yi Melkar on a second faculty survey that will inform the Year of Engagement Steering Committee's work on the future of student success in the CSU. I continue to represent faculty voice on the Strategic Enrollment Management, the CSU Strategic Plan, AI Workforce Acceleration Board, and Generative AI committees. With respect to the Workforce Board, I was heartened by the shared values among faculty, students, and industry members on the importance of college students developing a strong foundation in critical thinking and communication skills. Several industry members even argued that certain courses should omit AI until these basic skills are firmly developed. Looking ahead, 2025 continues to present new challenges. We will continue to monitor federal level changes and remain acutely aware of how these shifts are impacting the mental health and well-being of our students and faculty. There are growing concerns about the future of education in this country and its implications for our students. We are collaborating nationwide on these issues with sister systems, and we stand firm in our commitment to the values of the CSU and social mobility for all students. Thank you, Chair Clark. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Boyd. Moving on to our next report, CSA President Yesaya Sarah, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and good morning, trustees, Chancellor Garcia, university presidents, and everyone here today, both virtually and in person. My name is Yesaya Sarah, and I serve as the president of the Cal State Student Association. CSSA represents nearly 500,000 students across the California State University system and serves as the official voice of CSU students to the California State Legislature and this Board of Trustees. It is an honor to present this report on their behalf. Since my last update, CSSA convened for two plenary meetings. We held a virtual meeting in February, followed by our March meeting hosted in person by Sacramento State University. On behalf of CSSA, I would like to extend our sincerest gratitude to President Luke Wood, associated students, and the Harper Alumni Center staff for their warm hospitality and support. These plenaries were filled with robust and passionate discussions as our board engaged in meaningful dialogue on a range of issues impacting CSU students. At both plenary sessions, CSSA took strong positions on legislation focused on student rights, financial aid transparency, and essential campus resources. Our board voted to co-sponsor several bills, including SB 98, which strengthens protections for undocumented students, faculty, and staff, SB 271, which expands child care services for student parents, SB 323, which broadens access to financial aid for DREAM Act applicants, and AB 98, which we all will share more about as it develops. Additionally, CSSA voted to support SB 416 to standardize financial aid letters, SB 761 to increase access to CalFresh, AB 95 to restore a higher education coordinating body for the state, AB 850 to improve transparency in institutional debt, and AB 313, which we are continuing to track closely and will update this body as soon as possible. These legislative efforts reflect our ongoing commitment to equity, affordability, and student success in the CSU. CSSA also passed a resolution calling for the creation of a system-wide CSU Undocumented Student Advisory Council and a framework for comprehensive support. This resolution urges the CSUs to establish a permanent advisory council that provides guidance on policies and programs serving undocumented students. It also calls for expanded scholarship opportunities, career and legal services, alternative food security programs, and the establishment of a CSU-wide programming and events to foster advocacy, awareness, and collaboration across the system. In addition to our policy work, CSSA is close to finalizing our affordable student housing white paper, which will be released publicly by Thursday, March 27th. The paper outlines CSSA's recommendations for improving housing affordability across the CSU, including better data collection, transparent prioritization of low-income students for on-campus housing, more flexible and inclusive meal plans, and the exploration of income-based rent models. We urge the Chancellor's Office and our partners in the legislature to implement these reforms and ensure that housing across the CSU is equitable, accessible, and financially sustainable. Additionally, CSSA is excited to inform this body that 3 student trustee nominees have been sent to the governor's office for appointment. Every year, CSSA is honored to serve as a steward of such an important process, and we are grateful to all the student applicants. Our conversations are also continuing on other student-centered priorities, such as affordable learning solutions, ensuring comprehensive Title IX implementation, and recognizing the essential role that survivor advocates play on every campus. These issues remain top of mind for our student leaders, and we will continue to work closely with system-wide partners to advance this work. 2 weeks ago, CSSA proudly hosted the 30th Annual California Higher Education Student Summit, also known as CHESS, bringing together student leaders from every CSU campus for a weekend of leadership development and policy training. Our summit concluded with a successful advocacy day at the state capitol, where we met with state legislators and the governor's office to advocate for legislation and the CSU's budget priorities. CHESS reaffirmed our shared belief in the power of student voice and the importance of investing in policies that ensure affordability, access, and success for all students. I am proud of our students, and everyone here should be too. Students have been doing our part to urge the state to fund the CSU. CSSA has taken a historic approach to opposing the governor's proposed 7.95% cut to the CSU's budget, a total reduction of nearly $400 million. Over 250 students representing every CSU campus, from San Diego State to Cal Poly Humboldt, a span of more than 850 miles in the state of California, came together in Sacramento to meet with legislators and advocate for the future of our state and ultimately our nation. Their presence and their passion made it clear CSU students are not only the next generation of leaders, we are leading it right now. The moment we find ourselves in calls for unity, not just in word, but in spirit and action, more than ever before. In a time of uncertainty and challenge, the CSSA is deeply grateful for Chancellor Garcia's unwavering commitment to shared governance and for embracing the transformative power of student voice. When students are not only heard, but truly valued in shaping outcomes, we create something extraordinary. A CSU that doesn't just respond to change, but leads it with courage, compassion, and with a collective vision for a brighter future. With that, Chair Clark, that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Sarah. We will now hear our next report from President John Poley of the CSU Alumni Council. President Poley, please begin.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and good morning. Last Tuesday, an alumni and Capital Community Reception was hosted in Sacramento to help gather CSU supporters as we move into the final months of budget advocacy efforts. The reception was well attended by several hundred supporters, including alumni, Capitol staffers, legislators, campus presidents, and other campus leaders. The following day, President-elect Adrian Harrell joined the Chancellor's delegation for a full day of advocacy meetings with legislators. The alumni voice contributed in an important way to these efforts, and we look forward to future opportunities to engage. The Alumni Council will continue to work closely with the advocacy and state relations in the coming months as we advocate to avoid budget cuts and preserve the full funding of the CSU. Last month, we also hosted an Alumni Council meeting at my alma mater at Cal Poly Pomona. It was wonderful to be back with colleagues across the state, our directors, our representatives, and enjoy time back on the CPP campus. In addition to a fantastic meal from the student-run restaurant at Kellogg Ranch, we had a chance to hear from President Coley and share our appreciation for her leadership. We wish President Coley all the best on her upcoming retirement as well. Vice Chancellor Sachs and AVC Navalta joined us for the meeting, and we learned more about system-wide news and priorities, including ways alumni can lend their voice and elevate the telling of the story of the CSU. During the meeting, alumni directors shared their updates on their Alumni Student Connection projects. As a reminder, 26 projects were funded thanks to a partnership with Academic and Student Affairs. Most notably, this investment resulted in projects that enhanced departmental networking on campus. The projects documented 127 partnerships between different areas of each university, with 40% being new relationships. The three main areas of partnership between the alumni offices and other campus departments were with career services, outreach, academic affairs, and also academic affairs. I'd like to highlight one of those projects for you today from Cal State East Bay. Their project targeted continuing students who had not yet enrolled in spring courses and were deemed at risk to continue. East Bay utilized their alumni to create motivational video messages targeted directly to these students. The brief alumni videos included their CSU East Bay story and how their education aided in their career success. The videos ended with a specific call to action for the student to register and included links to resources such as academic advising, a how to register video, financial aid information, and the registration website. Videos were also shared on social media, expanding the reach to more students. The alumni videos resulted in 27% of the students that received them successfully enrolling for the spring semester. Not only did this project help with attrition, but it also created first-time partnerships between the alumni office and university research, advising, the registrar, and the enrollment committee. It further strengthened existing relationships between the alumni office and developed communications with ASI and the Renaissance Scholars. Cal State East Bay plans to recreate this project for guaranteed admissions students, and it has also inspired other alumni offices to look into creating something similar on their campuses. We love seeing the ripple effect alumni are having on the student success across campuses and appreciate the support from the CSU. We will continue to share highlights from these projects and the important work being done in our alumni offices. The involvement of alumni in student success does not end with these projects. Earlier this month, alumni volunteered at the Discover CSU Riverside Student Day events. Alumni also participated in panel discussions for potential students and families, as well as shared their CSU story in smaller settings. In closing, on that note, both Adrian and I remain active in the strategic planning process and Student Success Framework Committee. The Alumni Council recently met with SOVA to provide feedback on the strategic plan. And we look forward to similar feedback sessions with Deloitte for the Student Success Framework. And with that, Chair Clark, that concludes my report.
Thank you, President Foley, for your report. And now it's my pleasure to turn it over to Chancellor Millie Garcia for her report.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Many of you have heard me jokingly refer to myself as CSU's Chief Reminder Officer. The fictional job description goes something like this: tell the CSU incredible story, far and wide, to every constituent and stakeholder, to every community member and business leader, and to every friend and partner, actual and potential. Powerfully communicate our impact and our needs so that we can continue to advance and expand our mission and bring the transformative power of higher education to increasing numbers of diverse Californians and help drive our beloved state to its brightest future. Given the extraordinary moment in which we currently find ourselves, the fictional job title is becoming increasingly real, with very seriously increasing implications. So to that end, I want to take this opportunity today to update you regarding just some of my and our team's advocacy efforts in both Washington, D.C. and Sacramento. I'll start with a snapshot of our efforts at the federal level since our convening in January. Assistant Vice Chancellor Jeff Cullen and his federal relations team have been engaged daily in direct advocacy with senior federal leaders to protect the CSU's interests in an environment that can only be described as chaotic and uncertain. In mid-February, I traveled to DC to engage in meetings with representatives from both sides of the aisle, including Judy Chu, Young Kim, Vince Fong, and our former colleague, Latifah Simon, as well as senior professional staff from the House Education and Workforce Committee and the CEO of the Business Roundtable, Josh Bolton. Our conversation centered on the importance of strategic partnership and continued support for higher education funding, including for minority-serving institutions like ours and for federal student aid. We continue to stress the economic and workforce impact of our campuses to communities across the state, the importance of industry partnerships, and the critical need to maintain current tax incentives for our students and philanthropic supporters. During that trip, I also had the pleasure of speaking to the newly reestablished Congressional California Public Higher Education Caucus to highlight the impact and national leadership of the CSU and to call for continued federal support and investments in federal student aid, including the Pell Grant and in institutional development. I'll return to our nation's capital next month for our annual Hill Week. I am extremely pleased with the agenda that Vice Chancellor Sachs and AVC Cullen and his team are assembling, which is responsive to the multitude of issues arising on the federal front. Included is a panel discussion with leaders from many of the nation's leading higher education associations, including ASCU, ACU, APLU, and HACU. We'll analyze the current higher education landscape and share strategies and also give them recommendations for preparing and responding to federal actions. We'll also hear from the director of the National Science Foundation, who will provide an update regarding the status of indirect research costs, and from a leader of USDA's National Institute of Food and Agriculture program to discuss impacts to capacity building grants and other NIFA-administered programs utilized by many of our universities. I'll also participate in a fireside chat with the editor-in-chief of Washington Monthly to explore the CSU's national leadership role in social mobility and how we and institutions like ours will continue to advance our work in the current and political fiscal climates. And of course, the formal program will precede a series of meetings with senior leaders from the Hill and from the administration, strategically designed to build upon and expand upon February's meeting that I just mentioned a few moments ago. Before I move to state advocacy, I want to repeat what I have shared before to this body and in communications to the entire CSU community. The CSU continues to monitor, analyze, and assess the dizzying number of executive orders, communications, and other actions from Washington that have implications for our system, our employees, and of course, all of our students. As signaled impacts become more defined or actualized, we'll be ready to take timely action in response. This work has occurred throughout all Chancellor's Office divisions and across all our universities with our presidents. I want to thank the hundreds of CSU colleagues engaged in this vitally important work. And I want to acknowledge and offer thanks to Dr. Dulce Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Chief Academic Officer, Associate Vice Chancellor Patty Navalta, Deputy General Counsel Dawn Theodora, and the Office of General Counsel and Federal Relations, who have all worked together to lead this effort. And their work shows that where we can, where appropriate, we are already taking action. Our team has been working closely and on a daily basis with the California Attorney General's Office, national associations, state officials, sister institutions, cross-divisionally within the Chancellor's Office and with all 23 universities. They have played a critical role in securing injunctions, grant freezes, and funding costs, including the National Institute of Health's attempts redirection of indirect grants costs, which have had $158 million impact in research funding. And they are leading efforts to challenge the Department of Education's termination of teacher quality grants, efforts which 2 weeks ago were successful in securing a court order stopping the termination pending further hearing. Additionally, the Chancellor's Office team is assisting our campuses with compliance, responding to federal inquiries and investigations, and tracking ongoing litigation. May I say, well done, everyone. I know our work is really just beginning, but I want to please pass my appreciation to the entire strategic response team, to all our presidents, and everyone involved. Our primary issue in Sacramento, which has become my second home, is far more focused than what we are facing on the federal front, but no less significant. Of course, I am referring to the CSU's budget, and more specifically, the $375 million cut to our ongoing allocation and the deferral of compact funding set forth in the governor's January budget proposal. I'll be concise in my update since Vice Chancellor Sachs and Assistant Vice Chancellor Dietrich will also be presenting on this matter later today. Since the budget proposal was announced, I have held dozens of meetings with legislators and members of the administration, including the governor, Speaker of the Assembly, and Senate Pro Tem, and I've testified both before the Senate and Assembly budget subcommittees. And just last week, as Chair Clark mentioned, a CSU delegation more than 100 strong, including students, faculty, staff, alumni, university presidents, Chancellor's Office leadership, and importantly, trustees, held over 80 meetings with legislators and staff, including Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas and Budget Committee Chair Senator Scott Wiener and Jesse Gabriel. It was an extraordinary event and undoubtedly impactful. From my perspective, it was nothing short of inspirational to see our delegation, Team CSU, gathered together from every corner of the state, united to protect the university system we love and advance the shared mission we so deeply believe in. For our students, for the communities we serve as stewards of place, and for our state, we are fighting the good fight. Thanks to everyone who participated and to Vice Chancellor Sachs and AVC Dietrich and their teams for organizing the event, which was no small task. Thanks also to our alumni relations team, which hosted an alumni reception the night before that drew more than 300 CSU graduates, as well as legislators, staff, and other members of our delegation. My outlook after all this engagement, cautious optimism. You know I'm an optimist at heart. I am encouraged and energized to continue the fight. Don't get me wrong. The state's fiscal challenges are real. The legislature and administration will have to make difficult choices to balance the budget. We must continue to prepare for contingencies, all of them. But I will say this, everywhere I go in Sacramento, at every meeting, interaction, and engagement, I find champions, allies, and supporters of the CSU, including the 61 legislators who earlier this month, signed a budget request to legislative and budgetary leadership, rejecting the proposed budget cut to the CSU. Or the newly reinvigorated and expanded CSU legislators delegation that's comprised of members who have a CSU in their district, who are an alum of the CSU, and who are eager to amplify our voice and champion our cause. So, let's keep our foot on the accelerator as we continue our advocacy. Again, you'll hear more on this later today, but I would be remiss if I didn't echo the chair and thank our trustees in advance for their participation in their advocacy day next month. I know your voices and insights will carry significant influence throughout our legislators. I'll close my remarks on another topic of interest and concern to many in Sacramento, in Sonoma, and throughout the Bay Area region. The painful yet necessary cost reduction measures announced earlier this year at Sonoma State. As most of you know, and as we heard earlier today at public comment, there has been significant outcry regarding the measures, which is understandable and to be expected from a community that cares so deeply about their university. At the request of a group of Sonoma's elected officials, President Couture and her team, in close collaboration with the Chancellor's Office, have prepared a comprehensive turnaround action plan and finalizing it that speaks to concerns across areas including student recruitment, academic programming, workforce development, student life, and community engagement. I commend the President and her team for preparing such a responsive document, and I thank the elected officials for their commitment to Sonoma State and for holding us accountable for our commitment to the university and this region. And on this matter, I want to announce that the search for the Sonoma State's next regularly appointed president will resume at the start of the next academic year, with the goal of appointing Sonoma's next leader in the first quarter of 2026. I will close with one additional matter signaled in the turnaround action plan, one that I believe to be proactive, innovative, forward-focused, and essential. As President Couture has emphasized multiple times, including in this auditorium, Sonoma State has long struggled with declining enrollment, brought on in large part by a significant demographic shift impacting the entire region and many other areas of our state and nation, with declining birth rates and reduced number of high school graduates projected to negatively impact the pool of college-going students through 2040 and beyond. Again, this shift is affecting multiple campuses across the system, but among the universities experienced the most significant negative impacts are Sonoma, Cal State East Bay, and San Francisco State. Presidents Couture, Sandeen, and Mahoney recognize that this shift is unlikely to change, and it will increasingly diminish the impact of improvements in marketing, recruitment, admissions, and outreach to new segments of the population. The fact is that significantly smaller and decreasing populations will be available to attend these three universities for the foreseeable future. Knowing this, the three presidents have approached me, articulating a commitment that is aligned with the recommendations of the Sustainable Financial Model Workgroup report and consistent with other system-wide efficiency efforts such as the Multi-University Collaboration Initiative. The presidents have committed to developing a single shared structure and framework with a tentative working name of the San Francisco Bay Area University Network for certain administrative functions. It will focus on those functions most typically included within the portfolio of vice presidents for administration and finance. Their commitment emphasizes and makes very clear the three universities will continue to operate as 3 separate, independently accredited institutions. Let me repeat that. The 3 universities will continue to operate as 3 separate, independently accredited institutions. The presidents have also emphasized that this effort will not supplant currently planned expense reduction measures. The goal is simple: to proactively address the realities of the demographic shift that threaten the university's financial stability so that Sonoma State, East Bay, and San Francisco State can continue to operate sustainably, serve their unique locations, and maximize access to quality higher education throughout the broader Bay Area region. On its face, this effort to be not only innovative and proactive, but also to work that leverages our systemness and is consistent with our educational mission. I endorse the president's commitment and have asked them to come before the board in May with an information item that provides additional details about their approach as well as their initial plans for implementation. Chair Clark, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia, and your work as CSU's Chief Reminder Officer has never been more essential or appreciated. I'm also eager to hear President Gutierrez, Mahoney, and Sandin detail their commitment in May, and I applaud their thinking boldly and creatively to address a known and worsening challenge. As I mentioned in January, we will continue to agendize a regular update regarding our statewide, system-wide strategic planning effort. I'm pleased to welcome back Dr. Allison Cadleck and the team from SOVA, our facilitation partners, to provide update on the planning process. The current phase of the process is focused on ensuring broad and meaningful engagement across the CSU community. On behalf of Chancellor Garcia, I want to acknowledge the steering committee's hard work in guiding this process. I'll now turn it over to our friends at SOVA to walk us through the latest insights. Dr. Cadleck.
Thank you so much, Chair Clark. Could we pull the slides up? Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Clark, Chancellor Garcia, and esteemed board members. It's great to be back with you as we advance this important work. We are now at a pivotal moment in the strategic planning process where we transition from gathering insights to shaping a plan that will guide CSU for the next 3 years and position the system for stability, resilience, and growth into the future. Our work remains focused on crafting a system-wide strategic plan that is informed by diverse stakeholders and institutional leaders, reflects a commitment to both academic excellence and student success, and leverages the unique strengths of CSU to ensure long-term viability and impact. Today, we will share key takeaways from the stakeholder engagement process, discuss emerging strategic themes and refinements based on feedback, and outline the next steps as we move toward implementation planning. So as always, we want to provide you with the reminder of the timeline where we are. This is a multi-phase year-long process. Since our last update, we have completed phase 1, stakeholder engagement, and I'm excited to walk you through some high-level findings today. And we have progressed through most of phase 2, which focuses on refining priorities and testing our initial strategies. We are on track to present a final plan to the board in September 2025. We took an expansive approach to phase 1 stakeholder engagement, reaching thousands of stakeholders through town halls, targeted listening sessions, and through the online platform, which has seen more than 4,500 visitors. The feedback that we have received was both candid and constructive, signaling clear priorities for where CSU should focus. In analyzing stakeholder feedback, we focused on a set of key questions, critical questions. What are the biggest aspirations, accomplishments? What actions should the CSU take now? What are the highest priority challenges? And how should the student experience change as a result of the strategic plan? So what we heard falls into 7 categories, and I know we're pressed for time here. I wish I could spend more time on the quotes. We wanted to pull voice and show you what it sounds like to hear stakeholders talk, but I also recognize that we are very much pressed for time here. So let me share these with you, and I encourage you to spend some time with these quotes. Stakeholders identified a set of overarching priorities that they feel must be central to the plan. The first is innovating academic programs and pedagogies. Stakeholders called for more flexible, accessible learning pathways, including expanded online and hybrid options, competency-based education, and stronger recognition of prior learning to support diverse student needs. Integrated career readiness and workforce preparation was another strong theme. There's a strong demand for more hands-on, real-world learning opportunities, ensuring every student gains practical skills, industry connections, and a clear path to meaningful employment. And improving student support systems. Stakeholders stressed the need to reduce financial barriers, expand wraparound student services, and make learning materials more affordable to improve retention and success. We've also heard about distributing resources more stably and equitably and building a sustainable infrastructure, championing economic and social mobility for today's students. And here I do want to give you a little bit of time with these few quotes. Strengthening reputation and brand identity. This person said, I think the biggest gap is advocacy for ourselves and for what we do and for what we aspire to be or what we are. And improving collaboration and a systemic approach. Getting less hierarchical and bureaucratic could be a strategic objective in and of itself. So we have, over the course of the last 2 months, worked with the steering committee closely to process stakeholder feedback, wrestle with strategic themes, with the goal of creating a more focused and actionable framework. These themes are interconnected and represent key levers for long-term transformation. You've seen on the left where we began, and then we sort of evolved toward the rainbow visual, and now here is where we are. This month, the steering committee further refined the strategic framework, organizing the focus into 5 strategic priorities. Before quickly unpacking these, I want to be clear that this evolution of the framework was not about eliminating any strategies or themes. They are all important elements, but to organize them as simply and cleanly as possible to prioritize strategic action and to reflect that the strategy is simultaneously multifaceted and focused, that the elements are intrinsically interconnected, and that it is both comprehensive and actionable. So in the middle, you see here identity, reputation, and value, strengthening advocacy and public perception. We also have policies and practices for student success. This is about a focus on modernizing academic and career pathways with a focus on high-value, personalized experiences and belonging. System-wide operational excellence, streamlined and consistent processes and collaboration to enhance efficiencies, protect resources, and scale opportunities for student access and success. Financial stability and affordability, so sustainable funding models that are mission-aligned and prioritize affordability for students. Adaptive and responsive teaching and learning, high-quality learning environments, applied research, and experiential learning were the top items in that bucket. And continuous improvement wraps around, because this is about meeting the current needs and readying for an unknown future. Continuous improvement can't just be one element. It needs to be something that is shot throughout and wraps around. So this is our way of visually representing this for now. This will continue to evolve. We got some great advice in the last steering committee meeting about maybe representing this more as a Venn diagram. And really displaying the interconnected nature of it. So we're excited about where this is heading and want to express our gratitude again to the steering committee for their engagement. Now I'd like to invite steering committee members, President Dr. Saul Jimenez Sandoval and Academic Senate Chair Dr. Betsy Boyd to elaborate on the strategy of adaptive and responsive teaching and learning. We're choosing this focus not only because it is the heart of the CSU enterprise, but also because we have received a lot of feedback that despite widespread passion for the core work of teaching and learning, there is still a lot of work to be done in building structures and opportunities for strengthening teaching and learning to help the system be adaptive and responsive to the needs of students and society at large.
Thank you, Allison, and good morning to everyone. Teaching and learning are at the very heart of the CSU, Everything we do, every strategic investment, every innovation, every student support structure must ultimately serve this fundamental purpose with intentionality, and that is to empower our students with high quality, relevant, and transformative educational experiences. Today, CSU students are more diverse than ever before, not just in demographics, but in lived experiences, learning styles, and career aspirations. Many students work, care for family, and require more flexible, high-quality learning options. At Fresno State, for example, 30% of our students are parents. We must therefore meet our talented students where they are and with all that we can offer: in-person, hybrid, online, and competency-based pathways. The workforce is also evolving, and our graduates must be prepared for careers that are currently developing and for many that don't yet exist. That means embedding real-world critical thinking learning, interdisciplinary problem solving, and technology fluency into the ethos of our programs. It is imperative that we be adaptive and responsive in order to meet the demands of the state's economy and to empower our students who primarily rely on the CSU as their primary pathway to social and economic mobility. Our commitment to adaptive and responsive teaching and learning is not just an educational priority. It is an economic, social, and moral imperative that is crucial to the future economy and communities of the state of California. The CSU is already a leader in access and affordability. Now, we can become the national model for how the largest four-year public university system in the U.S. can evolve its academic mission to meet the moment, while strengthening our core values and of transformational teaching. Hence, excellence in education is not static. It is dynamic, responsive, and forward-looking. The CSU must embrace this reality, ensuring that our classrooms, physical, virtual, experiential, are spaces where students are both prepared for the future and are fully educated to shape it. If we are serious about the future of the CSU, we must be serious about ensuring our teaching and learning practices reflect the evolving modalities and needs of our students and our dynamic world. This is a crucial positionality, as the future of the state of California depends on the 130,000 graduates we produce to elevate both the economy and society of our California communities.
Thank you as well, Allison, and I appreciate prioritizing faculty voice in this work. A huge +1 on President Jimenez Sandoval's comments. Faculty are key drivers of innovation, but our current resource allocation decisions often don't reward the work required to adapt, experiment, and evolve teaching practices. We want to see widespread adoption of high-impact student-centered teaching approaches and need support in promotion, tenure, and professional development opportunities that align with the realities of modern education. This means valuing teaching, learning, research, scholarship and creative activities, creating a culture of collaboration, and making clear connections between learning in the classroom and application outside the classroom. Faculty must be supported in their own learning and in meaningful and strategic incorporation of digital tools, AI, and experiential learning into their courses without mandates to do so, or the addition of wasteful bureaucracy. As President Jimenez Sandoval stated, intentionality is key. Investing in faculty development, cross-campus collaboration, and teaching innovation grants will accelerate progress and ensure CSU remains a leader in student success. Educational excellence and equity must go hand in hand. Adaptive teaching doesn't mean lowering standards. It means rethinking how we engage, assess, and support students so that all learners can achieve high levels. To do that, we need a faculty culture that is empowered, rewarded, and well-resourced to drive forward the future of teaching and learning and our students' future career readiness and overall success.
Thank you so much, President. Thank you so much, President Jimenez-Sandoval and Chair Boyd. Before we turn it back to you, Chair Clark, I want to briefly touch on our next steps so you know what to expect between now and September when we present the strategic plan. So we are deep into phase 2, stakeholder engagement, where we will continue to refine the strategies further and begin developing measurable goals and implementation roadmaps. The steering committee will continue engaging stakeholders to ensure this plan reflects the true needs and aspirations of the CSU community. And over the summer, we will focus on defining specific outcomes and metrics, establishing clear accountability structures, and aligning system-wide initiatives to support execution. Thank you again for your time and engagement.
To our friends in SOLA, thank you so much for this important update to the board on the progress of this vital work for the future of the CSU. And thank you, President Jimenez-Sandoval and Chair Boyd, for lending your voices and perspectives to help inform and underscore the importance of this work, especially as to how it relates to teaching and learning. I will now open the floor for a brief question and answer session. Do any trustees have any questions or comments? Jack McGrory, Trustee McGrory.
Chancellor, the thing that's been bothering me about these changes in Washington, what is the latest update you have on the Pell Grants? I mean, I think we receive $2 billion a year for our students in Pell Grants, and people are changing, the departments are changing. How is this going to be a seamless kind of transition as we go into the application process and the acceptances? And I mean, how are our students going to know what they're going to get?
Well, number one, we have over $1 billion in Pell in the CSU. We know that there have been some departure of employees in the Department of Education. We are concerned about the process it will take to really go through the FAFSA. And that's the most that we have heard. We don't know who's going to be processing our FAFSA applications, who is the people in charge, et cetera. So we are monitoring, as I know Jeff Cullen is working very much to keep us as informed as we can get.
But the decisions have to be made now in the next...
The decisions have to be
month
made.
or so?
Yeah, people are applying with their FAFSA applications as we speak.
And they're probably not getting any responses until the dust settles here?
It's kind of early, right, Nathan? It's early to get responses.
At this, thank you for the question. I mean, it does certainly, as Chancellor Garcia noted, remains ambiguous what the long-term prospect will be. Our campuses have started receiving FAFSA data, and we're working very closely with the California Student Aid Commission and our partners in the UC and other segments to do as much collectively as we can. So our campuses are receiving and beginning to package. But to Chancellor Garcia's comments and the sort of tone of your questions, we also know that students and families that are reaching out for support in the process are having difficulty in connecting and engaging with folks that support the FAFSA process at the federal level. So our teams at our universities are working as hard as possible, but sometimes those answers can only come from the folks that are helping support that directly. So we are in flight, we are receiving, but we are experiencing and observing difficulty in connecting with that support network that's previously existed.
I guess the question is there anything that we can do internally to try to bridge this until there's more clarity to what's going on? I mean, if you're a low-income applicant, you're not coming to CSU unless you know that you've got a Pell Grant. And so this could significantly impact our ability to recruit and enroll students for next year.
As DVC just mentioned, I know that our campuses are helping the students as much as they can with the process. We don't have control over the federal, what's happening in their offices, but we can answer a lot of questions in our financial aid offices as much as we can. But if they're reaching out there, we don't have much of a control, and it's my understanding that there is some offices we cannot even visit.
Vice Chair Rambla.
Thank you so much for the presentation today. I just want to really echo the notion, President Jimenez Sandoval, that you drove home, and Dr. Boyd, that you shared, which is this entire strategic plan is setting us on a path to make sure that we are making the best decisions we can to put our very limited resources into the places that are going to have the most impact on students and on the state. And while I know there are 5 areas identified, 6 if we include continuous improvement as the circle around, the former educator in me absolutely adores that we began with adaptive and responsive teaching and learning. I appreciate the commitment from the ASCSU, from our president, and I know it's echoed from this board that we need to continue to look to new ways that we can meet our current students and future students, and that doing that requires working hand in hand with faculty to ensure that they are prepared and ready to meet those challenges. So just deep appreciation, and I hope all of us heard that this is both meeting a moment today, but also preparing us to propel forward in a stronger position. So thanks.
If I could just make a quick comment about this diagram that we have up here. The top and the bottom are 2 powerful pillars that keep the universities together. The top are student success, that's our student affairs component. These are the transformational experiences that our students have outside the classroom that really lead them to apply the knowledge that is being learned in the classroom. The bottom is the classroom. The theoretical that is taught in the classroom then is counterposed, and it's directly complemented by the outside experience. It's the clubs and organizations that involve them. It's leadership. It's the direct adaptation of this knowledge in the community as well. So these 2 go hand in hand in a really powerful way. The other 2 on the sides are the other 2 parts of the spokes of the wheel. It's affordability and financial viability on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's the operational excellence. All of these together come together in a really powerful way that form the nexus. The nexus is the core, the identity, reputation, and value of the CSU, not to ourselves, but to the communities of the state of California directly in an economic and social way.
Trustee Lopez.
Thanks. I just want to thank SOVA and President Jimenez Sandoval and Chair Boyd and the committee in general. I would say that this has been a really, I've had the privilege really of participating as a committee member. I just want to share with the board that the extensiveness of the consultation has been really quite remarkable. And what you hear is a summary. And I think what comes across is the pride in the CSU, the love for the CSU, the belief in the CSU and how we need to raise our voices and let people know. And also agreement on the what needs to happen to meet the moment, as somebody said. We are about to enter, and I just want to say this, we're about to enter the more challenging part of this, which is the how. So how do we meet that moment? And this is where we then get to really dealing with the tensions that are inherent in such a complex enterprise. I have a lot of confidence from what I've seen so far that we will be able to confront these tensions and these challenges. But I just wanted to give a preview because this makes it look neat. It wasn't that neat even getting to this, but we got here. And I have great faith, that we will be able to approach and deal with those difficult questions of how in the next iteration of this plan. So thank you all. And I just wanted the board to be, bring it all back to what's happening in real time.
Thank you for that. If I might, I have a general question. I think it's more for the Chancellor, but perhaps. President Jimenez Sandoval, you made mention that the top and the bottom of the diagram are very important. to the left is something that we hear greatly, the system-wide operational excellence and the interconnected nature of the CSU. We've heard, even as of today, great concern about some of our universities. Chancellor, could you just kind of talk about how the strategic plan plays into informing our decisions going forward?
I think one of the things that I'm so excited with the strategic plan and the work that's being done with the committee is that we are focusing and underscoring our systemness. How do we work together to look at things like operational excellence and see how our presidents are already being innovative in thinking about that? How do we look at adaptive responsive teaching and learning throughout the entire system, engaging through the academic senate and the faculty a system-wide look? And how do we look at the curriculum and how it's offered? And of course, that's going to be done through the academic senate and actually having all the stakeholders involved. How do our student support services and the student strategic enrollment management look at the system to ensure that how do we work with what happens on one campus affects the other, and how do we help across the system? So for me, what's exciting about this is the underscoring of the system, helping all of us together lift the CSU to the highest potential ever. Does that answer your question?
As usual, you did. Any other comments, questions? If not, I would thank our presenters, Sova, Dr. Jimenez Sandoval, Dr. Boyd, thank you very much. We're committed to this process, as you can hear from the interest that you just saw, and we look forward to further updates. Now, we're going to take a 1 hour and 10-minute break for lunch, but also I do want to announce that the board will reconvene into closed session briefly to continue to talk about personnel issues. So before we come back, we will convene in closed session. And we're going to have lunch, and then we'll go into closed session, then we'll come back out. An hour and 10 minutes.
An hour and 10 minutes.
Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. and more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide.
At this time, we'll now begin the business of our committees. Trustee Adamson, will you please convene the Committee on Collective Bargaining?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Collective Bargaining please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove any item for separate discussion? Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the item on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Then this item concludes with an approval, and Mr. Chair Clark, that concludes the business of this committee.
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. With the terms ending for both Trustees Kimbell and Ortiz-Morford, who previously served as Audit Committee Chair and Vice Chair respectively, for the March and May meetings, I have appointed Trustee Steinhauser to serve as Chair and Trustee Rodriguez to serve as Vice Chair. I thank you both for your willingness to serve on these important roles. With that, Trustee Steinhauser, will you please convene the Committee on Audit?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Audit please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on Audit.
Thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. Trustee Rodriguez, will you please convene the Committee on Governmental Relations?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Before we begin, I'd like to thank VC Greg Sachs and AVC Dietrich and the team for such a great CSU Advocacy Day last week in Sacramento. The building was full of CSU students, faculty, and alum, and I was just so proud to be there in the role of a trustee, but also as a Fresno State alum.
So I got to do some incredible meetings with our electeds in the Central Valley and also with our chancellor and our delegation. So again, thank you to Chair Boyd, and also thank you to our President-elect Adrian Harrell and our incredible president of CSSA. And I was just so proud of you, Yese, for sharing your story and representing our students. You did such an incredible job in all those meetings that day, so thank you so much. I also want to just share the gratitude that I have with the elected officials that we met with. They heard our message of the disinvestment in the People's University and how incredibly disruptive and that impact would be on our CSU system. They heard our message, the message that this cannot happen. And again, adding to our chancellor's gratitude to Assemblymember Mike Fong for spearheading that letter with 61 legislators signing that letter against the cuts. And he also added that more electeds and wanted to sign on that letter, but it passed the deadline. So I want to thank our team too for making sure that that those relationships are strong enough to have that happen. So really appreciate all the work. You may have also found that an email last Friday that gave us an advocacy toolkit. So I wanted to thank ABC Patty Navalta, who's going to share with us more about that today. But a lot of work was done into that to prepare us, to give us talking points and information for us to take the message to Sacramento, but also to our communities. So we're going to go ahead and begin with our committee. So will the Committee on Governmental Relations please come to order? I want to note that as we heard in public comment from community members on the issue of the land trust at Cal State Long Beach, that our executive director for tribal relations is already inquiring on how to support that effort, so we thank you for those comments. I also want to share that before we begin the work of the committee, that we're committed to giving an update on NAGPRA and Cal-NAGPRA compliance at each board meeting. For this board meeting, we've prepared a written report that is included in the agenda packet. Please review and let us know if you have any questions. It's time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Would any committee member wish to remove any of the items for separate discussion? May I have a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda? Thank you. Thank you. Any opposed? All those in favor, please. Aye. Any abstentions? The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. The committee has one item on today's discussion agenda. Item 3 is a state legislative and budget advocacy update. This information item will be presented by Greg Sachs, Vice Chancellor for External Relations and Communications, Nathan Dietrich, AVC for Advocacy and State Relations, Ryan Storm, AVC for Budget Planning and Advocacy, and then Patty Navalta, AVC for Strategic Communications and Brand Marketing. Please begin, Vice Chancellor Sachs.
Thank you so much, Trustee Rodriguez. Before we begin, I want to add my thanks to all of our campuses, our presidents, our alumni, our students, and others that were part of the Advocacy Day that took place last week. As you heard, there was well over 100 individuals representing the CSU, and there was also more than 60 legislative visits by all those individuals. You heard earlier about a remarkable alumni reception that was attended by hundreds and hundreds of our alumni. And what was really wonderful is that there were many, many legislators also in attendance. It is clear to me that the CSU story is being told and heard, as you've heard today, and heard in Sacramento. So the new legislative session started in December, and to date, more than 2,600 bills have been introduced. The team in advocacy and state relations are working diligently to review many of those bills. After their first review, they have identified more than 500 that require additional analysis, and we have listed 37 priority bills in your agenda. and we believe those warrant proactive engagement. This number will most likely increase as further legislative deadlines are met. In today's presentation, Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich will provide a brief review of bills introduced this session, and he will be joined by Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm and Associate Vice Chancellor Patty Navalta for an update on budget advocacy. Our goal is to raise awareness of both efforts and keep our momentum moving as it relates to budget and legislative advocacy. And so with that, Nathan, can you please go ahead and get started?
Well, thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs. As he noted, more than 2,600 bills were introduced by members of the State Assembly and Senate, with 37 priority bills listed in your agenda packet today that we believe could have a significant impact to the CSU and our students. As you know, legislators have a strong interest in ensuring that public higher education in our state remains accessible and affordable. However, some of the bills that have been introduced have aspects that could be challenging for us, and we are working with the authors and their offices to address those concerns. Likewise, some bills may provide the CSU, our universities, and our students with new opportunities, so we're identifying and doing our best to support those bills. Instead of reviewing each of the bills in your agenda with you, I'd like to use your time today to share with you some of the common themes that we believe you should be aware of as the session begins this year. Many of the issues that dominated last year's session will once again be faced by the legislature this year. Next slide, thank you. This includes the possibility of reconstituting a higher education coordinating body of some kind. Creating an interagency council of education and workforce agencies was included in Governor Newsom's proposed budget, and there are bills in the Assembly and Senate that also seek to create a coordinating body. Last year, 2 bills passed the legislature that would have allowed community colleges to offer a bachelor's degree of nursing. Governor Newsom vetoed both. However, this year, there are at least 3 bills that attempt to allow community colleges to offer bachelor degrees that duplicate the offerings of the CSU and UC. 2 of those bills are focused on specific regions of our state, and our universities have been and will continue to proactively partner with their local community college to increase bachelor degree opportunities to serve students. You may also recall legislation last year that attempted to expand the Board of Trustees, require additional financial audits, and post each financial transaction over a certain amount on our webpage. None of those bills made it into law, but each has been reintroduced, albeit in a modified form. There are also bills related to college affordability that would expand fee waivers to certain groups and limit how our universities can collect unpaid debts owed to us by students. While well-intentioned many of these bills are, they could cost our universities millions of dollars while we're facing a very significant budget cut. And finally, we continue to see legislation that seeks to support students on a range of issues, including housing, food assistance, and childcare. We're taking each of these bills seriously and working with legislative offices to find areas of common ground. And as you know from our last meeting, budget advocacy is our collective priority this year. Due to the sheer importance of this, we wanted to take time out from our usual committee presentation to share with you how multiple divisions of the Chancellor's Office, our universities, and our partners are working together to advocate against the proposed cut. The System Budget Office formally leads the CSU's budget advocacy efforts, but does so in partnership with Advocacy and State Relations, Strategic Communications, System-Wide Advancement, and many others. Our work is being done in a campaign-style environment. We are working with internal and external stakeholders while combining strategy, organizing, and a communications plan to get our message out. Stakeholders include each university, the California State Student Association, the Academic Senate, the Alumni Council, Chambers of Commerce, local government agencies, and nonprofits. Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm and Assistant Vice Chancellor Patty Navalta will now join me in sharing with you more about our efforts.
All right, thank you, Nathan. As you well know, preventing the cut is our absolute priority this budget cycle. Without any doubt, a cut of $375 million would have a detrimental impact on students and the university. If enacted, these cuts would reduce the state funding by a range of $6 million to $29 million per university. And these cuts would lead to large class sizes, less student services, longer times of degree, and harm our dedicated workforce. We also want to emphasize that while we are working to prevent the cut, we're also elevating the importance of the CSU with our legislators and the governor's administration. In positioning the CSU for any funding increase should the state's circumstances change this summer or for the longer-term budget success in the future. As we conduct our advocacy efforts, there is growing urgency between now and the end of the budget cycle this summer. The state budget proposal in early January is under consideration by the legislature right now, and a final budget plan for 25-26 will be adopted in June or July. So we have created an advocacy plan utilizing all stakeholders to reach the right state leaders at the right time. The advocacy plan obviously has a significant focus on Sacramento, but it also covers venues up and down the state, reaching the intended audience at different times. As discussed at January's board meeting, the chancellor, members of the board, and many other CSU officials spent much of the fall engaging with the governor's office, the Department of Finance, and legislatures, ensuring all parties know the efforts being taken to prepare for and mitigate against the proposed cuts. We also raised the consequences of these cuts. This included everything from small meetings to staff briefings and campus visits. After each meeting, we followed up with detailed information about our finances as well as the cuts. Those discussions were fruitful, as $40 million was removed from the proposed cut, now standing at $375 million. However, after the January budget proposal was announced, we shifted to a more public effort that included both internal and external partners. We have been meeting consistently with internal partners. Here are some of the examples. The chancellor, vice chancellors, and system budget office are in regular communication with presidents and university budget officials on the impact of the proposed cuts. Advocacy and State Relations meets every 2 weeks with the campus governmental relations staff. And the System Budget Office hosts regular meetings with Coalition that includes CSSA, the Alumni Council, and the Academic Senate. This constant communication has led to concrete activities in Sacramento and across the state, while ensuring the most accurate information is shared with state leaders in Sacramento. Last week's Advocacy Day is the prime example. Now, the CSU is blessed with tremendous internal advocates, such as students, staff, faculty, and campus leaders. We also have partners across the state that value us and want to help. This includes business associations, community organizations, locally elected officials, and CSU's network of alumni. It is our budget advocacy goal to activate all of these advocacy partners and have them engage legislators and the administration with us so that our state leaders can see the value of the CSU and feel confident in speaking out against the cuts. I now ask Nathan to speak about specific actions being taken in budget advocacy.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Before Patty shares with you some of our communications plan, I want to emphasize that all stakeholders are being asked to amplify the CSU's message. The message will be carried through hundreds, if not thousands, of letters to legislators, dozens of meetings in Sacramento and in their districts, at advocacy days, as well as at press conferences, rallies, and on social media. CSSA had their advocacy day on March 10th. On that day, they also had a press conference with their UC colleagues and met with dozens of legislators. We had our advocacy day last week, as has been mentioned, and the chancellor's delegation and campuses met with more than 80 legislators. While making our case to not be cut incredibly clear, we garnered real-time feedback from legislators about the state budget and where the CSU stands. With the support of Assemblymember Jose Salachi, who previously served on the Alumni Council, and Senator Monique Lamone, who represents CSU Channel Islands, we have created the CSU Legislators Delegation, as Chancellor Garcia mentioned this morning. This is a caucus of members who are either alumni or represent a campus, who want to be engaged with and will be supportive of the CSU. On March 18th, the group had their first meeting with the Chancellor, where she laid out our budget priorities and the clear impact of the cuts. And we publicly announced the creation of it at an alumni council, an alumni reception that evening. Additional budget events are planned for April and May, including the Trustees Advocacy Day on April 29th. CSSA students will be back in Sacramento for a rally on May 5th, and we'll be working with them on that event and incorporating alumni and staff and faculty and other partners into it. We thank them for their work on that. We've also met with Alumni Council and the Foundation Board, as they want to and will be engaged through meetings with legislators and other avenues. The Alumni Council is working with alumni associations and campus government relations offices to schedule meetings with legislators in their districts with local leaders and local alumni in April and May. Universities are also looking inward to determine who their best advocates are, and staff and faculty are also very engaged. We've seen a lot of efforts made by individual faculty and campus faculty and staff that is very much aligned with what we are doing in Sacramento. These efforts will continue unabated throughout the spring until a final budget is passed. As mentioned a couple times already today, we are making progress. As earlier this month, 61 legislators, which is half the legislature, signed a budget request letter sent to state leaders arguing against cutting the CSU. Those 61 signatures were gathered in just 2 days, which shows that these members are aware of the cuts and are ready to stand up for us when asked. And as Trustee Rodriguez said, many more want to sign the letter and are doing their own messages to Budget Committee leaders and State Assembly leaders too, in addition to what we're doing collectively. Our campuses have also worked with local partners to send letters of support on the CSU's behalf. These letters are being sent 2 months earlier than usual, and have been sent by stakeholders as varied as the Orange County Business Council, the Mayor of San Bernardino, the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, and many others. The letter writing campaign will continue through mid-May. I'll now ask Patty to share a little more about our integrated communications plan and some of our recent successes.
Thank you, Nathan, and good afternoon. Since this is the first time I'm presenting to this board, I'd like to take this opportunity to formally introduce myself, if I may. My name is Patty Navalta. I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor for Strategic Communications here in the Chancellor's Office. I report to Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs, and it's a pleasure to present to you today alongside my 2 colleagues. As Nathan and Ryan mentioned, we are approaching budget advocacy as a full-scale campaign. We're leveraging system-wide resources, working closely with our Office of Advocacy and State Relations and the Budget Office, and collaborating with communications leaders across all 23 campuses. This is an all-hands-on-deck campaign because these cuts impact all of us. Our goal is to contextualize and humanize the impact. What do these proposed cuts mean for our students? What do they mean for our faculty, our families, communities, and the state? This is not just a CSU issue. It has far-reaching consequences. That's why you'll continue to see coverage in newspapers, on local news, radio, and social media. To drive our message, we're using the simple Stop CSU Cuts hashtag. Our communications team is working closely with our comms team system-wide to amplify local stories while keeping the statewide impact front and center. Our plan starts with clear, consistent messaging that everyone can build on. We've equipped communications leaders system-wide with messaging and social media toolkits and are collaborating to highlight local impact stories. Our system-wide social media campaign is being localized with campus-specific narratives, while universities are submitting op-eds to local papers, because that's where real change begins. These kits have also been shared with each of you, trustees, as well as our presidents, Alumni Council, CSSA, Academic Senate, and legislative liaisons. Our media kit includes a budget cut fact sheet, quotes and testimonials, projected state budget reduction by university, media clips, and district maps highlighting the economic impact of each university in their state assembly and Senate districts. These were sent to curated lists of journalists, which proved invaluable on Advocacy Day. And we're already seeing results. While we won't detail a week-by-week plan, our advocacy is making an impact. Press coverage of the cuts is at an all-time high, with 95 articles in outlets like Cal Matters and LA Times, as well as CSU stories written by our internal communications team. 6 op-eds have been published and are continuing to roll out, and social media engagement is climbing across platforms like Instagram and X. Presidents are actively engaging legislators, and the collective energy from universities, students, faculty, and partners has been both inspiring and invigorating. Though it's felt like a sprint, we're pushing forward together. but we must build on this momentum. This is a fight that we must win, and we can only do so together. So I urge everyone here and watching online to join us in this campaign. Write op-eds about how the CSU degree impacted your life. Call legislators to stress that investing in the CSU is investing in the state's future. Participate in Trustee Advocacy Day on April 29. Leverage your networks to amplify our cause. Together we can and must stop CSU cuts. This is not just a slogan. It is not just a hashtag. It is a clear and critical call to action. That concludes our collective presentation. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. We are happy to take your questions.
Trustee Millicar?
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, and thanks to Vice Chancellor Sachs and team for the presentation. It's clear that the CSU's advocacy efforts appear to be well coordinated with multiple engagement opportunities planned in Sacramento and throughout the state. And the reported legislative priorities highlight significant concerns with emphasizing the budget cuts and federal policy shifts under the new administration. And the ongoing monitoring of over, I think Vice Chancellor Sachs said, 500 bills is a critical effort to ensure CSU interests are represented at both state and federal levels. So my question is this. Could you tell us, are there particular bills identified at this time as high risk for CSU operations, and what proactive measures are being taken, and how can we help?
Yeah, thank you. You know, when I think about high-risk bills and high-risk issues facing us in Sacramento, I think about legislation that further unwinds the master plan for higher education. And there are 3 bills this session that have duplicating community college bills with CSU and UC bachelor degrees. So how we address those issues will remain critical. As everyone in this room knows, we went through it last year and learned a lot about how we should be engaging in these issues. And we share the author's goals to expand educational opportunities to every corner of our state, and that's where our universities and our presidents are really leaning in. We have seen the additional partnerships between CSU universities and community colleges to offer 2+2 programs on site. Just last week, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo entered into an agreement with Hancock College to offer a bachelor's degree of business administration to supplement and add to the degree of sociology they're offering. We have many of our universities submitting joint grant applications to the Rebuilding Nursing Infrastructure Grant Program. These are state priorities we've been encouraged to lean into, and our universities and the system is doing so. So as we do this, we are ensuring that we share that with our legislators, with our stakeholders, and with the governor's office. We also have these issues that are out there. We're hosting 4 different briefings this spring and summer on these topics in Sacramento and online, so we can make sure we don't leave any stone unturned and make sure that our work that's being done day in, day out is getting across in Sacramento. And we'll be asking potentially trustees to be part of those when appropriate, and presidents and campus staff to be part of those when appropriate too.
This is very helpful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
First is going to be Trustee Gilbert Lurie, then Vice Chair Rambula, then Trustee Guajardo, and then Trustee Lopez.
Thank you. And I wanted to thank Vice Chancellor Sachs and the team for this update and for all this really impressive work. I was going to ask about the high-risk bills, so I appreciate you answering that. I want to say I love the way AVC Navalta that you contextualize this in the contextualize and humanize. I like that framing. I think it's really helpful, and I appreciate your comment to us about the vision of all of you of all hands on deck. That's really important. When you say like write op-ed pieces, etc., I wonder, it would be interesting for us to talk about that, because I could imagine locally where we all are doing that at the same time to emphasize the potential risk to the CSU and the potential benefits of investing in it. But I think it would be helpful to clearly hear that we have that blessing to do that, and maybe everything goes through you at first, but which I think would be appropriate and great. But I would love for to hear that we have that blessing and encouragement to do that. And I have one more sentence, but do you want to say that first?
I would say absolutely clear it through Vice Chancellor Sachs. It would be wonderful. I've even asked the Alumni Association to work with their alumni to do the very same thing. So absolutely, let's all work with through Greg Sachs and his team, and we can, as many as we can get.
Awesome. And then the final thing on just the advocacy part is great that we're all going to Sacramento the same day and the same days, but also it would be really helpful, I think, to start on a micro level to say, in your local communities, can you commit to visiting these 3 legislators in these 2 months or something? Like, we don't all have to fly to Sacramento, as a group, or great if we do, but also if we can, right on our home court, do the advocacy that we could do. So it would be really helpful to get to strategize with you, maybe there's a customized plan for each trustee in terms of how to best advocate in our own communities. Thank you.
What I will quickly say to that, though, is that we look forward to working with you and to other trustees to be able to develop it. That's a very good idea. And I just especially, though, want to thank the Alumni Council, who had the great idea of making sure our alumni associations are partnering with their ledge liaisons at each of our campuses to make sure district visits happen in April. And so we're really excited about that.
I literally almost wanted to start clapping, Patty, when you were done.
Yes.
These cuts are not about the CSU as an institution. They are about the 460,000 students we serve, and they're about the communities who depend on our graduates and who are uplifted by these universities and who are feeding into these universities. And I think the way you are talking about this and helping shepherd us so that we are all talking about it in that same way is just incredibly powerful. So thank you. And thank you to the team. I know this isn't one person alone, but just I think our messaging is clear. And let's, I am taking this call to action. Let's get to work. There is a piece of this where whatever this is going to look like, and so Chair Rodriguez, I don't know if this is you or Greg, I don't know if this is you, but I kind of want my marching orders. I want someone to say, like, great, now go do this, because the last thing I want to do is go get ahead of our skis and be out there saying a thing only to be like, oh gosh, if someone had just said that we've already talked to that person and done. And so I am mindful of that piece of this, but also I don't want this to be 3 voices, right? Thousands and thousands and thousands of voices should be heard. And so there's some coordination. And I think maybe, Leslie, this is what you're getting at, just how can we be team players in amplifying, urging, really pushing the gas? Because, and last thing I'll say, and then I'll stop here. Darlene, you asked a wonderful question. Which of these bills are we most worried about? Yep. And the thing we're most worried about is that $375 million cut. Like, more than anything else. Because some of these bills could be problematic. A $375 million cut across the board is catastrophic. It is not problematic. And so, yes, we want to advocate in all the ways on everything that's in here, and that is the single biggest issue that we need to continue to push against. You have a bunch of people here who stand at the ready. I'm so proud of our students, our faculty, our staff, for our alumni for standing up and advocating alongside us. We want to be put to work too. We're ready to do that, and we don't want to get ahead of the team and do it out of coordination. So I think I'm not alone in being ready for marching orders.
Not at all, Vice Chair Arambula. I can say that we are very much in agreement. I know that this dais is very much in agreement. I can tell you that it's the $375 million, but also to make sure that the deferral doesn't happen again with the compact. So it's those two huge pieces that we need to make sure that comes across. And in real percentages, friends, you know, when I met with the electeds, I brought the data point that 8% is being pitched to be cut from the UCs and the CSUs, but only 2% from our prison system. So that's something to take note of, and it's crucial for our entire state. But thank you. And let's see. Oh, Trustee Guajardo.
Thank you so much. And so I want to acknowledge a group that isn't represented on our board, one we might hear very less often from. So in terms of direct action, I want to know if we can consider calls to action amongst our prospective students who have just as much of a stake in being impacted by these cuts, and what types of involvement can we or our campuses, our campus presidents have with our local high schools across the 23 campuses to have our prospective students and their families join in our efforts.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that goes right to, as we expand our playing field here of who we're working with, it goes not just, it doesn't end with alumni and students, it goes to the broader community. So as we have calls to action on op-eds and through alumni newsletters and all of that, we can definitely make a point to really focus on the future impact of these cuts too, and hopefully they will see themselves in that and be part of the call to action. And we really appreciate that suggestion.
Thank you. I don't have much to add on the budget because everybody has said it so articulately, other than to say amen, amen, amen. So, and thank you for the great job, you know, on the strategy and coordinating that. I want to pick up on Nathan's comment about the bachelor's degree, where it isn't right as urgent as the budget. I agree, but it's not going to go away. And I just want to put in a plug right now that we need as coherent a strategy, not just advocacy, but communication strategy. The community colleges are eating our lunch. Every month or so, I see another article about why the BA for community college makes so much sense. And I've never seen anything that speaks to what the CSU is doing in partnership to do everything that you said, Nathan. So just a plug here that yes on the budget, but this one is not going away, and we are starting behind where we should be on that.
Thank you for those comments. I can tell you we're meeting every week, our policy and legislative team with Patty and her comms team, addressing and reviewing issues just like that. And you will hopefully be seeing more very soon.
Next we have Trustee Ghilarducci.
Well, first, echo everything that's been said. I think I love the campaign approach, and I love the one team, one fight effort, which is really what is necessary here. On the comments, though, about, and I love the 50 legislators that have signed a letter. It's fantastic. But how do we know how they're going to vote when we need them to vote? And that's going to be, I mean, they feel good about signing letters, but really we need to stay on them so that when it gets to the negotiation point and they're getting pressured and there's limited priorities, that they continue to stay with us. So that's one thing I would just say. So, I mean, all these things, all that pressure and all the effort you're doing, I think is spot on. But I've seen so many times great opportunities and at the last minute they divert. So that's the one thing. And then the second thing is on the issue of the community colleges, and we've talked about this before, when we see those sort of get introduced, do you immediately go and meet with the author of that? Do you educate that author so that they let the author know or the staff know that this is something that is actually detrimental and it's sort of counter to our overall effort that we're trying to help the CSU move forward?
Yeah, those meetings have taken place before, during, and after the bills get introduced. And in fact, I think we've got some real good progress on some of these bills that have been introduced that bring this challenge up, who those authors have seen since then, the partnerships that have developed. and potentially pulling one of the bills back at least, if not more than one. But we do know the sentiment and the desires there from many different angles. So it is really imperative to what both of you just said about keeping that message out there, but also the real result is the work being done on the campuses and the communities and how we show those successes that we are engaged across the state in very creative ways is important too. So, yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yeah, I just I hate to hammer some of these issues too hard, but I just think style-wise, we played Mr. Nice Guy for about the last 3 years, and it's got us butkus. We've got nothing out of it. It is time to take the gloves off and fight as hard as we can for the priorities of this university. And if that means pissing some people off along the way, so be it. But I'm tired of this thing. I looked up the definition of compact. It says formal agreement, okay? There's no formal agreement here. We got sideswiped by entering into that compact. Last year I went up and I talked to the leadership of the Assembly and the Senate, and they said, well, you guys made your bed. You made your bed with the governor. You didn't include us in the discussions. We're not included in the compact, so live with it. Well, guess what? We've had 3 times on a compact. We've got 1 compact delivered to us, and 2, the deals have been reneged on. So I think the strategy of the compact is probably a failed strategy. It hasn't worked. There's no commitment to the compact in the governor's office, apparently. The second thing I would just say is this concept there in Sacramento of across-the-board cuts. So the CSU is going to be treated the same as the prisons, the same as protecting endangered species, all the things that they're up in Sacramento. There is no set of priorities. I mean, the tough way to do budgeting is you set your priorities, as we have done on many of the campuses, and then you cut against the lower priorities. An across-the-board cut is just a dumb way to do budgeting. You can do that in 5 minutes. That's all it takes. You give your calculator out, you divide by 9% or 8% or whatever it is, and that's your cut. There's no thought going on in this process whatsoever. We've got to fight that concept and say, no, we want priorities set. And if you don't believe in the future economy of California, that we're producing 130,000 graduates a year, then you're not on the same planet as we are. We are the future, both for opportunity, social mobility, but for the future of this economy. 130,000 graduates a year. We fuel the economy of California, more so than UC, more so than the community colleges, and I just think that message is a really strong one for people in the state. And the third thing is, I think finally we've got some attention on the bond. I know Assemblymember Alvarez told me he's introduced a bill that would just deal with UC and CSU. And finally, somebody in the Assembly is listening to us, because that's been our biggest roadblock. And I asked him, so what's the political opposition to the bond? I said, it's got to be the teachers union for K through 12. He said, no, it's not that. It's BIA. BIA gets a free ride if they get school bonds approved in K through 12. They don't have school permit fees increased because the state's paying for them in the formula that they use. So what they're doing is letting the developers off the hook for their fair share of what should be school facilities. And we, in the same time, get shafted again and again and again. We've got to call these guys out. It's the BIA and developers who are hurting us. And we've got to make that message strong in the Assembly, saying, we haven't had a bond since 2006. We've got this crazy 5-year capital improvement program for $31 billion. I think we've got $1 billion or $1.5 billion funded. And we're not getting the money that our campuses deserve. And it's because of the crazy special interest groups. And we've got to tell that story and put it spot on.
Thank you, Trustee McGrory. I can't share the absolute appreciation I have for the urgency on this. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor Sachs and your team, for making sure that we are prepared and that we're moving forward. And I can't thank enough our presidents for making sure that your campuses are having their advocacy plans put into effect. And I saw your team members, I saw you all at the state capitol, and it gave me the energy to make sure that we need to keep moving forward. So just a lot of appreciation. There's still a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. And on the local visits, great idea. Trustee Gilbert-Lurie, let's move forward on that and what we could do on a local level too. It's going to make all the more impact. And with that, Chair Clark, this concludes the business on the Committee of Governmental Relations.
Sorry. I was thinking about what Trustee McGorry said, and I appreciate your passion, and I appreciate your reasoning. So we're scheduled actually now for a short break. I see some trustees. Are we comfortable? All right. Then, Vice Chair Arambula, will you please convene the Committee on Educational Policy?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Today we have 2 action items and 1 information item to present to the board. I'd like to note that item 4 on the agenda, the presentation on the CSU Strategic Enrollment Management Plan, will be deferred to a future meeting as the Advisory Council for the plan met last Friday, and they would like to incorporate the outcomes of that meeting into the progress report that they bring. So we will bring that back for a future meeting. The first item this afternoon is an action item, amendment to the Constitution of the ASCSU. DVC Nathan Evans, Dr. Boyd, Chair of the Academic Senate, and Dr. Swenson, Vice Chair of the Academic Senate, will present the amendment to the Academic Senate of the California State University's Constitution. Then we'll hear from DVC Evans, AVC Brent Foster, and Dr. Karen Inoue regarding the second action item, academic master planning. Lastly, DVC Dilcy Perez and AVC Ray Murillo will present an information item on how the landscape of intercollegiate athletics has changed in recent years. With that, I would like to call the Committee on Educational Policy to order. It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, the approval of the minutes from the January 2025 board meeting. Are there any objections to the approval of the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, that item is approved. We are now on to item number 2, an action item on the amendment to the Constitution of the Academic Senate of the California State University. As a reminder, this topic was brought to us back in January as an information item. This item will be presented by Dr. Nathan Evans, DVC for Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Betsy Boyd, Chair of the Academic Senate of the California State University, and Dr. Adam Swenson, Vice Chair of the Academic Senate of the California State University. Dr. Evans, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Arambula. The Academic Senate of the California State University, the ASCSU, consists of faculty members elected by their colleagues at the 23 individual universities that comprise the CSU system. As previously shared, since its founding in 1963, the Academic Senate has focused on, first, advancing the principles of academic freedom and freedom of inquiry to promote academic excellence in the CSU. Second, recommending policies to the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor on system-wide academic, professional, and academic personnel matters. And third, serving as the official voice of the faculties of the CSU in matters of system-wide concern. While changes to the ASCSU's Constitution are infrequent, the last occurring 12 years ago in 2013, the standing orders of the Board of Trustees calls for such changes to the ASU Constitution to only become effective when approved by the Board. Today, Dr. Elizabeth Boyd, the current ASCSU Chair, and Dr. Adam Swenson, ASCSU Vice Chair, will present for your action a proposed amendment to the ASCSU Constitution that would add 3 designated lecturer faculty. Dr. Boyd?
Well, thank you, DVC Evans, and good afternoon, Chair Clark and Chancellor Garcia, members of the board. Chair Arambula, this action item is an amendment to the ASCSU Constitution, which comes as part of the ASCSU's continuing efforts to improve its inclusiveness and ability to meet its board-given mission to represent all faculty to the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees. Last spring, through the hard work of its Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, the ASCSU brought to fruition a decade-long effort to ensure lecturer representation on the ASCSU by adding 3 dedicated lecturer seats. In the fall, the proposed amendment was ratified by the faculty across the CSU, and I'm pleased to bring it to the board for your approval as mandated by our Constitution. Tenure line and lecturer faculty comprise the faculty of the CSU. By head count, lecturer faculty outnumber tenure line faculty. While lecturer faculty are often thought of as temporary. Many serve their universities for decades. Most campus senates thus provide dedicated seats for lecturer faculty. However, lecturer representation on the ASCSU has been limited and often unfortunately absent. This adversely affects the ability of the ASCSU to fulfill its board-given mission, and here are two examples. First, lecturer faculty are more diverse along several axes than tenure-line faculty. For one, the majority of CSU faculty identifying as Black or Latinx, Chicanx are lecturers. The absence of lecturer faculty thus contributes to the ASCSU remaining less diverse than the students we serve. Second, lecturer faculty teach a majority of the courses taken by incoming students. They are often the front line in retaining new students and helping them initially feel a sense of belonging. And their absence deprives the ASCSU and therefore the Chancellor and the board of this crucial perspective. Thus, the proposal is straightforward: to add 3 dedicated lecturer seats to the Senate roster. And now, Vice Chair Adam Swenson will explain the barriers to lecturer service and how the proposed amendment overcomes them.
Thank you, Chair Boyd. In addition to contractual and budgetary issues, lecturer representation has been affected by concerns about equitable campus representation and the democratic principle that those represented must determine who represents them. Since each senator represents their entire campus, the campus determines who is eligible to serve on the ASCSU with wide variability across the system. Under the amendment, each campus annually elects a member of a lecturer electorate, which then elects the 3 ASCSU lecturer senators from its ranks. Thus, these senators represent all lecturers at large across the system rather than individual campuses. Along with other provisions, the proposal we bring to you optimally balances campus autonomy, equitable representation, and various technical issues around lecturer contracts and compensation. Adding 3 senators may have budgetary implications, which depend on several factors. The ASCSU is working through the Standard Division of Academic and Student Affairs budgeting process to absorb any additional cuts within the existing ASCSU budget and given current budgetary realities. I'll now hand it back to Chair Boyd.
Chair Rambula, this concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank both DVC Evans and DVC Perez for their support, as well as the staff who've assisted in ensuring this action item was brought before the board today. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boyd, Dr. Swenson, and Dr. Evans for your presentation. Before we proceed to any questions or discussion, may I ask for a preliminary motion to approve these changes?
So moved.
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Thank you. At this time, are there any questions or discussion from the board? Trustee Yee Melikar.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rambula, and thanks to DVC Evans and team for the presentation. During the January board meeting, I commented on the Campaign for College Opportunities report on Still Left Out, which called for a recommendation to require the CSU, UC, and the community colleges to submit a biannual analysis of leadership, faculty, and academic senate diversity by race, ethnicity, and gender that includes goals for improving equity and inclusion. So this amendment is spot on. I have spoken in favor of the proposed amendment to the Constitution of the ASCSU and stress the importance and need for empirical data and research on faculty and academic senate diversity, demographics, and express hope that this amendment would help address disparities in faculty shared governance participation. Interestingly, one of the keynote speakers at the noteworthy ASCSU conference on March 15th, Dr. Katie Pinto of CSU Dominguez Hills, spoke to the proposed amendment to the Constitution of the ASCSU and said that lecturers are not proxy for racial diversity. So this is my question, and that is to clarify that statement and to give added information. Could you comment on the available data that demonstrates the CSU and ASCSU's diversity by race, ethnicity, gender, and faculty status, including tenure track, and lecturer faculty?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Melkar, for the question and for the opportunity to highlight why this amendment's necessary. There's no magic wand or that one weird trick to make the ASCSU a more representative body. Campuses struggle to hire, although they're doing a much better job of hiring and retaining more diverse professoriate, especially amongst the tenure track faculty. Only a portion of the tenure line faculty undertake the heavy service obligations of the campus senate, and only a few of those are interested or willing to take on more onerous roles in the ASCSU, and therefore the ASCSU has more work on multiple strategies for parts of this problem and that are under our control. The point of this amendment is to improve the pool of faculty who may join the ASCSU. Lecturers are predominantly white, but no less so than tenure line faculty. Adding the dedicated seats for lecturers does not guarantee the ASCSU will be more diverse on racial and ethnic lines, but numerically by headcount, it gives us a more diverse pool to draw from. The ASCSU is working on other strategies to better draw from that pool and make the ASCSU a more welcoming place for all. But we've been working behind the scenes on some data for this, and I'd like to pass it off to DVC Evans, who's compiled a couple of data points for us, and then we have some additional data we'll share after that. DVC Evans?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Boyd, and thank you, Trustee Melkar, for your question, and as always, for sharing with Chair Boyd and Vice Chair Swenson and I that you wish to address the topic. It allowed me, I appreciate the attribution, but it actually allowed me to work with our system-wide HR team to pull in a couple data points for context. And so I'll ask our technology team to bring in the first backup slide, which is pulled directly from the CSU employee profile, which is available online. So on screen, this is one illustration from that profile. And this table illustrates the percentage of instructional faculty by federal race and ethnicity categories by faculty type. From the top, full professor, then associate professor, assistant professor, lecturer, and then total faculty at the bottom. I do want to note that this is instructional faculty. There's an additional option to look at non-instructional faculty, such as coaches, counselors, et cetera. And so to one of Chair Boyd's points, one of the things you will see is that the more recent hires that were most likely hired as assistant professor are more diverse than those at full professor, sort of showing some of the trajectory. So I'll pause a moment for you to take a look at this, and I'll show the data one other way, which also is illustrative of comments by Chair Boyd. All right, so if we want to move to the next backup slide. So this is the same data, but as the number of instructional faculty, again, by federal race category, by faculty type, again, from the top, professor, associate, assistant, lecturer. And again, this is updated annually, but to Chair Boyd's comments regarding the totality and the entire population available, you can see that there are just the sheer number of faculty that I've identified by each of the federal racial ethnic categories is greater amongst lecturers. A couple things I will note, there are some, as with any data display, there are some limitations placed so that you can't drill down to a single campus. So those that identify do not respond or other choices or that are fewer than 300 are not represented here. But again, this is data that can be sliced and diced several different ways from the system-wide employee profile. So again, appreciation to our colleagues in system-wide HR. So in terms of the full context of faculty, that I think provides a little illustration. And I know our Academic Senate colleagues had a couple other comments.
Thank you, DVC Evans. So you can see it's clear from the rank of lecturer contains numerically greater pool of diverse faculty from which to add senators. Regarding the historical demographics of the ASCSU, which I think your question was pointed a little bit more at that, going off the names, as the Campaign for College Opportunity study did, provides it a useful but very rough picture. Given that the ASCSU only has 53 senators, even a few errors in that count can significantly alter the picture. Going off personal acquaintance is slightly better, but still very imperfect. That said, I've asked Vice Chair Swenson to review the rosters from September ASCSU plenaries going back to 2006 and categorizing senators as male or female or unknown, and then white or non-white or unknown. They're very rough categories and unfortunately exclude some of the marginalized identities. Nonetheless, they give a general picture of how the demographics of the ASCSU have changed. Vice Chair Swenson, could you provide an overview of your findings?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Boyd. In terms of gender, in 2006, and this is going off of names, and the ASCSU was about 72% male, 23% female, and 6% unknown. Starting in 2015, I've been acquainted with all the senators, and so I'm using my impressions for categorization. Again, this is an imperfect way to do things, but it's what we got. In 2015, the ASCSU was 58% male and 42% female. By 2020, it was 46% male and 54% female. And this year, in 2024, it was 52% male and 48% female. And it's worth noting that the leadership is 17% male, right here. With respect to white and non-white, I didn't feel comfortable going outside of my personal acquaintance, so I only went back to 2015. And in 2015, the ASCSU was roughly 82% white, 11% non-white, and 7% unknown. And in 2024, it was 67% white, 28% non-white, and about 6% that I didn't feel comfortable categorizing. So back to you, Chair Boyd.
Yeah. So, long answer to your question. And while there's been some progress, we do have a long way to go. But while it's only one part of a much broader effort, we expect that broadening the pool of potential senators with this amendment would help improve diversity on racial ethnic dimensions. It will certainly improve diversity in terms of perspectives from the university.
Thank you so much for sharing that information with me, and thanks to HR for adding to that information base too. Really appreciate it, and I do think that the amendment will help continue to add to the diversity of the representation in terms of faculty leadership. So for the sake of clearer and continuing data collection and analysis and monitoring, I would like to move to amend the board resolution as follows. So on Ed Policy Agenda Item 2 on page 6, I would like to add a new Roman numeral 4, which would read, for the purposes of data-informed decision-making and implementation, the ASCSU will collect and submit to the board a biannual analysis of faculty and academic senate diversity by race, ethnicity, and gender that includes goals for improving equity and inclusion of tenured, tenure track, and lecturer faculty. If I have a second, I will speak to the motion.
You have a second.
So let me thank you so much. I just want to make sure everyone's following along because we have an item in front of us that starts with the word amendment. We now have Trustee Yee Melikar suggesting we amend the amendment on the motion that has been approved. Andy, can I just make sure I've got this right? Now what I need is a motion. I have a motion. Now what we need is a second. Then we would consider this amendment to the original proposal.
Yes, you have a second, so if there's any discussion, you would entertain that. Then you would vote on the amendment up or down. And if it passes, then the item is amended, and then you have to vote on the item as amended.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Darlene, do you have any comments on your amended motion?
Yes, thank you,
Great.
Vice Chair Arambula. The reason for this amendment to the board resolution is simple. It would allow the ASCSU and the board to work together to analyze empirical data and research on faculty and academic senate diversity demographics in the hope that the amendment to the Constitution of the ASCSU does what it purports to do in helping address disparities in faculty governance participation.
I have a list of folks who wanted to speak on the item. At the moment, what we are considering is the amendment to the item. So I'll ask, is there anyone who wants to speak to the amended portion of the motion? And then we'll get back to the full item that includes the amended addition.
You should speak to it. Don't you think?
Well, I'll ask Chair Boyd, Vice Chair Swenson, hearing this, is there anything you would like to add and for us to consider? Thank you, Trustee McGrory.
We do have one.
I'm the ASCSU's longtime parliamentarian, so I'm loving this. So we, I think, welcome this amendment. This is something that I believe is actually part of the strategic plan for improving our diversity that we're going to vote on in May, but would love to have the board's backing on it. The one clarification, and I wanted to make sure, was that is this a additional amendment to our Constitution, or is this a separate directive to the ASCSU that we do this thing? Like, will it go into the Constitution, or is it just something that the board will expect from us?
It's a great question that I may turn to DVC Evans to help us with.
No, absolutely. And I appreciate the desire to clarify it. I believe the proposal is a clarification to an amendment to the board's resolution. It would not change the proposed amendment to the ASCSU Constitution. So it's adding an additional requirement, for lack of a better description, to the resolution, a reporting requirement back from the ASCSU to the Board of Trustees. And let me make eye contact with Trustee Malakar to make sure I have articulated that correct. That's what you're proposing. Okay.
And may we have that resolution amendment repeated, please?
Yes, why don't we repeat it now, and then I have two trustees who would like to speak to this amendment, and then I'm going to get back to our list of folks who want to speak to the full topic. Can you please repeat it?
Yes, the repeat is, for the purposes of data-informed decision-making and implementation, the ASCSU will collect and submit to the board a biannual analysis of faculty and academic senate diversity by race, ethnicity, and gender that includes goals for improving equity and inclusion of tenured track and lecturer faculty.
Thank you, Trustee Yee Malakar. Okay, here's my list. I'm going to go Trustee Fagan, Chair Clark, Trustee Adamson, Trustee Lopez, Trustee Fong, Trustee Gilbert-Lurie. Great.
So most people know what biannual means, I think, but I think it would be maybe helpful to say what you mean rather than say biannual. Do you mean every other year? Can we change it to every other year?
Chair Clark.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So if it goes into the resolution, it would be as binding as if the Constitution had been amended, correct? In other words, it wouldn't just be a suggestion. It would be a requirement.
I'm going to turn to Andy Jones for the clarification on that.
So the amendment to the Constitution, as I understand it, has gone through all the preliminary steps. It's been approved by faculty. It's been approved by the Academic Senate. It's presented as is for this board to either vote up or down.
Got it.
And so Trustee Yee Malakar's addition is a separate item standing outside of the Constitution. It's just a directive from this board, a binding directive from this board, to require the Academic Senate to issue this report biannually, which I think everyone knows means every other year.
Okay. So it's not precatory. It's not a suggestion.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Adamson.
I just have a very quick question. Do we have a consistent database that this will be based on? I mean, I heard how we got to some of the things today, and it's someone's impression of what someone is. Or is there a existing database that's going to give us relevance to whatever it is we're collecting here?
I believe I can answer that. The current answer is no. We would have to create that. We do have the ability to do that. We do have an annual survey that we send to each of our senators. We do this as a normal part of our practice to determine their preferences for committees and other service. We could certainly include questions on demographics. But currently, no.
But we do have a large number that opt out not to answer that, correct?
We don't know because
we
haven't.
have historically, it sounds like.
We have not initiated that survey.
Okay, thank you.
So that's why, yeah.
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you. I think this is an important conversation. The concept is really important, and I'm very supportive of what you're doing here. I also am sensitive to the times we live on, and so I just wanted to step back, and because this is a public meeting, and I want to just put it on the public record. I'm not a member of the committee, but I think this is going to be ultimately a board resolution that will come tomorrow, probably on a consent agenda if it goes through. That the reason we really think this is important, why we use diversity and we want to follow and understand what's happening and have data to track the progress of diversifying our faculty, is not, as it's used in national conversation, it's not a dirty word. It is in fact a reality with which we live. California is the most diverse state in the nation. Our institutions reflect California's reality. We accept 9 out of 10 students who apply to us. So this is open just about to everybody. And the reason we care about our faculty being diverse is because it leads to better student outcomes. Because if students can see and identify with the people who are their instructors, who are their advisors, who are there to help them be successful in their endeavors at college, they will be better off. And I just think that needs to be said publicly and on the record. There is a reason why this is important. It is not something that is often talked about in very narrow, disparaging terms. This is a positive move to make sure that we serve our student population better. And I just wanted to say that.
Amen. Trustee Fung.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. I was going to say something similar, but you said it so much more eloquently. Our faculty, staff, administrators need to reflect our student population. I wasn't going to be addressing this until hearing the very impressionistic calculation that was given about the representation of the Academic Senate. And I think this is very important that we have a real set requirement that it is done professionally. So I am in support of this.
Chair Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say a very hearty amen to my colleagues who just spoke. This institution is built upon concepts of excellence. No one is going to get hired by this institution simply because of some superficial characteristic that they have. Our faculty is excellent because of the work they did to get to where they are. Their PhDs, their research, their commitment to our students. Those are the things this institution is looking for with its faculty. At the same time, and I'm sorry to keep repeating myself, and I believe my colleagues are behind me on this. This is an oversight body. We need to know the decisions that are happening so that we can monitor to make sure that no discriminatory action is happening. You can't know that unless you take data. I very much support this amendment because I think it helps us with our oversight function. But again, the people who are here because they earned it.
Are there any other comments or questions on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none.
Chair Rambula,
Yes.
if I just may
Of course.
offer, from the ASCSU perspective, this amendment would be in line with the practices and principles that we are trying to move forward with. We welcome it.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are going to take can I do a voice vote on the
Yes,
amendment?
you don't have anyone on Zoom, so you can't. And just to clarify, this is an amendment to the resolution, not
This is
an
the amendment
amendment
to the resolution. Thank you so much for catching me. I'm not a parliamentarian by training. Okay, we are, for any member of the committee, we are voting on the amendment to the resolution. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the resolution has been amended. We now need to vote on the full resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any comments on the full resolution? Trustee Fagan.
I think we all may share, well, I don't know. My view, of course, is that the Academic Senate should be making its rules within reason. And if you want to do this, then great. Just a question. What kind of opposition, if any, was there within the Academic Senate to this? And was it strong or nothing? Or what was the story on that?
Well, it depends on how far you go back. There's been a tension among faculty about the hiring of employees that are not able to share fully in the experience of the university, and that's been a tension, and I think it still exists today. And having colleagues that are somehow referred to as, unfortunately, in some cases, that temporary status gives an inference of less than, which is not appropriate. The other conflict that existed was mainly logistical context, how we actually added the individuals. We can't mandate to our campuses on whom they should have represent them. Many campuses have forwarded in their regular senator ranks. So out of the 2 that they received, some of them have forwarded lecturers in those seats in the past. But it's a very, very difficult space to enter into. So coming up with a solution that afforded the opportunity for lecturers to have dedicated seats while also not interfering with campus-specific representation. And that was probably the tension that was the predominant one over the last several years, is just how to logistically make it work. Thank you for the question.
Any other comments or questions? I'll just say I'm in support of this. In a second, we're about to vote. And part of the reason why is even when we had the data put up for us, just to see the number of lecturers who are in front of students who are a part of our faculty, to ensure that we have a way to make sure that they have a seat at the table. And especially, as I know we've spoken about before, so often lecturers are those who are more often than not teaching our first-year students. And so to make sure their voices are at the table as we're thinking about all of this other work is critical. So thank you to the ASCSU for this work. We have a motion. We have a second. There is no further discussion. We are voting on the resolution with the amendment included. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? This has now passed. Thank you so much to Dr. Boyd, Dr. Swenson, Dr. Evans. This item is approved. We are now moving to item 3.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. We are now moving to item 3. This is an action item on the academic master plan. This March item is an annual agenda item presenting the summary of changes from the prior year, 2024. As you have read and will hear, there are a great number of updates, but this summary is retrospective. So I think it's really important for us to realize what we are looking at does not reflect more recent actions or discussions regarding academic programs that have occurred during 2025. So we have heard over the last 2 board meetings from community members at Sonoma State about changes, proposed changes to the academic master plan. You will not see those reflected in your packet because those have happened in this year. This is a retrospective look. This item will be presented by Dr. Nathan Evans, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, AVC Brent Foster, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Dr. Karen Inoue, Interim State University Dean, Academic Programs. Dr. Evans, take it away.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. The California State University continues to serve as the nation's most powerful engine of social mobility and the largest producer of the state's educated and skilled workforce. And, as Trustee McGrory noted in his comments in the last committee, advancing fields essential to California's economy. The CSU and our 23 universities achieve this mission by carefully aligning degree programs with the dynamic needs of competitive industries, major employers, our communities, regions, and our state. This strategy also serves to expand college access and enrollment by meeting student demand for degree programs in emerging fields. As Trustee Arambula noted, this annual presentation summarizes CSU's academic planning activity that occurred during 2024. I want to emphasize that the report and data are retrospective, as was said, and do not reflect in-progress reviews or actions that have occurred more recently over the past 3 months of 2025. As we provide this regular update for your information and approval, I also wanted to note that the explicit connection between strategic academic planning and our university's work toward financial sustainability while addressing enrollment opportunities and challenges. The presentation will also summarize recent accreditation activities by the WASC Senior College and University Commission, which affirms our university's efforts to provide quality programs of study for our students. I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Brent Foster, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Academic Programs and Faculty Development. Dr. Foster?
Thank you, DVC Evans. Consistent with Board of Trustees policy and in alignment with the California Master Plan for Higher Education, we present the CSU Academic Master Plan, a summary of the CSU academic planning process, including the long-range program planning that took place between January and December of 2024. The academic planning process ensures that the CSU continues to strategically meet both regional and statewide workforce needs. Board action today will approve the addition of projected degree programs to the CSU Academic Master Plan by offering traditional and emerging academic degree programs. The CSU transforms lives, educating many students who are the first in their families to attend college. In 2023-24, CSU students earned more than 125,000 degrees, including more than 100,000 bachelor's degrees, nearly 21,000 master's degrees, and more than 700 doctoral degrees, thereby adding to the millions of CSU alumni who keep California's economy vibrant and growing. The CSU awards the largest number of degrees as compared to any other public or private higher education institution in the state. As indicated in red bars on the screen, 1/3 or more of California's bachelor's degrees are earned in the CSU in multiple areas, including hospitality and tourism, criminal justice, agriculture, public administration, education, business, media and design, and STEM disciplines, and of course, nursing. On screen now are the 10 most popular academic disciplines by enrollment numbers for CSU undergraduates as of last fall. Nearly all of these touch on the most critical industries driving California's economy, including business and management, engineering, education, once again, computer science, and of course the health professions. And likewise, the CSU also prepares a large number of master's degree students to help address current and emerging workforce needs. This slide shows the enrollment numbers for the top 10 academic disciplines for master's degrees in the CSU last fall. The disciplines with the highest graduate enrollment, with more than 8,000 students, is education. And this demonstrates the CSU's ongoing commitment to preparing California's future education leaders. And this slide illustrates the enrollment numbers for the top academic disciplines for our existing doctoral degree programs in the CSU. The highest enrollment are in the professional doctoral programs, including the EDD in education and the health professions doctorates in audiology, occupational therapy, nursing practice, and physical therapy. Degree planning is the critical first step in sustaining the CSU's impact through the development of its educational programs. Today, we will highlight the call for action on this year's CSU Academic Master Plan. And I'm now going to turn to my colleague, but before I do, I want to do a quick introduction of her because this will be her first time also presenting to the board. Dr. Karen Inoue is a full professor from Cal State East Bay and an administrator there. She's been with us for 3 years and is just a gem to not only work with, but a very important part of our team in academic programs. She is currently the interim State University Dean of Academic Programs.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be here with you today. Thank you for allowing me to present. And thank you, AVC Foster. The CSU Academic Master Plan is a comprehensive list of each university's academic planning documents, representing their short-term and long-range planning. Updated by the Chancellor's Office and presented for board approval annually, these documents are provided in the written agenda item and include a 10-year overview of planned programs, which includes projections for this year, the campus academic plan, which documents all academic degree programs, as well as their delivery and support modes, a list of suspended and discontinued degree programs and subprograms recorded in 2024, and a list of externally accredited degree and non-degree, that is, credit-bearing credential and certificate programs. I want to note here the distinction between state and self-support programs, support modes. Programs offered through self-support typically reside in the professional and continuing education spaces at each of our universities. Unlike state support programs, self-support programs do not receive state general fund appropriations, but collect non-state fees, student fees, to meet the operational costs of the programs. Self-support programs must adhere to all the same academic standards, policies, review, and approval processes as state support programs. Self-support programs may exist with or without state support counterparts. The Academic Master Plan also includes a summary of recent WASC, Senior College, and a University Commission accreditation activity, which includes reaffirmations of accreditation, special visits, and progress or interim reports. Along with the submission of its 10-year overview of planned programs, universities submit proposals for new projected degree programs. The Chancellor's Office carefully reviews each proposal, considering the elements listed on screen, to ensure that there are clear goals and purpose, demonstrated need, student interest, and sufficient resources. Attachment A of the written item is a compilation of each university's 10-year overview of planned programs. The board's approval of degree program projections allows universities to begin developing degree program proposals that are subject to campus review and approval before they can be submitted to the Chancellor's Office. The flowchart you see on screen applies to all bachelor's and master's degree programs. Independent professional and applied doctoral degree programs require additional stages of review, including a duplication review of the program concept proposal by the University of California's Office of the President. Attachment D of the written item provides overviews of the CSU's academic planning and review processes. The written item includes the comprehensive documentation of updates made to the CSU's Academic Master Plan for 2024. On screen, you'll see a summary of the numbers of new degree program projections added, new degree programs approved in 2024, previously approved degree program projections that have expired and have been removed, existing degree programs and subprograms that have suspended admissions of new students, and existing degree programs and subprograms that have been fully discontinued. Changes to the Academic Master Plan are driven by rigorous academic program review and analysis of enrollment trends, workforce demands, employer needs, and student feedback. This approach informs the creation of new programs, while others are phased out as the university responds to shifts in student interest, job market demands, or demographics. Suspensions and discontinuances commonly occur, for example, when subprograms are elevated into standalone degree programs. The decision to suspend or discontinue a degree program is made at the campus level with final approval by the university president. Aligned with the governor's master plan for career education, many projections prepare students for careers in key fields such as education, the allied health professions, social services, businesses, and the STEM fields. Nearly 3/4 of the new programs projected this past year, are multidisciplinary, emphasizing the growing intersection of technology with traditional disciplines. Notably, artificial intelligence, or AI, plays a central role in many of these programs with a strong focus on AI's impact, societal consequences, ethical considerations, and safe applications. Examples of these innovative projected programs are shown on screen. The purposeful expansion of AI integrated curricula with the support of the new CSU's AI initiative will not only serve the evolving needs of industry and our students, but will also bolster the CSU's leadership in shaping the future of AI education, application, and workforce preparation. Over the past year, 4 campuses engaged in substantive accreditation activity related to WASC, Senior College and University Commission accreditation. East Bay, Los Angeles, and Pomona engaged in interim activities that are a critical and necessary part of the maintenance of WASC accreditation. Channel Islands received its reaffirmation of accreditation and was commended for its demonstrated commitment to its core mission of serving its students. Congratulations to CSU Channel Islands. More information on WASC accreditation activity for 2024 can be found in the attachment B of the written item. Additionally, universities are expected, if appropriate, to seek professional accreditation for their degree, credential, and certificate programs. An updated professional accreditation list appears in attachment C of the written item. I will now ask AVC Foster to take back the presentation.
Approval of the resolution presented for board action today will authorize the new program projections, those appearing in Table 1 and in Attachment A of the written item. With your affirmation today, campuses will be able to develop degree proposals for the chancellor's review and approval. As new degree programs are launched across the system, the CSU provides opportunities for students to become workforce-ready graduates whose skills and knowledge contribute significantly to our society and economy. And I'll now turn it back over to DBC Evans.
Thank you both. As we continue to acknowledge that the CSU is navigating a period of uncertainty, through dedicated efforts at our universities and the board's ongoing support in such areas as budget enrollment, we are leveraging the power of the system to prepare for the future. And reflecting the realities of this time, you saw that while universities have projected 22 new programs be added to the Academic Master Plan, 148 programs have been suspended or discontinued. Our strategic and deliberate approach to academic planning and review is responsive to the challenges posed by shifting demographics, evolving regional enrollment demands, and our budget limitations. This process carefully balances the needs for financial sustainability while maintaining our commitment to preparing and educating the workforce of California and beyond, offering outstanding and innovative academic programs. By better leveraging the power of the CSU system, we can expand these opportunities and enhance student success. This collaborative approach ensures that the CSU remains adaptive, resilient, and well-positioned to meet the needs of ever-changing educational and economic landscape. Chair Rambulis concludes our summary of the annual academic planning report. We'd be pleased to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, Dr. Foster, Dr. Inouye, for your presentation. This is an action item before the board to approve the changes to the CSU Academic Master Plan. Before we proceed to any questions and/or discussion, may I ask for a preliminary motion to approve these changes?
So moved.
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Thank you so much. Are there any questions or discussion from the board at this time? Trustee Lopez.
Thanks, and thanks for the presentations. I wonder if you could just, for our own information, elaborate a little bit more, not about the difference between state-supported and self-supported programs, but rather the criteria that is used to determine what should be state-supported and what should be self-supported. Because the two self-supported programs that are being added could as easily be state-supported. So how do you decide how to do, which way to go? And secondly, what are the constraints or what are the differences with, other than the fact that self-supported programs are paid fully by tuition by the students? What other constraints are there in establishing these self-supported programs?
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. I'm happy to begin and then I turn to my colleagues to share more. So the determination of whether a program will be launched in state support or self-support is really an individual university determination. As you heard in the presentation, in many cases, a university may have a program on stateside and a way to expand that to a different region, different market, or in addition to tuition-driven, it may be in partnership with an employer where they're delivering a degree program on site and the employer themselves may be paying for that. That would allow the institution, some of the considerations that they would be making. A number of our universities, as they're thinking about their balance of supporting undergraduate and graduate studies, are naturally emphasizing their undergraduate portfolio. And so in some cases, the only ability in terms of their capacity to serve is to launch a graduate program in a self-support modality. They want to preserve the majority of that state support funding. Again, that comes very much to an individual university, and even within the university, within the academic organization of the resources available. But I'll turn to colleagues to maybe highlight any examples or elaborate.
No, I think you said it very well, DVC Evans. I think it might be worthwhile to schedule a session in the future with the board and Dr. Mandaris Savage. He's our AVC of PACE. And because I think this is a really critical time and an interesting subject that maybe would take up a little more time than we want to right now. But no, and the other exciting part about this is when those self-support programs are connecting with an actual industry partner. Those are, I think, the most interesting. But there is, again, back to DVC Evans' point about it's a campus decision based on return on investment. And in some cases, there is a self-support version of a state support program that caters to specific groups, like cohort-based adult learners that are going to do purely something online or in the evenings or even weekends.
Yeah, I would welcome a session on this because we had a session on PACE sometimes. There was legislation that we sponsored to make it more flexible for us to do PACE. And I think it's a great model for us to think about how we go expand our offerings to adult learners.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Thank you. My question is, obviously there's a lot more programs eliminated than added. I think it was 148 to 35 by one list, which, with one of my hats on looks great because, we need to make difficult decisions. And with my other hat looks like, are we moving in a really exciting direction, cutting 148 programs and while we're only adding 35. So I guess my specific question is, when we cut programs, and listening to like our public comments today and the devastation of people who rely on programs when they make decisions to come to a university, how much notice do we give, and are we looking for ways for students to be able to take advantage of their offering on nearby, as close as possible campuses?
Thank you, Trustee Gilbert Lurie. It's a great question. In any situation in which there is a suspension or discontinuation, and typically suspending new admissions is a first step toward a discontinuation. First and foremost, it is largely driven by enrollment. If those numbers have dwindled, you may recall last year when we shared this item, we talked about a very focused effort that we undertook where data was provided to campuses. And while they can reflect on it themselves, sort of seeing it more holistically across the system to look at trends by discipline, the number of degrees conferred. So the first step is typically moving to program suspension, which allows then there to be some time to phase that program out and for students to have a teach-out plan. When a program is actually ready for discontinuation, there is always a teach-out plan for every student that might remain in that academic program. In the case of some of the examples we've heard shared in public comment and other spaces, that's also been leveraging our fully online offerings across our other campuses. And while I understand, sometimes that may have not have been the original choice of a student, every university is providing a plan that detailed and calibrated to that student for them to be able to complete that degree. You're welcome.
Trustee Melikar.
Thank you, Chair Rambola. First, immense appreciation to all campus constituents for contributing to the campus academic plans for the CSU Academic Master Plan. As we know, academic planning is vital for aligning degree programs with student demand and workforce needs. Given student enrollment and retention concerns, ensuring program viability and flexibility needs to be a focus for us. So my question is this, and it's looking at what measures are in place to ensure under-enrolled programs remain sustainable or are adapted to meet student interests moving forward.
Trustee Melikar, I'm happy to maybe begin a response, and then I'll turn to colleagues that may want to share some campus examples as well. I referenced a moment ago the work that was undertaken in earnest a year ago to really examine low degree conferring programs, both at the undergraduate and graduate level. One of the requirements of that, which I will say is an ongoing process, one of the steps now is to sort of look at a meta-analysis of what was identified across all 23 universities to look for opportunities across universities. But one element of that was it didn't always lead to discontinuation. There, in many cases, the approach that was taken was, as you heard today, a lot of interest in multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary, and so if there were opportunities to partner two academic departments together to be perhaps more responsive and of greater interest to a population of students. In some cases, it was being able to position a program so it was more marketable to students and again, directly connecting to workforce opportunities in ways that may not have been described. So there were interventions. It wasn't just a list of programs that was automatically going to be discontinued. And so campuses responded back to us with a plan for each program that was identified for their university. And so I'll turn to colleagues for maybe any specific campus examples they'd like to share or other reflections.
I just want to add one point of clarification that those numbers you see for the suspensions and discontinuances include sub-programs as well. And in a lot of those cases, those are sub-programs that were elevated to standalone degree programs, or they were merged into some multidisciplinary combination programs. So it does look like there's a lot more than they're actually, and those created new programs aren't considered brand new degree program proposals. They're just modifications. And so there weren't probably as many as it seems, but campuses went through that strategic process, and it wasn't just like Dr. Evans has said, it wasn't just looking at low enrollment and thinking about cutting. There was a lot of very strategic ways in which those were looked at, and a lot of times those were programs that had great service to the university, and so were planned to be sustained. A lot of them ramped up recruitment efforts and talked about ways in which they were going to do that. And so there are a lot of examples. Campuses submitted pretty exhaustive plans for those programs and how they were going to deal with those low enrollments. Yeah.
Chancellor Garcia.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation, quite informative. And I also want to thank our faculty, our deans, our provosts, and our presidents, because this is hard work as we're going through this. As we look at systemness, we're talking a lot about administrative, and I know there's been preliminary discussions on how do we share some of these exciting programs with others from other campuses in order to ensure we can't have the same program at 22, 23 campuses. So what have been the preliminary discussions I think the board would like to hear that we're beginning to look at that, and would you share that with us?
Certainly lots of conversations going on. In fact, Trustee Melikar and I are involved in a conversation about gerontology and trying to get opportunities to get inter-campus communications going. The thing that we're talking about there is kind of cool because it's the idea of doing a 4+1 where a student would take their undergraduate at one CSU and then seamlessly get into a master's degree at another CSU. But we're trying to work through that. It'd be the first of its kind if we can get it off the ground. Meanwhile, actually today, some of our provosts have come together. DVC Evans and I met with our provost a couple of weeks ago and established several working groups. And one of the working groups is this very topic of getting some opportunities to do some consortia, some cross-campus kinds of collaborations. And do you have more to say about that?
Just very briefly, and Chancellor, I really appreciate the question, because one of the realities is a lot of the enabling infrastructure is in place. I described the fully online, the ability right now for any CSU student at any campus to take a fully online class from another campus exists. If that student does it, it actually appears in their own home learning management system. They don't have to go to another system. So we've built a lot of the infrastructure. It's now really growing those use cases. And what the provost and the group that was most interested in this really wanted to begin with is, to your point, those either low enrolled programs on multiple campuses, and where can we find more affinity. And for example, instead of every campus offering every course in their curriculum every term, on a rotation. And so we have some smaller examples of that, but it's really building the use case for a more sizable scale. So the infrastructure is there. It's now really building the use case and the advocacy with our campuses, with advisors, to advocate for this as a viable option for students moving forward.
So I would urge that we move forward with this really project, but also to include the student support services. Because if we're going to do that, we're going to have the student support services involved in the conversation. But I think this is a point in the trajectory of where we're going that is going to be really important, that as we go into a strategic plan with systemness, that we're also looking at how do we share the wealth of knowledge that comes from our faculty in the academic programs with all of our students. So thank you.
Trustee McGrory.
Yeah, I think that's a great report. You've done well your first trip here to the Board of Trustees, and you survived. It just, I think, shows the dynamism of the curriculum right now. It's really impressive, the adds and then the deletes. What happens to the faculty that are teaching in these areas that we are getting rid of? Are they being reoriented, or Have they gone away somehow? What happened to them?
Well, let me just add one additional piece, and some of you that have been around for a while will recall this. About 2 years ago, we added a summer projection cycle. So some of that disparity that you're seeing between new and discontinued is actually a little bit skewed because the campuses are able to propose or project new degrees in the summer as well. So that's why that number for new seems kind of low. Those programs that this year, the discontinuance and suspension was fairly high because I think most campuses were reviewing their low conferring degrees. In some cases, and I'd say maybe 20% of that number actually comes from programs that didn't have any faculty. They were just still on the books kind of by accident. They were still in the catalog, but no students were enrolled in them. And so they discontinued those programs, and no harm, no foul. In the other examples, though, yes, we have processes that have to be followed, and faculty are given opportunities in the event that they have expertise in other areas. But those are typically campus decisions and how they grapple with or merging or collaborating with another discipline on the campus.
A couple of other comments. One of the things that I've kind of been working on, particularly at San Diego State, because it's my university for my MPA and teaching for 25 years there, is trying to eliminate the duplications in between these degrees. And one thing we just worked out was an agreement with the University of San Diego where for an MPA and a JD, usually it would take 5 years. Now we've knocked off 1 year. So it's 4 years. And then the next step would be to make the undergraduate, public administration, political science, or business, 3 years at CSU and 3 years at the law school. So you're eliminating a year along the way each one of these kind of mergers occurs. And I would just encourage the presidents to do that with, not just law schools, but the other types of degree programs. There's just a lot of duplication in the system. I mean, in my first year at law school, it was like getting my MPA again, studying all the same cases that we'd already studied at State. So I just would encourage you doing that and continuing to look at ways to eliminate, on these joint programs, eliminate duplication.
Okay, I've been waiting. So I'm going to jump in. I have a few thoughts. First of all, this is incredibly important, and I'm so appreciative for you all bringing this forward. Thank you. It was also 133 pages of reading, so thank you to my board colleagues for getting in there. And if nothing else, that should show you the level of depth of work that's gone into this and attention that we're paying. I want to name, not as well, maybe I have a question for the folks controlling our slides. For my colleagues, what I would share is this academic master plan is deeply connected to the work we're doing around budget in 2 ways. First, because as we are thinking about the ways to right size some of this, there are implications on budgets. And as we know, we're in tight times. And so this is going to be a critical piece of that work. As quickly as I want this to move, it's important that it's moving at the pace it's moving at to ensure that we are consultative and engaged in shared governance to make sure we're getting to the right place. So I appreciate all of the work that we're doing there. The second way in which this relates to budget, though, and don't forget there was like an attachment and a sub-agreement to the financial sustainability working group. Not every one of these degrees costs us the same amount of money to run. Some of them we are most enrolling students in, because it is demanded by students and demanded by the state, are more expensive for us to run. And so as we think about advocacy around our budget, I also hope we recognize, so this is where I might have a question for those controlling the slides. If you could get back up, and I always take off my glasses before I need them. I think it's slide 4, the all bachelor's degrees awarded in California. Just take a look at this if you are sitting up at the state and you're thinking, 60% of my graduates in education in a state where we are already short of teachers. 60% of my graduates in education are coming out of the CSU. Our farming communities, right? 74% of our graduates with an ag degree are coming out of the CSU. Our engineering degrees, 49% of our engineering graduates are coming out of the CSU. So nurses, right? And we are just seeing time and again the critical role that the CSU plays. So this is a budget question. Some of these degrees that are on this list are more costly for us to run, and we're not shying away from offering them because students demand them and the communities we're serving need them, and yet we're charging tuition that's entirely the same. And so we need to think about how do we advocate for offering these roles and doing it in the way we do. And you'll see if you jump to the next slide, thank you, the one that's in blue, it's like we are just deeply connected here, whoever's controlling the slides, thank you. I did some really quick math. I had my phone out. I try to stay off my phone at all times, but I had my calculator on my phone. This is 321,000 graduates right here. These 10 bachelor's degree enrollment represent 321,000 students. If I did my math right, I think I did. Out of, we educate roughly 460,000 or so. So let's be clear, we have a huge propensity of our students enrolling in a subset of degree areas in which we could say, should every one of our campuses offer these 10? Probably. And then the things that are below this, do all 23 of our campuses need to offer every single one to be a comprehensive public university? Probably not. This is where the creativity, where I don't want to then say if you go to one campus, you just don't have access to it. Rather, how do we make sure that the infrastructure that's built ensures that everyone has access to the entire pool, no matter the campus they're on, without every campus feeling the pressure to say, gosh, the only way I can make sure my students get this is by me going through the hard work of offering it directly here. Okay, two last things, and then I promise I'm done. Attachment D. I think I know the answer to this, but I know we don't have a slide for that. Attachment D, if you flip all the way back to attachment D, thank you, is our CSU degree program proposal and approval process flowchart. Can you remind us how long it takes from the moment someone says, in the best case scenario, how long does it take from the moment someone says, this should be a degree, until we actually have a set of courses, a set of professors, and we are ready to start enrolling students in that degree?
Sure. Today, you all will take a vote, and there are several degrees on there that are projected. That's an idea. In some cases, a campus has got all the courses ready to go. They have the faculty, infrastructure, the space, and they are ready to move on this. There are examples of campuses where the day after you all vote affirmative, will submit to us the proposal. And in that scenario, assuming that they have already got the WASC accreditation piece going, they could be up and running by fall. But that's like the best case scenario. Most campuses, again, sometimes they're putting this on here. These are long-term goals. They're not always supposed to be, or they're not always trying to get them done really quickly. But yes, it can happen that quick.
And how long does the process take before it ends up in our binder in front of us today, give or take?
They receive an inquiry to do this in November, to submit in October, November, late October. So they know that they're going to project, but remember, they can also project in the summer. So this is something kind of new that the campuses are utilizing, that opportunity to project new degrees now or in your summer session. And so it really increases the opportunity.
Great. I'm going to turn it over to Jack, and then I have one.
Yeah, I was just actively involved in one here. at San Diego State, and I'm like a poster child for Adela back there. Social equity and governance in the School of Public Affairs, a new major that addresses how do you do policing, how do you do police civilian review, how do you do criminal justice, normal governance in cities and counties in a more adaptive way to the inner city and invoking social justice. It only took 2.5 years. The degree will be up and running in the fall. And the faculty was just all over it. I mean, it was very entrepreneurial. It went fast.
That's great to hear. And so when this is going smoothly, we can go from conception of an idea to we're ready to start educating students in these courses in 2.5 years. And we know that sometimes it takes longer than that. So as we think about, I asked that question to almost set the stage for when we come back and talk about state support and self-support, when we talk about PACE, when we talk about innovative ways to think about this, all of these actually sit side by side. Because often our workforce needs aren't waiting 2.5, 3 years. When a workforce demands a set of skills and an educated workforce ready to step into that, if what we can say is, great, give us 3 years to figure stuff out on our side, and then we'll start educating students who 4 years after that will be ready with a degree. So 7 years from now, I got people for you, Jack, is a hard answer for our workforce to meet. And we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater in this. We want to find how do we take this process that is working in so many ways and layer on top of it, or how might we think about is something we as a board should be thinking about. How might we be thinking about additional pieces to this that are thinking about state versus self and PACE, that are thinking about innovative and creative ways to bring this all together. So I'm probably adding too much for any future board meeting, but I do think the same creativity that we're seeing our presidents put into place in thinking about how we might bring together operational side, we need to be thinking about on academics, and so much of that ties in deeply with this. Great. If there are no other questions or comments, there is one more. Chair Clark.
Just a very quick comment. Chancellor, if any members of the Chancellor's Council or the community have any doubts about this board, they should watch this discussion. It's a true pleasure to sit on this board with these people, with these trustees. It's crystal clear when you arrive that the people have been through the materials, they're understanding the materials, and they all, to a person, love higher education. This is a true pleasure, and obviously I won't vote for this.
Okay, there has been a motion and a second for the approval of this item. Hearing no further comments or questions, we will now vote on the item. Only committee members may vote at this time. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have one last item, but before we get to that item, Chair Clark, I think we may want to take a quick break that we took away earlier.
God bless you.
Great.
Yes, we're going to take 10 minutes. I'll just leave it at that.
The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Nearly 1/3 of our undergraduates are the first in their families to attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt. Last year, we welcomed more than 125,000 graduates as alumni. In total, our network of 4.3 million alumni exceeds the population of 23 U.S. states. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. More than 460,000 students attend 23 CSUs stretching 800 miles from Humboldt to San Diego. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting.
Vice Chair Diego Rambulo, would you please reconvene the Committee on Educational Policy?
Okay. We are reconvening the Committee on Educational Policy for our last item. As a reminder, item 4 has been deferred to a future meeting. And so we are discussing item 5, which is an information item on intercollegiate athletics. I want to stress here this is an information item today, and that this stems from, as you read in your packet, an ad hoc intercollegiate athletics task force that we convened. So thank you to Trustee McGrory, Trustee Adamson, to a couple of our presidents, to so many of the staff who sat on this ad hoc committee, as we tried to just understand the landscape of intercollegiate athletics. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Ray Murillo, Interim Assistant Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Equity, and Belonging.
Thank you very much, Chair Rambula. Prior to beginning this presentation, I want to acknowledge the many concerns and passion that we heard this morning, and let the many individuals that expressed themselves this morning that your voice is important and that these decisions are never easy, but that we appreciate your feedback on during a very difficult time. I know that we have many members of our board in the community that recognize and love sports, and we're very excited today to talk to you a little bit about intercollegiate athletics. And what we heard this morning is not only do our athletic programs electrify our campuses with team spirit, they provide numerous benefits for our student athletes, building confidence, friendships, a sense of purpose, and leadership skills that last a lifetime. According to NCAA national data, thanks to their deep engagement in the school community, student athletes are much more likely to persist in their studies and to graduate in 4 years. What you will see on the screen, the Cal Poly Pomona women's soccer team, who recently secured their first ever NCAA Division II national championship. Go Broncos, congratulations, Dr. Coley and President Coley. The young women celebrating this historic moment are just a small fraction of the CSU student athletes showing up to compete each year on fields and courts across our state and nation. And while the thrill of victory never gets old, driven by outside factors, the landscape of intercollegiate athletics has dramatically changed in recent years. Some have even compared it to the Wild Wild West. To help make sense of the changes, the Chancellor enlisted a task force to develop a common understanding of our options, values, and priorities as a system for intercollegiate athletics. Today, we'd like to introduce the board to the work of the ad hoc Intercollegiate Athletics Task Force. While historically, the Board of Trustees has not had a formal role in the inner workings of intercollegiate athletics, today's report is presented at the request of trustees to inform and acquaint the board with the changing landscape of intercollegiate athletics, as well as possible future roles for the CSU system. At the end of our presentation today, I will list the task force preliminary recommendations that we have provided to the Chancellor. The CSU Ad Hoc Intercollegiate Athletics Task Force, which I am honored to co-chair along with Ray Murillo, Interim Assistant Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Equity, and Belonging, includes trustees, university presidents, athletic directors, and faculty representatives from across our system. Our group was charged with serving as a fact-finding body to gather and analyze data, emerging issues and best practices, and to educate and advise the Chancellor, university leadership, and senior athletic directors on our findings. I will share with you that our scope is very narrow, and so what we share with you will be in that light. I would now like to turn the presentation over to Ray Murillo to share more with you.
Thank you, DVC Perez. I would first like to paint a full picture of the numerous athletics programs at play across the CSU system. In any given year, approximately 8,000 student athletes participate in a total of 315 men's and women's teams across 23 sports. In 23-24 alone, our student athletes were awarded scholarships totaling $22.6 million for women's sports and $20.8 million for men's sports, providing vital financial support to help them advance toward their degrees. While we don't expect you to read every line, this slide provides a detailed look at the range of the athletic opportunities for the students across the CSU system, as I noted on the 315 sports teams that we have in the system. Teams are organized by division and by conference. As you'll see on the screen, 9 CSU universities currently compete at the NCAA Division I level, which is the highest level of college sports competition in the United States. Division I schools typically have the largest athletics budgets and offer student athletes multi-year scholarships and academic support. 12 universities compete in the NCAA Division II under the California Collegiate Athletic Association, which offers a more regional travel schedule than Division I, as well as providing partial athletic scholarships to players. One university, Cal Maritime, currently competes in the National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics Division I in the California Pacific Conference through June of this year. CSU Channel Islands does not have an intercollegiate athletics program, if you're counting how many programs have campuses and only saw 22. The NCAA transfer portal has added a new dimension to the world of intercollegiate athletics. Introduced in 2018, the portal allows student athletes to declare their intent to transfer in order to receive offers from other universities. Since this change, record numbers of student athletes have entered the portal nationally. While some are high-profile athletes seeking better financial deals, most are transferring for graduate school, seeking better scholarships or financial aid, aiming for more playing time, or looking for a better fit with their campus environment or coaching staff. Transfers, nonetheless, can impact a student athlete's degree progression, roster spot, and access to financial aid and scholarships. Our recommendations to the Chancellor focus on educating students to mitigate any potential negative impacts of utilizing the NCAA transfer portal. Enriching but complicating the world of intercollegiate athletics, in June of 2021, the NCAA implemented an interim policy that allows student athletes to make money from their personal brand, known as name, image, and likeness, or NIL. NIL is now used as a key recruiting tool for athletes, and universities across the country race to offer lucrative deals to talented players. Rules for NIL vary by state and across institutions. To date, NIL within the CSU has largely been managed by external collectives, which are private business entities that pull money from donors and distribute it to student athletes. But an active court case may change that. A judge has issued a preliminary approval of a $2.8 billion settlement in House versus the NCAA that would allow schools to begin sharing revenue with players as soon as the 2025-26 academic year. Anticipating a final settlement later this spring, as well as possibly the NIL policy may eventually be supplanted by federal law, our task force is considering numerous potential impacts on donor giving, the awarding of scholarships, gender equity compliance, fair distribution of funding across sports and divisions, and the possibility of managing NIL in-house. A third topic of deep discussion among the task force has been conference realignment. As I mentioned earlier, university athletics programs are organized by divisions and conferences. Conferences are free to pursue lucrative television deals, with revenue trickling down and providing additional resources to participating teams. Most recently, in October, Fresno State and San Diego State were invited to jump from the Mountain West Conference to the Pac-12 Conference. It's important to note that conferences are assembled by invitation only, with a supermajority vote of its members. No university system, including the CSU, has a direct role in conference realignment or in admission invitations and decisions. But because there are system implications of any one university's conference move, including exposure to potential litigation as well as financial claims and impacts, the task force has drafted recommendations to the Chancellor to improve communication, planning, and transparency. DVC Perez, I return the presentation to you.
Thank you, ABC Murillo. Again, this is an information item requested by our trustees with no action required today from the board. Our charge as a task force was to review and consider the role of the system related to 3 areas. 1, name, image, likeness. 2, conference realignment, and 3, the transfer portal. On the topic of the NCAA transfer portal, our task force agrees that it's important to provide educational resources to student athletes system-wide on the pros and cons of entering the portal, including potential impacts on degree progression, roster spot, and access to financial aid and scholarships. Second, within the CSU, transfer credits for major coursework are evaluated at the campus level. This means that transfer credits for an individual course may be accepted at one CSU, but not at another. This can affect the degree progression of student athletes. This unintended barrier illuminates an opportunity to partner with faculty to streamline the transfer of credits from university to university, which would greatly benefit all students. Under the topic of NIL, as the House versus NCAA settlement may bring NIL under the purview of universities, the CSU should consider a revenue-sharing model to distribute funding to student athletes versus a student-employee model. Additional details are included in your written item. If and when we bring management of NIL under the institutional umbrella, the task force recommends that the CSU develop system-wide regulations for setting up in-house collectives that prioritize student well-being and academic success. And as the CSU works more closely with student athletes on NIL considerations, the task force recommends the development of life skills modules to support student athletes in areas such as tax implications of NIL, personal branding, social media, and developing coping skills for stress and anxiety. In the case that a university athletics program is seeking to join a new conference, the task force recommends that a clear communication process be put in place to ensure that the chancellor, the board of trustees, and any other affected campus presidents are notified before the move is approved and finalized. To reduce system liability and financial implications, the task force also recommends that contractual language, as well as any entrance and exit fees, withdrawal penalties, and non-disclosure provisions, should be reviewed by the CSU Office of General Counsel prior to signing, and that the chancellor should be advised and consulted regarding any proposed non-disclosure agreements prior to approval and execution. It is recommended that the CSU develop a policy that stipulates that conference entrance and exit fees be funded by individual CSU athletics programs via philanthropy or other private funding, and not by state appropriation or tuition. Finally, the task force recommends that all university athletic directors report directly to the university president at all CSUs, and that our presidents remain actively involved in intercollegiate athletics programs. The CSU Ad Hoc Intercollegiate Athletics Task Force will continue to convene regularly to monitor the landscape of intercollegiate athletics and provide guidance and recommendations to the Chancellor. Chair Rambula, this concludes our presentation, and AVC Murillo and I are happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, DVC Perez and AVC Murillo. At this time, I'm looking for questions or discussion from the board. I want to start with Trustee Adamson or McGrory serving on the committee, the ad hoc committee, if either one of you want to jump in, and then I'll go around.
I'll defer to my elderly trustee.
So noted.
Well,
Oh, dear.
First, let me comment that understanding the current state of intercollegiate athletics, and especially the turmoil within the NCAA, should be an advanced doctoral category for us in the future. I would like to acknowledge that to past Chair Fong for her vision in asking the Chancellor to look at a task force to address the evolution of this whole area. The task force, as you heard, has met regularly over the past years, but I must admit to you that most of our time is spent trying to absorb changes between meetings that are being proposed through the NCAA and through the courts, et cetera. The task force was charged to first look at participation in intercollegiate athletics and the roles that individual universities should play, and what should be the oversight of the system, and how do we support one another. This report before you is the first in what will probably have to be a number of necessary reports in order to better structure our policies regarding the subject, protect our universities, and properly position the system as the redesign of college athletics continues. You know, preserving the independence and the flexibility of our individual universities was paramount in our discussions, but it was also timely for us to ensure that there was proper oversight at the system level. These 7 recommendations begin that process and the work that will need to continue. Finalization of the House case that you just heard, the potential of future congressional involvement, and certainly the NCAA or whatever body evolves eventually will certainly have impact as we discuss things like NIL and what is now the portal conundrum that we face every day right now. So I just say to all of my colleagues that we all need to stay tuned, because this roller coaster ride is going to continue for the next year or two.
Jack.
Yeah, college sports in my day were a lot simpler and a lot easier than what's going on today. This has just turned into a major quagmire of crazy different conflicting interests. And as Larry said, the changes are occurring week to week. And I remember Della worked hard, as San Diego State did, to get into the Pac-12. They got into the Pac-12, and the Pac-12 became the Pac-2. Just in terms of conference realignment and the changes that are going on every week, every month, it's just incredible with no end in sight. I do want to make one comment with respect to the public comment that was made today. You know, I think the board, and I know me personally as having played 2 Division I sports, believe in the concept of the student athlete. It's very important. I learned as much competing in college as I did in the classroom, and it's a very important part of the college experience. And I think we in the task force totally support that, and I hope the board does too. That's not to mean this is an indictment of what happened at Sonoma State. They're in dire circumstances, and decisions were made that had to be made. But I don't think we as a board should be getting involved in those campus level decisions. That's why we have a chancellor and the 23 presidents to deal with those kind of cuts and what needs to be done in terms of priorities. But I do think overall we ought to be cognizant of the importance of the student athlete concept. And most of these students who are competing in the CSU are not going to play professional sports. Maybe 2 or 3% of them have professional aspirations, and they're not going to get NIL money. They're not going to get any of these goodies that are floating around. They're just competing to be student athletes. That's what they want to do, and it's an important part of their experience. These recommendations, I think, were really delicately made. I don't think, for me, obviously being attached to in a lot of ways to a Division I program, and with lots of changes affecting that program. In fact, San Diego State just lost their 2 best basketball players through the portal and NIL. It's incredible what these coaches are having to deal with. And it's not to make this system driven. I think it's more to make these recommendations to make the system consistent, and that there is some oversight, that we don't have rogue states doing things that may not be in the system's best interests or other universities' best interests. And I think that's why they were tailored the way they were. We want to have some oversight, but we don't want to interfere with the independence of each of the 23 universities to do what they think they need to do in conference realignment, NIL, and all these other very difficult issues. But we want to be consistent. We want to make sure one university is not doing something to the detriment of another university in these athletic decisions. And so that's kind of the overriding principle for these recommendations. And I think we've tried to cut this delicate balance between the independence of the athletic programs at the university level and the need for some reasonable oversight by the California State University.
Thank you. Trustee Fong.
Thank you so much, and to the task force, and specifically to Trustees Adamson and McGrory for accepting to serve on this committee. And I have been so looking forward to this report. And thank you very much, Deputy Vice Chancellor, for chairing this very important look at division sports. I have 3 questions. The first, a very basic one, is the NCAA created 3 divisions. The CSU only has Division 1 and 2. Can you tell us briefly, succinctly, why not Division 3?
So actually, in the past, there actually was a campus that was had Division III sports. It was Cal State East Bay. So when they moved to Division II, it was really for the competitiveness and also recruiting aspects of student athletes. So when you go to Division II, you can start offering scholarships to student athletes. Division III, there are no scholarships. So it's just a matter of really what was mentioned earlier, the interest of just playing in a competitive sport at the collegiate level is what Division III is. So that's why we only have the 2 and 3 right now. In Cal State East Bay at the time also had some sports in Division II, 1 or 2 sports Division III, so they wanted to unify that and go and jump fully into CCAA.
Thank you for clarifying that. So Division III mainly is at community college level?
No, Division III is still 4-year universities, but they just do not provide any athletic scholarship
But no
aid.
scholarships offered?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. And then with the recommendations, entrance and exit fees, withdrawal penalties, who pays them now and how?
In the past, we didn't clearly know until all of this started unfolding on us. But since there were challenges to the entrance and exit fees, that's when we started seeing to look at the revenues. But it was a decision and a discussion among the task force to be very definitive that those fees should not come off tuition and state appropriations, but to use their own resources, fundraise dollars, and so forth.
And allow me, oh, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I just think that UCLA, to be honest, the UCLA Cal situation with all the penalties and all the crazy moving around triggered the discussion. And I think the legislature and the governor got involved and said, we are not spending state money on this stuff. This is crazy. You're moving around conferences. You're going to have to deal with that on your own without state funding. And we just kind of picked it up from there, right, Delcy?
We did. I would also say to you that I think when Trustee Adamson talked, it was amazing that we had this task force meeting while all the conference realignment was going on in our system. Because when we first started meeting, we were like, is there a role for the system in all of these areas? And at first, we started saying there's probably a minimal role. By the end of this, our conversation significantly changed. And essentially is when folks started moving into conference realignment and we started hearing about the very high exit fees, the chancellor actually came in and said, we will not be using state dollars or tuition, and reminded the campuses that they needed to use certainly the private dollars. And so I would say that that's in line, as Trustee McGrory is saying, with other colleges across the university. But our chancellor actually took the stand and said, we will not do that. And so then that was incorporated inside of our recommendations.
Thank you for that explanation. And then the recommendation where it says athletic directors to report directly to the president. So who do they report to now? How has it been working before?
So currently, the Division I athletic directors do have direct reports to the president. The Division II is not all consistent with directly to the president. There are a few that may report to the president. Many of them also report directly to the vice president of student affairs. So it's really about just the equal access on the large-scale decisions that may need to be made with the athletic programs, and kind of advancing the program with the athletic directors and donors and other media rights and so forth.
Well, thank you. And thank you so much for these recommendations, which I do support, and also with the explanation of how you've had to do this very carefully. But thank you very much for this work.
Trustee Fagan, and then I'll come around to Trustee Gilbert-Lurie and Trustees.
Two questions. One is on the reporting to the system. It sounded like if a campus wants to realign and do a different conference, that they need to run it by the chancellor and/or trustees prior to it, or just the chancellor?
Just the chancellor.
And is that, I mean, running it by and getting permission, are those the same things?
The presidents have answered that question. They're like, yes. You know, this is a touchy, and we're saying it's delicate, and it is very delicate. What I think we would say, in the way in which we operated in the past, each university was its individual entity. It was doing what it needed to do to position itself. And I would tell you, for the most part, that's not bad. But what we did see in this last conference realignment is that it is helpful for the presidents to know what the other presidents are doing. One, for support, right? Two, to talk about the impact of a conference realignment on them. And there wasn't a lot of communication happening between the presidents at that time because that wasn't an expectation in the past. And so as we began to work through this, we really felt, and we had some presidents on our task force, quite honestly, felt that it was really important that the presidents were talking to each other and thinking about the system as a whole as they navigated and moved into conference realignment.
I think the practical thing that happened, Doug, is so some of the big universities with big athletic programs
UCLA
are getting shopped, and they're shopping.
Yeah.
You know, they're trying to figure out, okay, where's the alignment going to take us? What's the best conference to get aligned with? And so as they enter into the discussions, the conference goes, we're not going to talk to you unless you sign an NDA, a no disclosure agreement. And that cut the chancellor's office out of even knowing what was going on. They couldn't even disclose. And what we said in the discussion at a more detailed level is the NDA is not going to be a defense for not talking to the chancellor. And it's more of an information thing and subtle guidance than it is approval, I think. We're walking a fine line here. You don't want to take away the independence of these athletic programs. At the same time, we have a system issue here. And we don't want one university doing something that's going to be to the detriment of another university. And that's where the chancellor can step in on a kind of...
Right. We don't want to be UCLA and Cal. Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The other question is, I don't know if you're planning to do this or not, but the other interesting thing about sports is the potential to bring in money to the campuses and to the system. So two parts to this. One is, will you be able to start looking at those issues as part of your charge here down the road? And second of all, we heard in public comment today a lot of people saying that athletics at Sonoma, in fact, is a net positive financially. And we, I think, wondered, is that true? And where does that go?
It's a challenging question when you're looking at net gain in an athletics program, because we have to look at all revenue sources that go into an athletics program. And think of the most biggest athletic program you can think of, and I will guarantee you, with the exception of 2 universities, the last time I checked was a few years ago, they all receive subsidies from the university, either through the university or through a student fee. So all of our programs do have that financial structure as well. Now, many do generate their own funding through ticket sales, game revenues, game guarantees, and so forth, and also donors and sponsorships. So we will continue to explore that, but it's difficult when you look at the overall budget to say, in fact, it's self-supporting, because I think that is a pressing issue.
I would add, I think certainly that was not part of our original charge to get into the finances. Although the return on investment of athletics was raised early on in the beginning, and how do we articulate the value and the impact of our athletics in the system. So I think that's an important conversation. I think if the chancellor provided that charge, we certainly would begin those discussions and to think about that. Many of the universities have already started to do an assessment of of the programs and services, including the finances and the return on investment, and have found that information to be quite helpful. And so as a system, we will be embarking over the year of offering more assessments to the campuses in doing that and supporting them in that. And so looking forward, to serving as a resource for them in that area. I know many presidents are thinking about that and want an in-depth review of their athletic programs to certainly engage in that question. So we definitely want to partner, but that's not currently part of the charge for the task force.
I've always thought that would be a good thing to do, and hopefully you'll be able to get into that area at some point. I think we need that information. So on the Sonoma issue of what those people were alleging, the answer of whether there's a net positive is it's not really clear, but they're probably the campus was subsidizing athletics, and therefore it's not a net positive. Is that basically what you're saying?
I would say that's a fair statement without knowing the specifics of their revenues coming in.
I would also say the Rasher report that was shared this morning is brand new to us and haven't had a chance to review that in depth, which is what many people refer to. So happy to take a look at that as well, but they are pretty heavily subsidized by the university.
Thank you.
Chair Clark, did you want to respond to this before I jump? Did you want to add to this part of it before I jump over to Trustee?
If I could. Let me preface this by saying I completely agree with Trustee McGrory. While we're an oversight body, this is one of those things where we should not be trying to get into individual campuses and do our individual sorts of analyses. At the same time, at least speaking for myself, I was deeply moved by what I heard today, and I will disclose. If it weren't for athletics in college, I might not be sitting here today. It helped me on levels that are certainly not academic, but in terms of who I am right now, in large part is because of athletics. At the same time, the same thought occurred to me, and as that information was being provided to us, I did ask the chancellor during a break to try and make sure that in the plan going forward, those assertions were addressed. So these are the sorts of things that, as human beings, we feel a need to try and help. But this is where we need to trust our chancellor. We need to trust our presidents, their expertise, their commitment to the communities they serve. At the same time, I think it's responsible for us. It's reasonable for us occasionally to ask for a little more clarification. So I think Trustee McGrory's position is entirely correct, and I think we should follow it.
Great. We have three more trustees. Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Thank you.
4.
First of all, thank you for commissioning this task force, and I really enjoyed reading the report, and I'm interested in even better understanding the recommendations. But they definitely seem like a great jumping off point. I will say, just taking off from where Chair Clark left off, this is a funny day to be receiving this report, which it's beautifully written, and amongst the beautiful lines are, across the CSU, intercollegiate athletics is considered a leadership laboratory, equipping students with vital life lessons, greater confidence, strong friendships, and skills that will benefit them over the course of their lifetimes. And it's hard to read that and to hear the voices we heard this morning and not have all the information. Cuts in university budgets, I 100% agree, are not ours to make. That's the chancellor and the university president's job. But it's heartbreaking to think that one university, that without us having understanding numbers and having a thorough discussion that changes like that are made. And we have a great task. We have this task force, this thoughtful task force. And also, Chancellor, you talked today about this great collaboration we put together with 3 university presidents. And I sit there wondering, we have 3 university presidents there. Can't we figure out a way for perhaps students, athletes in one university to play with athletes of another university? Like, there might be creative ways to save an athletic program or provide an outlet for athletes who committed to a university and to performing in a region. Like, there might be a win-win here with the collaboration you put together. And so I ask that collaboration maybe to think about this. And from this task force, I would be very interested in better understanding return on investment, because it's not just the numbers of an athletic program, but it's students we lose who don't come to university because we don't have athletic programs when we're fighting for students. So I just want to better understand those numbers, not so we can make those decisions. It's not our decision to make, but we have to advocate for the university and for the decisions we make. So I think we have to embrace them and feel good about them. And right now I'm left feeling uncertain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to remind all of us, here we sit at 4:35 on day 3 that we've been together. This is an information item about the ad hoc committee. And it's coming on the same day that we just heard all of this public comment and that is about athletics. So I totally get the connection between the two. And as best we can, let's focus on the recommendations of the ad hoc committee. But over time, there may be questions that spark from this particular moment in time as extensions of this work. Totally appreciate that. But for today, as best we can, let's hold ourselves to these recommendations on this piece of it. Trustee Steinhauser.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I want to thank everyone. These are excellent recommendations, and I look forward to the policy coming for approval. And I agree that this is about consistency and really fairness and protection of our universities as well as our student athletes. And so, but I have a question, in the K-12 world, when we added a sport, Title IX played a huge role, okay? And when we deleted a sport, are we under the same regulations?
Yeah, adding. So NIL adds a complication to that as well. So adding and deleting sports does affect your proportionality. The NIL and the deals that could be offered potentially can throw off your grants and aid and expenditures as well in that same proportionality. So we are looking at that very closely, and campuses certainly are conscious of that.
Man, and I thought I followed this stuff closely, even not on the committee, and I didn't know that answer. That could really make it challenging. We're going to go Trustee Furstenberg, Trustee Giller-Ducci, Chair Clark.
Diego, I apologize because this report is very personal to me. Because like Jack, sports have been a major part of my life. And I wanted to be a sports announcer when I was 12 years old, and I was 20 years ahead of my time. So what has happened in women's sports, to me, is one of the most thrilling changes in our culture and our society. I just want to thank Wenda for asking for this report, because we are ahead of the curve, and that is something to be really, really proud of. And I think you've done a marvelous job. What I would be interested in, perhaps at the next meeting, is to hear from the presidents, one from a Division I school and one from a Division II school, to hear what it's like for you, because you're there every day. And I'd like to volunteer to be on the task force, so there's a woman trustee on there, if that's possible. Thank you.
Trustee Giller-Ducci.
So thanks for the report. I agree with everything that has been said. I find it interesting that it took this so long to sort of come up with this effort through this task force. And I do appreciate the task force because it helps to clarify many things. But look, this whole university college athletics is big business, big business. And I just wonder if we should look at things a little differently. We know the benefits that athletics provides the student athlete and helps them in all their life skills, so many ways. But my son's a Division I coach in the Midwest and recruits a lot of kids from California to go there. And he leverages the fact that the programs here are not that strong by comparison to what we see in the Midwest and on the East Coast. And so I just wondered if we're going through a budget crisis, et cetera, but are we missing an opportunity from the business sense side of this with regards to not only building a bigger capacity in athletics, which also has a benefit to the student, but also changes the view of the rest of the country of what California athletics really is at the university level, and it gives us an opportunity to try to address a money revenue making opportunity.
Did you want to?
Yeah, just quickly. I mean, I think there's an untapped potential in terms of revenue. I think one of the things that San Diego State learned with Snapdragon is the amount of money that can be put into a facility like that. I mean, the naming rights, $75 million over 15 years. I mean, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there's sponsorships all over that place and revenue coming in from all the different teams that want to use it. I think we need to broaden our perspective particularly in terms of our facilities, of what they can be used for in the community and what people will pay to do that, and the corporate sponsorships that could be involved. I think that's a real untapped potential. And there's corporate sponsorships for the teams too. And the question is, how far can you take that and ethically and in terms of university values and all that? But there's a lot of money out there for this stuff. The one thing that we learned in this process was the TV revenues are probably going to be going away in the next 3 to 5 years. And so all these conferences that are bragging about $50, $60, $70 million a year in TV revenues, that's going to go away when they go to streaming. And streaming is going to be much more selective and much less lucrative for a lot of these conferences. And that's going to be a big change. So you have to look at, there's things going up and down in this process, and it's incredibly dynamic. But I do think there's untapped potential for sponsorships and revenue coming in for our schools.
Chair Clark.
So this is just a real housekeeping question. Where are these policies going to be available if members of the community or more importantly, not more importantly, equally important, trustees, we have new trustees, these questions come up, and I end up going through in my closet through 2 years worth of binders trying to find it, because I know it's somewhere in there. I know the Office of Board of Trustees is organizing things, but where will these be kept?
Great question. And not to make light, I think that Trustee Adamson and even Trustee Ghilarducci alluded to this. I think with the task force and what it's done thus far has been slow and steady because of the reality of trying to really truly understand athletics in the CSU. And I think that we have just hit the tip of the iceberg, quite honestly. And so I will tell you that our first goal was to, one, truly understand what was happening, two, to identify what our vulnerabilities, exposure, opportunities were related to those 3 items, and then present the recommendations to the chancellor. So that is what we have before you now. I think the next piece is for us to begin to think about what those policies or guidance might be. I love the recommendation to have presidents talk about athletics on their universities and what that means. That has been phenomenal. Right now, President Tanette Matson is on the committee with us President Tom Jackson was there, and certainly we will identify another president to serve in that capacity. But I think their voices matter. I think the day-to-day. I also think the voices of athletic directors matter as well, and students, quite honestly. And so I think the committee will need to go and think about what the policies are. I think what is most before us is certainly NIL, where we can really certainly use our systemness to help support the universities as well as our students. So unless the chancellor certainly adds to our charge, I think the next thing will be to really consider what that looks like around policies and where they would be. I mean, right now, athletics reports in through our area, student affairs, through ABC Murillo's area, and so we will continue to meet with their athletic directors on a regular basis, engage them in the development of the policies as well, and certainly share that with others as we develop them.
Just to add to that also, so we currently have an athletics administration policy where we could expand to include some of these recommendations. Currently, that athletics administration policy, which is in policy stat, includes more financial liability coverage on cash handling, inventory, trade agreements, and so forth. But that could be the place. But to DVC Perez's point, I think we need further exploration where it goes, because the prohibition of using tuition in state appropriations for that, we'll need to partner with our business and finance folks to see if, in fact, where is the appropriate policy for that statement to live. So we'll still need to work those issues through.
Okay, I think that is it. Thank you, everyone who put in the time to get us to this report and this conversation. Thank you to all of our colleagues for engaging so deeply. With that, Chair Clark, that concludes the business of the Committee on Educational Policy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ramsdell. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's business. The board will reconvene, and actually I should, as a precautionary note, note that the board may convene in closed session tomorrow morning before we come out to open session, and we'll inform the Office of the Board of Trustees will inform the trustees accordingly. Barring that, we will reconvene promptly at 9:00 a.m. in the Dumke Auditorium. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
To attend college. And more than half of CSU students are from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU offers 4,000 plus degree programs at one of the most affordable rates nationwide. At the CSU, more than 80% of students receive some sort of financial aid. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 64% of students who earned a bachelor's degree during the 2023-2024 academic year graduated with no debt.